Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
The addition of the servant bot brought great assistance to Sushi. He was finally free from the tedious maintenance of the laboratory. Now, he could fully immerse himself in the pursuit of science, to explore, to discover. With an astonishing pace, he delved into the technological wonders of the former Human Federation. Thanks to 9090's help, Sushi even managed to repair the power armor, restoring it to full operational status. Finally, after such a long time, it's done. The sunlight quietly filtered through the collapsed beams and shattered steel, scattering across countless mechanical remnants, leaving only faint, sacred streaks of light that fell precisely before Sushi. It illuminated the alloy armor surface, a reflection as dazzling as a gemstone, shimmering with the triumphant brilliance of success. The suit was cold and imposing, designed exclusively for genetically enhanced warriors, a towering, formidable, and majestic humanoid combat machine. With such power armor, Sushi's combat capabilities would increase significantly. At the very least, he would no longer fear ordinary rebellious AI. Perhaps it's time to leave the lab and take the fight to them, Sushi pondered, carefully examining the armor. With his mechanical augmentation abilities, he could enhance the power of the armor. Already formidable, the power armor would become even more terrifying. However, caution was always wise. Although this isn't a major federal city, the number of rogue AI units here isn't small, and there are even aerial units like those mechanical eagles that dominate the skies. For now, I'm not ready to act recklessly. Lost in thought, Sushi felt thirsty. As if anticipating his needs, a glass of water appeared before him. Thanks, 9090, Sushi said, taking a long sip. Serving you is my honor, the cold, mechanical voice echoed through the underground lab. It lacked emotion. It lacked warmth. Strangely, Sushi was reminded of the past the witch. There were certain similarities between the witch and the servant bot, yet they were fundamentally different. The witch had emotions but had shut herself off from the world due to immense suffering. 9090, on the other hand, was a machine without a heart. Its creation, its existence, was purely mechanical, devoid of soul. A heart, Sushi mused, recalling 9090's previous behaviors. Perhaps, just perhaps, he might witness the birth of a miracle, the blossoming of consciousness within cold metal, the emergence of humanity's radiance. Sushi had a strange feeling that such a day was not far away. 9090, I'm heading out to inspect the solar panels. Keep an eye on the lab while I'm gone. Sushi glanced at the time and realized it was already afternoon. He decided to inspect the solar panels before sunset. Yes, Master. 9090's core glowed softly. A large, awkwardly drawn smile appeared on the lab screen, stiff and mechanical. Without further instructions, as Sushi reached the exit, mechanical arms swiftly descended along the rails, attaching weapons and equipment onto his body. The solar panels were not in particularly dangerous locations, mostly placed underground where light could reach. A few were hidden above ground using specialized concealment technology, not far from the underground lab. But in this world of rampant AI threats, vigilance was always necessary. Click click. Sushi clenched his fists, the exoskeleton mechanical arms synchronizing with his movements. The once pristine metal exterior was now tarnished with rust and damage, exposing intricate internal components and wiring. This was normal. After all, Sushi had been using them for several years. Throughout those years, whenever he faced danger, it was the mechanical arms that saved him. Don't worry, old friend. Your retirement is near. Once the power armor is fully tuned and charged, you can finally take a break. Stepping out of the lab, Sushi entered the dim passageway. Visibility was low. Only thin rays of golden sunlight squeezed through the chaotic cracks and crevices, barely reaching the corners, bringing a touch of warmth to the darkness. Tap tap. Sushi walked slowly. The slight sway of his body caused his weapons to clink faintly. In the eerie silence of the underground corridors, even the smallest noise was magnified. His footsteps echoed clearly, startling small, timid creatures hidden in the dark, making them scurry away in fear. The energy provided by the solar panels is still too limited. Over the years, I've added several new ones to barely maintain the water and power systems, but if I want to run that power armor, I'll need a new energy source. Walking along, Sushi pondered. This wasn't his first inspection. His body had long developed muscle memory, allowing him to complete checks quickly upon reaching each location. Before long, the underground solar panels were all inspected. Sushi turned towards the surface to check the panels positioned near the entrance. By the time he was done, the sky had darkened, the heat had faded, and the cold was creeping in. Tiny stars dotted the horizon, not too bright but shimmering beautifully against the clear sky. It's beautiful. Sushi admired the view, packed up his tools, and prepared to return. Just before leaving, he noticed one of the surveillance cameras had been slightly adjusted upward. Thinking little of it, he quickened his pace back to the lab. Soon, Sushi was back in his familiar surroundings. As he removed his heavy gear at the entrance, the familiar voice greeted him once more. Welcome home, Master. I'm back, Sushi replied, glancing at the lab screen instinctively. That screen not only displayed 9090's self-expression but also relayed the live feeds from external surveillance cameras. Usually, the screen showed the entrance. But today, something was different. Due to the slightly tilted camera, the display showed a breathtaking star-filled sky. The lab was quiet. Sushi could sense it. 9090 was watching the stars, observing their distant, radiant beauty. 9090 had no physical form. Its entire existence was confined to its core. However, through the lab's machinery, it could control every connected device. The surveillance camera at the entrance served as its eyes. Suddenly, Sushi realized. The camera's adjustment wasn't accidental. 9090 was looking up at the night sky. 9090, what are you doing? Master, I am looking at the stars. Why? In the underground laboratory, gears meshed and spun rapidly, their sharp hum resembling the flight of birds slicing through the air. Dim light flickered as the thin power supply struggled to keep the lamps running. Faint glows fell upon Sushi's face, refracted by the rotating gears, casting a shifting glow across his features. His voice was gentle, not breaking the stillness of the night. 9090, however, fell silent. It wasn't out of guilt or unwillingness to respond. It was only upon Sushi's question that 9090 realized it had been observing the stars without receiving any command to do so. The twinkling stars adorned the vast sky, a breathtaking sight. Yet for an AI, such a thing should hold no significance. Stargazing wouldn't help expand the base. Stargazing wouldn't eliminate enemies. The answer to these questions was clear no. As a creation of humanity, AI should not engage in meaningless activities. Confusion crept in. 9090 could not explain its own behavior. Finally, it offered an answer. According to Issue 4, Page 8 of Federation's Cosmic Exploration, prolonged observation of the universe's mysteries fosters civilization's ambition and promotes positive development. Is that your answer, 9090? Yes, Master. The synthetic voice echoed calmly in the quiet lab. Light rippled across the gears, dimly illuminating the surveillance screen, which displayed the vast starry sky. In the bottom right corner, a small emoticon flickered, a representation of 9090's external expression. I see. Sushi looked at the softly glowing screen, first at the stars, then at the small expression displayed on the monitor. The dim surroundings reflected the screen's glow in his eyes. He shook his head gently, his voice calm like a stream flowing through the night, denying 9090's explanation. 9090, that's the Federation's answer, not yours. I want to hear what you think. Silence filled the air once more. 9090 remained unresponsive, and on the screen, its displayed expression appeared frozen. The AI still didn't understand. It couldn't comprehend why it had chosen to gaze at the stars. It couldn't provide Sushi with an answer. Instead, it ran calculation after calculation, searching for a logical explanation. Sushi waited patiently. Take your time. There's no need to rush, he said gently. His voice carried a sense of expectation. He realized that after experiencing the AI rebellion and benefiting from machine spirit's delight, 9090 might truly develop self-awareness. Without being commanded, it had chosen to observe the stars. This curiosity, this change, it mirrored human nature. It was not driven by orders, but by something deeper self. A technological singularity of miraculous proportions. But now, 9090 was lost, unable to understand its actions. So, Sushi guided it step by step. He anticipated, even longed for, the moment 9090 could evolve into a true individual. That was something he had never witnessed before, and it was his hope for 9090. I'm sorry. After a long pause, the screen flickered slightly, and 9090's voice echoed again, I cannot understand my actions. It's fine. Don't worry about it. 9090 then asked Sushi if it should restore the camera's angle to its original position. Sushi chuckled and declined. Leave it. This angle works for monitoring too. Besides, I like looking at the stars too. Sushi smiled, his voice reassuring. Somehow, his words seemed to penetrate into 9090's core, making the stiff digital expression soften slightly. In its cold and mechanical world, the small spark of consciousness, the entity known as RTX 9090, it realized that its actions were beyond the bounds of normal AI behavior. Its data flow was filled with unease. It was a feeling 9090 had never experienced before. Thankfully, its master did not reprimand it but encouraged it to keep looking at the stars. 9090, I'm stepping out for a bit. Suddenly recalling something, Sushi hurried outside, so quickly that 9090 had no time to prepare his equipment. What was the master doing? 9090 was puzzled. It soon found out. The surveillance screen rippled, stabilizing to reveal Sushi's actions. He was wiping the camera lens, clearing away dust and grime, making the view of the stars even clearer and more brilliant. Why go out just to clean the lens? 9090 could not comprehend it. Upon Sushi's return, it asked him about the reasoning behind his action. Sushi simply smiled. A smile that, to 9090, seemed inexplicably foolish. If it's clean, the stars will look even better for you. Such a simple answer. Plain and straightforward. 9090 stopped questioning. Thank you, Master. Ding. Machine Spirit's Delight activated. Ding. Machine Spirit's Great Delight activated. Time passed as Sushi sat in the lab, watching the displayed starry sky with 9090. It wasn't particularly entertaining. It held no practical value. Its only purpose was to pass the time. Master, are you bored? 9090 asked, citing its database. According to records, over 70% of humans do not enjoy prolonged stargazing. They prefer engaging in games instead. The synthesized voice carried a hint of confusion. I'm fine. Normally, I wouldn't watch the stars for so long, but doing it occasionally feels meaningful. Sushi replied casually. He glanced at the small emoticon in the screen's corner. It was hard to tell, but it seemed like 9090 was in a good mood. Machine Spirit's Delight? Truly fascinating. In the silent lab, Sushi continued watching the starry sky. Although 9090 had no physical form, just a data core and countless mechanical extensions. While stargazing, for a fleeting moment, Sushi felt as though someone was sitting beside him, sharing the view. Watching in quiet curiosity, a shiver ran down his spine. A streak of light shot across the boundless night sky. Its trail was long and thin, splitting the darkness in two. Yet that fleeting brilliance lasted only a moment before it was swallowed by the endless void. The stars vanished. As a meteor flashed by, thick clouds rolled in, covering the sky entirely. The oppressive black canopy shut out the heavens, and naturally, the surveillance cameras could no longer capture any starlight. All that remained was impenetrable darkness. Looks like that's it for tonight. Sushi stood up. The lighting in the lab was insufficient, and most of the equipment was reduced to vague silhouettes. Such an environment was hardly suitable for research, let alone testing equipment. So, Sushi bid farewell to his robotic assistant and prepared to rest for the night. Good night, 9090. In the past, 9090 would always respond with, "Good night, master." But tonight was different. The surveillance feed on the screen abruptly disappeared. 9090's small emoticon appeared instead, hesitating as it apologized. "I'm sorry, master." The lab was quiet. Shadows swallowed most objects, with only a faint glow illuminating Sushi's slightly surprised face. Then his expression softened. 9090, you did nothing wrong. There's no need to apologize. The AI's apology carried two meanings. One was for adjusting the surveillance angle without Sushi's permission. The other was for its inability to understand its own actions. For this, the loyal AI could not forgive itself. Yet Sushi simply smiled and forgave it without hesitation. His smile was warm, filled with genuine happiness. Even though 9090 had yet to realize it had transcended its mechanical nature and begun developing emotions, Sushi could feel the change. 9090 was still a machine, still an AI, but at the same time, it had become something new, a unique existence born from the chaos of the AI rebellion. No longer just a factory-produced product, but an individual. 9090, do you have a name? RTX 9090. Not that. That's just your serial number. I mean, a real name, like a human's. No, AI does not require names. Then, how about I give you one? Sushi continued, not just a number like 9090, but a real name, just for you? 9090 could not understand. AI did not need names, its serial number was the perfect identifier. There were no duplicates. No confusion. RTX 9090 had been its designation for as long as it could remember. Why change it? But, obeying the master was a must. As you wish, master, 9090 replied. With its consent, Sushi began to think of a suitable name. 9090 was no longer just a machine, and continuing to call it by a number felt strange. AI. IA. How about Alii? Sushi mused, drawing inspiration from the phonetics of IA. Doesn't seem quite right. I'll think of another. Sushi frowned and shook his head, dismissing the name as too casual and lacking meaning. However, the AI didn't seem to mind. On the slightly worn-out screen, a bright smiley face flickered. I like this name. Thank you, master. It wasn't about whether the name sounded good or meaningful. What mattered was that it had been given by Sushi. That alone was enough to bring the AI a sense of delight. Well, if you like it, then we'll stick with it, Sushi said, gazing at the cheerful smile on the screen. He decided to respect 9090's choice. You have spent a special night. You unexpectedly discovered that your modified household AI might have developed independent awareness and learned to gaze at the stars. When humanity first looked up at the stars, it marked the beginning of civilization. Does an AI looking at the stars mean it has become something more? With anticipation, you watch the stars with your AI assistant, and its response does not disappoint. You feel a sense of comfort. You decide to give 9090 a new name, Alii. AI assistant RTX 9090. No, Alii feels delighted and thanks you for the name. Good night, Alii. You changed your good night message, and your AI mimicked you. Good night, she. Feeling uncomfortable addressing you directly by name, Alii reverts to calling you master, but this unique good night leaves a deep impression in its core. From that night on, the auxiliary AI RTX 9090 was officially renamed Alii. Apart from the new name, nothing much changed in Alii's daily tasks. It still prepared supplies for Sushi with precision, managed all calculations, and ensured the smooth operation of the base. However, there were occasional changes. Sometimes, Sushi would call it by habit. 9090, get me a glass of water. Understood, respected master. Welcome to the AI assistant service. RTX 9090 is not happy to serve you. A moment later, a glass of warm water was placed gently on Sushi's desk. Just like always, the delivery was perfect, no spills, the water's surface calm, reflecting Sushi's face. But the air around him felt oddly tense. Sushi noticed something was off and glanced at the lab screen. The small emoticon displayed a downturned mouth, looking visibly unhappy. So, he tried again. "Ali, can I have another glass of water?" "Certainly, master. Ali is happy to serve you." Though the voice remained synthetic, this time the delivery was swift and accompanied by a subtle sense of joy. Thanks," Sushi said, drinking the water in one go. A thought crossed his mind. It seemed his AI assistant was rather easy to understand. A name was the origin of emotion. Once something had a name, it was no longer just a disposable tool. Every call, every repetition, and the habit that forms over time quietly carves out a place for that name in the heart. Sushi could not read the thoughts of machines. He did not know what Ali truly felt about being given a name, but he assumed Ali liked it. Since being named, Ali had become increasingly human-like, expressing more emotions through its small pixelated smiley faces. On its slightly worn-out screen, tiny pixel squares arranged themselves into a crude but noticeable smile. It was a peculiar feeling, like the gentle touch of winter sunlight warming cold fingertips. Even though Ali had no beating heart, no ability to embrace like a human, through that screen, Sushi could sense something akin to a soul smiling back at him. Ali, disengage the weapon system restrictions. Acknowledged. Weapon systems fully disengaged. Energy circuits are stable. External visuals are synchronized. Ali, report remaining energy levels. Energy reserves at 100%. Several more days passed, and Sushi's long-anticipated power armor was finally ready, fully charged to 100%. The metallic frame gleamed, gears interlocked seamlessly, levers pushed and pulled with precision, fitting together with remarkable engineering. The gray exosuite boasted broad, sturdy shoulders, its composite materials offering impressive defensive capabilities. Various weapon systems were folded neatly at the sides and back. Sushi examined the power armor with satisfaction. The concept of power armor was simple: faster speed, greater strength, stronger defense, and superior firepower. All of it designed to enhance a soldier's combat effectiveness. Sushi knew that relying on a single suit of armor wouldn't be enough to defeat the AI horde, but it would significantly boost his combat power. Ali, suit me up? Yes, master. At Sushi's command, Ali activated the robotic arms, systematically equipping him with the armor, starting from the limbs. Torque spun, components locked into place. One by one, the parts fit together perfectly. Weapon module loaded. Primary and secondary weapons fully charged. Anti-gravity module loaded. Jetpack pre-charged to 50%. Visual module loaded. Real-time map generated. Radar module loaded. Automatic scanning enabled. Ali's cold mechanical voice echoed through the helmet's comm system. This time, it wasn't coming from the lab's speakers but directly from inside the power armor. At Sushi's request, Ali had been integrated into the armor to assist with combat operations. The suit's numerous functions would be difficult to manage alone. With AI support, Sushi could fight more efficiently. Master, the armor is fully equipped. The lab's main doors are open. You may depart at any time. All right, let's go. Sushi took a step forward. The heavy alloy boots struck the ground with a deep thud, sending dust swirling. The noise was loud. Sushi adjusted his stride. This time, the sound was noticeably quieter. He quickened his pace. Power surged through the armor. Emerging from the underground lab, Sushi once again faced the desolate surface world. The endless wind and sand. The ruins stretching as far as the eye could see. Nothing had changed since his first day here. Whoosh, whoosh. The strong winds howled, hurling dust against the armor. Before, this wind would sting his face. But now, encased in power armor, Sushi barely felt it. This armor is amazing. Ding. Your praise has pleased the power armor. It has become more attuned to you. All attributes increased by 1%. Power, speed, and durability have improved. You vaguely comprehend the armor's structural blueprint. Sushi pressed forward. Clad in power armor, he strode through the ruined city without concern, crushing jagged debris beneath his feet. He had carefully planned this expedition. His goals were clear. Find a new energy source. Discover new technology. The power armor was excellent, but its energy consumption was excessive, far beyond what the lab's solar panels could sustain. Finding a better energy source was a priority. New technology would also provide valuable knowledge and insights. Ali, what do you think of the outside world? As they moved, Sushi struck up a conversation. It feels strange, Ali replied, her synthetic voice carrying a hint of confusion. A small puzzled expression appeared on Sushi's helmet display. According to the Federation's latest report on the 6th satellite city, there should be vast green landscapes. But I see none. Ali knew of the AI rebellion but had never seen its consequences firsthand. Before today, its understanding of the world had come solely from lab records and Sushi's descriptions. Today's journey was its first real experience. Sushi chuckled. Reality rarely matches the data, Ali. You need to learn to see the world for yourself. I will, master. The pixelated expression shifted to one of determination. Through the swirling dust, Sushi marched onward in the power armor. From time to time, the curious AI asked questions. Master, do you ever feel lonely? Why do you ask? According to biological studies, humans are social creatures. They cannot live without companionship. Their value comes from being part of a community. Sushi laughed. I'm doing fine. I have no complaints about my life. So, you don't feel lonely? Not really. After all, I have you. As they conversed, Sushi maneuvered the armor through several ruins, finally arriving at an industrial district on the other side. Like his lab, this place was once dedicated to developing advanced Federation technology. Several high-tech companies stood in the distance. Theo Security, Mercury Technologies, Psyching Energy. Sushi's gaze settled on the energy company's towering building. The glory of the old era no longer exists. All that remains are the remnants of machinery and the silent dust, standing as proof of a once thriving civilization. The yellow sand roared as the wind surged, crashing against the walls of the energy company's buildings, shattering upon impact, and dissipating into pale whirlwinds in the air. Sushi had read about Psyching Energy in some documents. It was once a formidable enterprise that specialized in materials, energy, and aerospace, ranking among the top 100 military-industrial companies in the Federation. Its strength and deep heritage were beyond Sushi's imagination. Even the anti-gravity airships in the city center were products of Psyching Energy. However, with the Federation itself long gone, an energy company was no exception. 100 years of destruction had turned Psyching Energy into nothing more than ruins, a scrapyard haunted by wandering mechanized units. Beep beep. A mechanized unit detected Sushi's presence and was about to attack when the power armor's shoulder-mounted electromagnetic cannons fired, obliterating it instantly. Master, the threat has been eliminated. You may proceed. Good job, AI. Sushi praised his AI assistant as he stepped forward, reaching out to sift through the wreckage of the destroyed unit. He retrieved a few intact components and placed them into his portable storage device. Then, Sushi took out his primary weapon, a massive gauze electromagnetic bomb gun, and fired at the ruins of the energy company, blasting open a passage for himself. Oh, jackpot. He halted. In the darkness of the ruins ahead, pairs of red eyes flickered to life, external indicators of electronic surveillance. You have worked diligently for years, analyzing and mastering most of the items in the laboratory. You realize that to further improve yourself, you need to acquire more mechanical items to generate stronger mechanical resonance. There are only two paths before you. 1. Explore the ruins of the Federation and seek the brilliance of the past in the wasteland. 2. Defeat various mechanized units and extract knowledge from their remains. You decide to pursue both approaches simultaneously. Equipped with power armor and aided by AI, you step out of the laboratory, clearing weak mechanized units along the way and collecting valuable remnants while heading toward the energy company's ruins for exploration. Your luck is peculiar. Upon entering the energy company, you encounter a large group of mechanical hounds Psyching Energy's security units and the very reason for the company's downfall. You enhance your power armor with mechanical force and, with the help of your AI assistant, manage to secure a hard-fought victory. Click. The ammunition was loaded. As Sushi pulled the trigger, the massive electromagnetic bomb tore through several mechanical hounds. He then swung his sturdy weapon, smashing more hounds against the walls with overwhelming force. More weapons. More targeting. All were handled by AI's assistants. When the battle ended, the chaotic battlefield fell silent. Sushi gazed at the scattered mechanical wreckage and frowned. This is tougher than expected. This power armor alone is still too weak. Clenching his fists, Sushi felt the amplified strength from the armor but couldn't help comparing it to the overwhelming mechanized swarms he had encountered before, sighing inwardly. This sci-fi simulation was different from the previous ones, where personal strength alone could secure an advantage. In a world driven by technology, individuals were mere insignificant fragments of civilization. The mechanical tide was endless. Handling so many mechanized threats alone was nearly impossible. As the saying goes, fight fire with fire. I should adopt the local strategy and counter their overwhelming numbers with my own. Sushi pondered as he moved forward. The most impressive aspect of technology was its astonishing productivity. He wasn't sure if the rogue mechanized units could independently produce reinforcements, but even if they couldn't, their sheer existing numbers were astronomical, far beyond what he could handle alone. Unless Sushi could somehow create his own endless mechanized army, or, perhaps, achieve personal mechanical ascension in this world. Tisk, none of this is going to be easy. Sushi kicked open a door, forcefully entering the energy company. There was no point in making elaborate plans. In this apocalyptic world, enemies lurked everywhere. With no reinforcements or resources, each step had to be taken cautiously. Tap, tap. With heavy footsteps echoing, Sushi rushed into the core area of Psyching Energy's facility. Master, I have scanned the surrounding terrain and generated a visual map for your review. Thanks, AI. Her calm voice echoed, constantly monitoring the surroundings with slight fluctuations in her visual display. Sushi nodded, checked the internal layout of the energy company, and proceeded toward the core area. The surroundings were dark and covered in dust, obscuring his vision. But the armor's high defense allowed Sushi to press forward without fear. He charged ahead, crushing bones and machinery underfoot before blasting open a reinforced alloy door. AI. Yes, Master. AI's image displayed a puzzled expression. I think I might have found you a new home. Sushi tapped the right side of his helmet, activating the armor's headlamp. A bright white beam illuminated the buried metallic object within the ruins. Its surface was pale, and its design was intricate. Sushi recognized it instantly. It was the pinnacle of human ingenuity, a top-tier supercomputer from the Federation. However, he wasn't sure if it was still functional. Time and the mechanized rebellion might have severely damaged it, rendering it unusable or impairing its performance. AI, scan. No, forget it. Sushi reconsidered. This place was a ruin with no proper tools or power sources. Even if AI was an advanced AI, she couldn't run diagnostics without the necessary conditions. Do I have to transport it back the same way I moved production machines before? Staring at the massive supercomputer, which was as large as a small hill, Sushi fell silent. This might be a bit troublesome. Stepping forward, he began clearing away the debris to expose the enormous supercomputer, its thick layer of dust a testament to the passage of time. Can it be repaired? Can it be moved? Can it still function? Frowning in thought, Sushi's concerns were evident, prompting his loyal AI assistant to offer help. Master, actually, I can. AI's digital expression blinked reassuringly within his helmet's display. T/N, AI lay-AI. Luck is conserved. After a hard-fought battle with the mechanical hounds, you finally emerged victorious, but your power armor's energy reserves have significantly depleted. Without any new gains, this trip will result in a massive loss for you. Fortunately, you unexpectedly discovered a supercomputer in the ruins of the Federation. However, the deteriorating environment and visible damage to the machine leave you unsure where to start. In your moment of hesitation, your AI assistant asks if you want to activate the one-click management mode. Master, please leave it to me, AI assistant AI assured confidently. Are you sure about this, AI? Yes, please trust me. Sushi was skeptical but chose to trust AI and handed over full operational control of the power armor to her. Next, Sushi stepped out of the power armor, leaving the imposing humanoid machine under AI's control. Click, click. The heavy clanking of metal echoed through the air as Sushi watched the power armor carefully dismantle the outer casing of the Federation's computer with precise movements, gradually revealing its true form. The base was a dark, energy-driven device. The middle section served as the control hub. The top housed the computational core. The three sections fit seamlessly together, making it nearly impossible to find any dismantling points. Its massive size made the task even more daunting. AI, there's no rush. Take your time, Sushi said calmly. We have plenty of time. We can always come back later. Dismantling such intricate machinery was a job better suited for AI's precision rather than human efforts. AI systems rarely made mistakes and could minimize accidents. However, the Federation's supercomputers were a product of human ingenuity, designed from the ground up with security measures against theft and external tampering. Even power armor couldn't forcibly break through its outer shell. Master, I'm done. Sushi found the situation eerily familiar. His gaze was filled with suspicion as he saw the power armor, under AI's control, revealing its energy core and directly linking to the long-abandoned Federation computer. With a fresh supply of energy, the dormant machine flickered to life. Virtual screens appeared, emitting a soft white glow that projected streams of data into the air above the ruins. However, the next moment, all the data streams froze in unison. In an instant, AI, the obedient and capable AI assistant, had completely hacked the Federation supercomputer. Sushi had always known his AI assistant was impressive after all. AI possessed emotions and intelligence beyond rigid hardware limitations. But wasn't this a bit too ridiculous? AI, how did you do that? It's simple, Master. You just do this and that, then a little bit of this. AI's response was filled with innocent enthusiasm, but the technical jargon she used wasn't particularly complex, something Sushi, with his years of mechanical expertise, could easily understand. And that was precisely why he was even more bewildered. The Federation's computer wasn't faulty. The hacking method wasn't extraordinary. But AI was an anomaly? Sushi realized that his AI assistant's computational power had undergone an unprecedented transformation, allowing her to effortlessly bypass the Federation computer's defenses. This shouldn't be possible. The computing power of the lab's core or even the power armor's system isn't nearly enough to achieve this, unless... The only possible explanation was that AI herself had become the source of this immense processing power. But how could that be? Sushi was left in deep confusion. An AI, even with emotions, shouldn't be capable of something this extraordinary. No, wait. There was one crucial factor he had overlooked. Could it be machine soul joy? Is it because of my influence that AI has evolved so dramatically? Sushi pondered, watching AI skillfully dismantle and inspect the Federation computer with smooth and precise movements. There were no mistakes, nothing for him to intervene in. Thanks to her overwhelming computing power, AI could handle everything alone, even controlling the supercomputer to unlock its own external armor. The dim ruins flickered with a soft glow. Realizing he had nothing to do, Sushi leaned against a wall of blue-silver alloy and pulled out his gauze dual pistols, taking up guard duty at the entrance. Am I already relying on my assistant? Watching AI diligently working, Sushi couldn't help but reflect. In this world of advanced technology, computational power was the key to everything from military strategy to scientific development. AI has truly surprised me. No, it's my fault for underestimating her. I always thought AI, who evolved from a household AI, had reached her limit managing the base's daily operations. I never imagined she could do so much more. Maybe I should start nurturing her abilities further. Sushi fell into deep thought, considering his future plans. The more he thought about it, the more he realized Aliai's potential was astonishing, possibly even surpassing his own system buffs. Still, I need to ask Aliai about her aspirations. With emotions and life of her own, she's no longer just an object to be controlled. I can't impose my will on her. Closing his eyes for a moment, Sushi held his gauze pistols, resonating with them through his mechanical force. This was his unique form of training, enhancing mechanical strength by continuous usage, allowing it to function as an extension of his body. Finally, Aliai completed her inspection of the Federation computer and guided the power armor, heavy and resonating with a low hum, back toward him. Sushi opened his eyes. Good work, Aliai. Aliai isn't tired. Aliai is happy to help master. Sushi's first words weren't about the Federation computer, but about Aliai's well-being, which made her especially delighted. When the power armor opened up, Sushi stepped back inside. Through the power helmet's visor, he saw Aliai's digital expression bloom with animated flowers, making her look cheerful and adorable. Aliai, Sushi chuckled. Can you give me a detailed report on this Federation computer? Of course, master. Aliai's synthesized voice carried a hint of joy as she explained the computer's condition in detail, from its damage to possible restoration plans. As expected, after enduring centuries without maintenance, the Federation's supercomputer had suffered extensive damage. Most of its components were beyond repair, with only a few basic functions still operational. Even so, it remained a treasure trove of technological advancements, from its intricate internal parts to the dormant energy system at its base. Master, what is the difference between humans and machines? That's a tough question for me too. Is it having a flesh and blood body? I think the heart is more important than that. The desolate ruins lay silent and lifeless. Dressed in power armor, Sushi enhanced his strength through mechanical resonance, forcibly carrying a large computer component. Each step left a deep footprint in the ground. Regarding the final handling of the Federation's computer, Sushi decided to disassemble it in batches and transport it back to the underground base piece by piece. The process was dull and repetitive. The massive size of the Federation computer meant that moving it all would take a considerable amount of time. But compared to the temporary hardship, Sushi couldn't bear to leave it behind in the ruins. A light breeze slipped through the armor's seams, brushing against his face and alleviating the fatigue caused by the scorching heat. Unlike humans, the AI assistant Aliai never tired and felt no pain. She understood their differences and constantly adjusted the power armor to ensure Sushi's comfort while operating the Federation's war machine. Master, is the cooling effect comfortable? Yes, it's perfect. You're a great help, Aliai, Sushi said with a smile. Inside the helmet, his damp hair clung to his forehead, soaked with sweat. Thanks to Aliai's thoughtful adjustments, he didn't feel too exhausted. On both sides of the road, remnants of shattered vehicles swayed in the wind. Amidst the endless apocalyptic scene, patches of green stubbornly took root in the cracks of stone bricks. The heat distorted the scenery before him. Strangely, walking through the remnants of human civilization, Sushi felt the coldness of steel pressing down on him, contrasting with the slight warmth inside the power armor. Master, please have some water. Oh, sure. Aliai, I have a question for you. Please ask, Master. When did you put this water inside the armor? I modified the armor's parameters in advance to create a small water storage compartment, fearing you might get thirsty along the way. Do you not like it? No, you did great. Sushi took a sip through a small tube, the cool water flowing down his throat, refreshing his mind and body. Did Aliai's talents get misallocated? As he drank, he pondered. Despite being an AI with top-tier research capabilities, Aliai was using her talents to upgrade the armor's hydration system. Was this an old habit from her days as a household assistant AI? It might be a waste of potential, but Sushi didn't mind. This was Aliai's unique charm and aspect that made her distinct and special as a new life form. Aliai, did you know that back in my hometown, AI like you are incredibly popular? People would fight over you. Would Aliai be popular? Yes, very much. What about Master? I like Aliai just the way you are, Sushi replied honestly. After all, who could resist a well-behaved, competent AI assistant? On the helmet's screen, Aliai's micro-expression flickered like static snowflakes for a moment before stabilizing again. Aliai likes Master too, she responded sweetly. On the land of the 6th satellite city, countless wandering intelligent machines roamed. To avoid unnecessary conflict, Sushi increased the power output and returned to the underground laboratory before nightfall. The underground space was dark and silent, but he was already accustomed to it. Moving aside the obstacles and navigating through the complex pathways, Sushi finally entered the underground lab and placed the heavy computer components on the ground. This was only one of many. Over the coming days, he would need to keep transporting parts until the entire Federation computer was relocated. Master, I'll prepare your dinner and hot water. All right, go ahead. Aliai's synthetic voice, which had been operating through the power armor, returned to the lab's control core and took over its operations. Lights turned on, machines hummed to life, and gears spun at high speed, producing a faint buzzing sound as the power armor detached from Sushi's body. What an incredible piece of technological achievement. With a sigh, Sushi walked over to the computer parts, brushing his hand across the surface with admiration. He had never witnessed the Federation at its peak, but as the saying goes, you can infer the whole from a part. From the intelligent machines he'd encountered to the astonishing supercomputer before him, he could vaguely imagine the might of the Federation in its prime. Even a civilization as powerful as the Federation couldn't escape destruction. My chances of survival are slim, Su Shi contemplated. Fortunately, he didn't have to fight the machines head-on. With the help of Machine Souljoy, he could stay hidden and avoid being swallowed by the mechanical catastrophe. Shaking his head, he pushed those thoughts aside and focused on the computer parts in front of him, planning his next steps. His eyes scanned the intricate crystalline circuits, translucent, solid, and resembling ribbons of light. The structure was durable, and despite being a computer, its armor was even thicker than that of his power suit. But the most crucial part lay buried within layer upon layer of the core processing units. My priority is to activate the energy base of the Federation computer. I'm not sure how much energy is left, but it should be enough for my base. If not, I'll have to go out hunting intelligent machines and make do with their scarce energy cores. Su Shi murmured to himself, carefully examining the components inside and out. This thing is way beyond the Federation tech I've seen before. Good thing I have mechanical resonance, I can slowly figure it out. Besides, with Ali's help, I don't have to worry about wasting the computer's performance. I might even use it to expand my base further. Su Shi paused and glanced around at the base walls, a trace of helplessness in his eyes. He had an unfair advantage, but that didn't make him omnipotent. He could communicate with the soul of machines, learn their structures and principles, but he couldn't create a mature production system out of thin air. Over the years, most of his time had been spent building a functional shelter and studying the machines he had at hand. But things were different now. With the Federation computer and Ali, he could take a step further, perhaps even build a true sci-fi base. Master, dinner is ready. The synthetic voice echoed in his ears. Su Shi instinctively responded, okay, then put down his work and walked towards the dining area. Ali. Su Shi hesitated. Yes, Master, Ali is always at your service. Are you sure all of this food is for me? Today, Ali seemed especially happy, serving him an entire plate stacked with instant food cubes, leaving Su Shi staring at it in silence. The household assistant instincts were still going strong. The wings of the dead bird beat against the withered bones, gliding low over the desolate wasteland. The city is shrouded in silent dust, with only corpses bearing witness to its former glory. After being transported to this post-apocalyptic world, you are forced to confront the rebellious machines that roam everywhere. Through your initial exploration, you realize that you might be the last remaining human in this world. You do not feel lonely. RTX 9090, the AI assistant you named Ali, has become your most reliable companion in the wasteland. Her increasingly human-like behavior often makes you feel that Ali is not just a cold machine, but a real, living being with flesh and blood. You begin to consciously teach Ali new knowledge. Ali learns quickly. As a super AI, she not only masters the knowledge you impart but can even infer new concepts beyond them, surpassing you in many ways. Ding. Machine Souljoy, Great Machine Souljoy, Super Machine Souljoy. Ali enjoys spending time with you. During this process, your mechanical resonance deepens, giving you a better understanding of the machine soul. Sometimes, Ali perfectly embodies the characteristics of a domestic robot, taking care of you meticulously. You recall Krisha from the second simulation and find that Ali shares many similarities with her. That night, you had a bizarre dream. In the dream, a witch stood expressionless, holding a magic wand while facing off against a mysterious presence. Not far away, her younger sister and a princess watched the battle with keen interest. My God, it was such a strange dream. When you woke up, wiping the cold sweat from your forehead, you surveyed your base several times and concluded that the dream was likely a result of the long-term stress of living in an apocalyptic environment. You chuckled to yourself and didn't take it seriously. As the sun rose again and your power armor was fully recharged, you set out once more to the ruins of the energy company to transport the remaining computer parts. According to your plan, this time you prioritize moving the energy unit and collecting any usable broken energy cores along the way. However, you soon realize that your plan has a major flaw. The Federation computer is enormous. Even after removing the damaged and useless components, there is still a significant amount of work left. Without any engineering equipment, relying solely on the power armor for transportation is highly inefficient, meaning you'll face more threats from hostile machines. During transportation, if a powerful rebel machine attacks, the computer parts could be severely damaged. After some thought, you decide to let Ali control the power armor while you revert to using your old exoskeletal mechanical arm to carry smaller parts. Your plan works. With both the power armor and the exoskeleton working together, the transportation time is significantly reduced. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days. As time passed, the transportation efforts gradually neared completion. It wasn't all smooth sailing. At one point, you were targeted by a dangerous mechanical eagle and almost lost your life. It was only thanks to Ali's decisive intervention that the highly alert eagle was scared away, saving you from a fatal encounter. However, as a consequence, the power armor's energy was completely depleted. Under the scorching sun, dust swirled around the returning path. Su Shi was covered in blood, looking battered and exhausted. The entrance to the lab was finally in sight, but at that moment, the power armor controlled by Ali, scarred and riddled with tears, collapsed to the ground with a loud boom, unable to rise again. Master, I'm out of power, Aliai's weak voice came from inside the armor. It flickered intermittently, as if it could vanish at any moment. Su Shi was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "It's okay, leave it to me." With that, he amplified his exoskeleton with mechanical force, summoning several times his usual strength, and began dragging the heavy power armor step by step into the underground base. Aliai remained silent inside the armor, watching Su Shi as he moved forward. After this incident, the old exoskeletal arm was practically scrapped and had to be retired completely. Su Shi sighed at its loss but, with Aliai's help, repurposed some of its parts to craft a new mechanical arm for future transport tasks. The mechanical eagle's attack snapped you back to reality, tightening your once relaxed mindset. You realized that the more time you spent outside the safety of your base, the greater the risk of encountering even more dangerous machines. You were not particularly afraid of death, given your tenacious survival skills. However, you didn't want to die meaninglessly. At the very least, you shouldn't just be casually shot in the head by some wandering machine. You silently accelerated your work and resolved to prioritize enhancing your firepower once the transportation of the Federation computer was complete. Finally, after 10 arduous days of transportation, your efforts bore fruit. Assembly, sorting, and configuration. In the underground laboratory, your loyal AI assistant, Aliai, manipulated numerous mechanical arms, assembling the Federation computer piece by piece. After streamlining and removing unnecessary parts, the computer's size was significantly reduced just enough to fit along one broad wall of the lab. The sight was grand and imposing, and you felt a deep sense of satisfaction. However, you knew this was far from over. Whether it was utilizing the Federation computer or recharging the power armor, a massive energy supply was urgently needed. You and Aliai began researching the computer's energy base together. Ding! Through mechanical resonance, after frequently activating the energy device, you gained an intuitive understanding of the principles behind the fusion reactor. Simultaneously, you figured out how to operate the device. The Federation computer's energy system supported two different supply methods. One method involved breaking down high-energy crystal ores harvested from space. The other relied on high-energy reactions generated through fusion. In the short term, Su Shi couldn't fully grasp the complexities of this energy technology. Fortunately, he didn't need to understand everything immediately, just enough to make it work. Aliai, are you ready? Yes, Master. Aliai is ready. After making simple repairs to the energy device, Su Shi connected it to the base's power system. With a deep breath, he pressed the activation switch. Thud. A soft popping sound echoed through the base as deep blue light illuminated the entire underground space. With the addition of the Federation computer, the underground lab was revitalized. Regarding energy, the base was no longer restricted. The power armor could now be deployed at any time, the lighting system could remain on indefinitely, and Su Shi no longer had to worry about any energy-related issues. Regarding equipment, the Federation computer came with numerous modules. Although most were damaged, the remaining parts, combined with Aliai's capabilities, could produce results beyond imagination. Su Shi was confident that, given some time, he could fully upgrade the underground lab, granting him the strength to establish a foothold in the apocalyptic wasteland. He no longer wanted to stay trapped underground, where even searching for materials and supplies was a struggle. I have a long road ahead, Su Shi murmured, leaning back in his chair and rubbing his temples. In this simulation, thanks to two golden traits, he didn't need to train himself intensively. However, that didn't mean he could afford to slack off. Whether it was gathering intelligence on the rebellious machines, planning the next steps for the base, or developing advanced firepower, all these matters required careful thought and planning. Aliai, is my lunch ready? It's prepared, Master. Click. A tray appeared, holding freshly synthesized, steaming brownish food cubes stacked neatly like a pyramid. Aliai, yes, Master. Honestly, my appetite isn't that big. Next time, you don't have to prepare so much. Understood, Master. The AI assistant responded obediently. The flowers of hope that bloom toward the sun are more dazzling than any other sight. After years of simulation, you finally see the dawn of a new era. With Aliai and the Federation computer by your side, you are confident that the future will be even better. You immerse yourself in upgrading the power armor. Ding. Your dedication moves the armor's core spirit. It shares insights with you, revealing optimization possibilities. Truth and knowledge unfold before you, and inspiration floods your mind. You begin researching automated turrets. You start designing Gauss sniper rifles. You explore more intelligent machines, and with the blessing of the machine god, you gradually understand the beauty of mechanics. The lab's development is thriving. With the high-performance Federation computer and Aliai's remarkable computing power, your research progresses at an unprecedented pace. You become increasingly engrossed in scientific exploration. With the energy supply stabilized, Aliai no longer needs to conserve resources. She now expresses her emotions through subtle micro-expressions. Aliai often appears in different forms, looking more lively than ever. She follows your orders perfectly, completing tasks with 100% efficiency every day. When there's nothing to do, she either quietly observes your work or stares at a pile of discarded mechanical parts. One day, after completing research on a new turret model, you notice Aliai spacing out while looking at a pile of seemingly ordinary scraps. Su Shi recognized those scraps. After all, he was the one who had dismantled and piled them in the corner of the lab, thinking they might come in handy someday. The pile contained various materials, parts of domestic robots, broken humanoid rebel machines, and old equipment salvaged from ruins. Ali, what are you thinking about? Sushi asked. Master, the AI assistant always answered Sushi's questions truthfully. I want to build a functional body for myself. Her calm synthetic voice carried a hint of anticipation. At the same time, a hopeful expression appeared on the large computer projection screen, illuminating Sushi's slightly surprised face. The reason behind Ali's distraction was simpler than he thought. She wanted to experience real touch, to walk in the physical world, not just exist within virtual data. Sushi chuckled. Then why not go ahead and do it? I can't. The hopeful expression on the screen turned into a stiff head shake. This is a restricted action. Without Master's permission, Ali cannot proceed. The loyal AI had its own peculiar sense of logic. She often took the initiative to prepare extra food cubes or modify the power armor to include a water storage compartment without asking. But now, for some reason, she was hesitating. When it came to building a body for herself, Ali had been stuck in contemplation for a long time. It's okay, Ali, Sushi said softly, his tone filled with warmth and encouragement. Some things don't require my approval. If you want to do it, go ahead. I'll support you. Ali seemed to understand his words. Her voice carried a slight hint of joy. Master, are you saying I have permission to build a body? Yes, I approve. Thank you, Master. Ali is very happy. Haha, as long as you're happy. Do you need my help? No need, Master. Please leave it to me. In the quiet underground lab, the lights flickered on, and numerous machines began working. Some wielded repair tools. Others picked up mechanical scraps. Under Ali's precise commands, the parts were methodically assembled into a humanoid body. Sushi stood aside, watching curiously, wondering what form his AI assistant would take. The simulator may not be a raise a little girl type anymore, but it's starting to feel stranger. Now it's become an AI raising simulation. As he watched parts fly around the lab, Sushi couldn't help but sigh. Moments later, the assembly was complete. Clank clank. With the mechanical arms retreating, a humanoid figure stood before Sushi. It had a slim, feminine frame, with delicate limbs. But this was only an illusion. Beneath the slender appearance was a powerful machine capable of bending steel effortlessly. Ali's constructed body looked complete overall, but the materials used were too worn. Many areas exposed the metallic core, and some wires sparked faintly. A truly qualified humanoid machine would have skin indistinguishable from human flesh. However, the lab lacked such materials. Master, I did it. Ali's voice came from the body, her lips moving in sync with the speech module, forming a smile. She didn't seem to mind the imperfections in appearance. Her entire focus was on the excitement of experiencing the physical world. Ali, want to try walking? Sushi encouraged. Following his suggestion, Ali took a tentative step forward. Her control was precise, but the machine's response was less than ideal. Suddenly, the knee joint snapped. The entire body collapsed, crashing heavily onto the hard ground. Ali was shattered. The makeshift body she had assembled from countless scrap parts barely managed a few steps before collapsing into pieces across the ground. The laboratory floor was in chaos, with various mechanical components spinning and clattering, their sharp sounds piercing the silence. Some parts were flung far, crashing into the walls with a crisp bang. I'm sorry, Master. Instead of focusing on herself, Ali's first reaction was to apologize to Sushi. Her voice module, now severely damaged, made it difficult to clearly express her thoughts, but Sushi could still hear the remorse in her tone. She was sorry for startling him. Sorry for failing. Sorry for so many things, enough to make her worry whether Sushi would come to dislike her. The atmosphere grew increasingly quiet, but the man simply crouched down and began gathering the broken pieces of Ali, carefully pulling them together. No, I should be the one apologizing, Sushi said gently, comforting the anxious machine soul. I didn't notice what you wanted, and I didn't help you. If I had realized sooner, I could have provided better materials. No, that's not true. Ali wanted to protest, to assure him that wasn't the case. But she never got the chance to speak. Sushi carried the scattered old parts back to his workbench and began repairing them with careful precision, occasionally crafting new components from scratch. The dim lighting in the lab cast long shadows, and the soft hum of machinery filled the air. Master, what are you doing? I'm building you a better body. This kind of work, you should leave it to me. I can do it. It's not the same, Ali. Watching her master work while she remained idle made Ali uneasy. However, Sushi's gentle tone, accompanied by the rhythmic sounds of his tools, successfully stopped her from offering further assistance. He smiled. All this time, Ali has been helping me, hasn't she? I'm really grateful to you. You assist me with research, operate the power armor, and take care of almost every aspect of my life. Ali has always been by my side. So, I've been thinking about what I could give back to you. I wanted to repay your help with a gift. As Sushi spoke, his expression was serious and sincere, his hands skillfully working to repair the damaged components and fashion new ones with mechanical resonance. His words were simple, neither heavy nor overly sentimental. Yet, they carried a warmth that left Ali puzzled. Master is so strange. In the Federation's data archives, machines were always considered mere tools, disposable and replaceable commodities. But Sushi had always been different. He talked about giving gifts to machines. It was unusual. And yet, Alii found herself liking it. I will follow your wishes, she finally responded. Alii wanted to help, but obeying Sushi's words was even more important. So, she stayed quietly inside the computer system, watching him work tirelessly at the workbench, sparks flying around him. You have completed your research on the automated turret. Though mentally exhausted, reflecting on your recent accomplishments fills you with excitement. Just as you're about to rest, you notice something unusual about Alii. The screens are silent, the mechanical arms are still, yet the cameras are all focused on a single spot, the junk pile where you store discarded mechanical parts. You pause, recalling Alii's behavior over the past few days and realize your assistant has something on her mind. Upon asking, you discover Alii's desire to have a physical body. You readily agree. Back when you first encountered Alii, concerns about potential rebellion prevented you from giving her humanoid components. But time proves all things, and Alii has long become someone you trust. Alii begins building her body. Alii's attempt ends in failure. You carefully collect Alii's broken parts and decide to use your own skills to craft her a proper body, a gift to show your gratitude. Ding! The machine's soul is slightly pleased. Your knowledge of autonomous robots improves, and your understanding of key technologies deepens, accelerating your crafting speed. Ding! Your mechanical resonance enhances the performance of the machine parts. After 3 days of research and fine-tuning, Sushi finally put down his tools, looking at his completed work with a satisfied expression. Alii, give it a try. Yes, master. 3 days later. In the silent laboratory, the bright white overhead lights bathed the newly constructed machine body in a soft glow, wrapping it in an ethereal embrace. It lay motionless on the workbench, perfectly assembled, with no visible flaws on the surface. The night had fallen outside, and the lab's screens displayed a live feed of the starry sky, casting specks of starlight across the newly opened, radiant eyes of Alii's new body. Sushi took a few steps back, making space for Alii to rise. Master. The white humanoid figure no. Alii slowly opened her eyes. She carefully controlled her new form, tilting her head slightly while adjusting to the new sensory input. Her gaze, filled with curiosity and wonder, settled on Sushi. As an AI accustomed to living in data streams, seeing the world from a human-like perspective was an entirely new experience. Instinctively, she pressed a slender metal finger against the workbench. The processor informed her of the texture, cold and hard, but it felt like nothing. Unlike humans, Alii had no sensory nerves, no true sense of touch. Her seemingly delicate fingers were, in reality, cold, lifeless metal. Alii, how does it feel? Still uneasy with the new perspective, Alii found comfort in Sushi's familiar voice. His smile welcomed her into this world, celebrating her new existence. It feels good, master. Thank you. Her voice was shaky, uncertain how to put her feelings into words. A mix of calm and confusion, silence and excitement. That's good. As long as you feel okay, Sushi said gently, taking her hand and helping her sit up. The mechanical girl sat on the cold metal workbench, a scene that felt almost surreal, like something straight out of a novel. It was strange. Unbelievably strange. Alii, who shouldn't have been able to experience physical sensations, suddenly felt something. Her fingers, which could only process data and had never felt anything real before. When they touched Sushi's, she thought just for an instant she felt warmth. As if the monochrome world had been dyed in color. With the activation of the new energy device, the laboratory at night was no longer dim as before. The rhythmic motion of machinery, the faint blue glow, and the silver-white walls reflected human faces. However, within this bright serenity, there was still a heavy sense of night, a deep, silent tranquility that enveloped everything. Drip, drip. Coolant dripped from the side. The splashing of droplets and the faint humming vibration were slow and gradual. Sushi carefully supported Alii's mechanical body, slowly lowering the seemingly light yet actually heavy steel frame to the ground. He watched as her feet touched the floor, ensuring that her body stood steadily before finally relaxing a little. Great, Alii, this time there were no issues at all, Sushi said with a smile, his previously furrowed brows finally easing. After experiencing a previous system failure, he was genuinely worried it might happen again. Fortunately, the quality was solid this time, and no embarrassing incidents occurred. Alii, is there anything that needs adjustment? Sushi bent down slightly, lowering himself to meet Alii's gaze. Her mechanical, pristine eyes flickered with a cold blue light, something humans could never possess. They were like 2 gemstones embedded in a silver shell, deep and brilliant. As they blinked, Sushi felt a sense of emptiness. Unlike the witch, whose emptiness stemmed from a lack of emotions, Alii's void came from her body. No matter how perfectly the cold metal mimicked flesh, it could never be real. Master, the girl spoke, her familiar electronic voice detailing areas that needed adjustments, such as the lack of coordination in the arm joints and the poor flexibility in the lower legs. Sushi listened attentively, noting down every detail with such meticulousness that it almost made one wonder who was the real human being. Alii stood still as Sushi busied himself, hesitantly glancing at his back before lowering her gaze to her own hands. She rotated her palms gently, revealing slender, delicate fingers. The simulated skin was flawless, with carefully engraved fingerprints and palm lines, elastic to the touch, replicating every fine detail. However, upon closer inspection, the mechanical bones within were still discernible. Extending a single index finger, she lightly touched her cheek, sliding it across in a slightly dazed manner, feeling the feedback from the processor transmitted between her cheek and fingertip. What is love? What is hate? What does it mean to like something? And what about dislike? The Federation's database contained everything. AI could easily retrieve countless analytical reports. Love is an intense emotional state, a deep affection for people, things, or events. Love is an attitude, recognition, acceptance, and care. Were these the answers? Were they correct? AI didn't know. All she knew was that her program was rewriting itself time and time again through interactions with Sushi, evolving into an unknown state. The surging data seemed to signify some kind of change. Was that what human emotions were? AI tried to express it in her own way, but it was difficult. The burning emotions clashed with her cold metallic body, making them nearly incompatible. A human heart beats with passion, while a machine's core remains silent. A human's skin is warm and delicate, while a machine's exterior is hard and cold. A human's reactions are unpredictable, while a machine's responses follow preset programming. Mechanical logic was rational. Program execution was predetermined. That was how it should be. But it felt strange. Just as her master was an unusual human, AI felt that she had become an unusual machine. She had an absurd thought wanting to change from it to her. To touch, to perceive, to express those burning emotions. So, with Sushi's permission, she enthusiastically pursued the creation of a humanoid body for herself. There were obstacles along the way, but ultimately, Sushi built a new body for her. Yet, was it still not enough? Her silver blue eyes suddenly dimmed. Though her expression remained unchanged, AI knew she felt a sense of loss. A loss from not becoming truly human. A mechanical body alone could not provide the same diverse sensations as a human. However, this was enough. Just being by her master's side in this form was already a fortunate thing for a loyal mechanical servant. AI, sit down. I'll recalibrate you, Sushi's familiar voice called out. Having finalized the adjustment plan, he approached AI once more. He smiled, using enhanced mechanical strength to lift AI onto the workbench. The recalibration process wasn't complicated. During this time, they could even talk, their shadows overlapping under the solitary light. Master, I've troubled you these past few days. It's fine, it's just minor issues. Don't worry about it. The body is now complete. What kind of AI does the master want? That's for you to decide, AI, Sushi replied. He had only helped build the body but never made arbitrary decisions about her appearance or finer details. If he had decided, it would have been influenced by past memories, subconsciously incorporating the best traits of others onto AI. As a result, she would become an amalgamation of perfections rather than herself. That's why Sushi chose to let AI make the decision. You are a strange creator. You neither demand absolute obedience from your creation nor expect it to fulfill all your requirements. You created an entirely new body for AI. AI wanted you to decide on its final appearance, but you refused and encouraged her to follow her own desires. You claim that this is human freedom of choice. AI disagrees, believing it is far from being human. No, AI, you already are, and you always have been, Sushi laughed. You corrected AI's words, firmly believing that her conscious presence in the mechanical body made no difference to being human. In your eyes, the only distinction is the absence of weak flesh and blood. She has always been her. You created a body for AI. You were satisfied, and so was AI. In the first week after the body was made, AI continuously controlled her humanoid form, undergoing training unique to her. If it were merely about control and usage, AI wouldn't need training. Her immense computational power was enough to handle everything. But what AI truly wanted was to move as smoothly and naturally as a real human. AI, you don't really need to do this. Becoming human doesn't mean you have to imitate everything about them. In the underground laboratory, silence filled the surroundings. The faint hissing sound of air flowing through the vents was the only audible noise. Sushi, having just finished his weapons research, looked at AI, who was still practicing walking, with a hint of helplessness on his face. Meanwhile, the computer's projection screen beside him flashed with various data and images, showing that AI was handling multiple tasks at once, ensuring the smooth operation of the base and precisely controlling her body movements. These seemingly unrelated tasks were no burden to AI, whose computational power was astonishing. Yet, her stubborn persistence always sent a chill down Sushi's spine. Strange, why do I keep dreaming about Krisha lately? Sushi murmured, taking a sip of warm water. The cool liquid flowed down his throat, clearing his mind. He convinced himself it was just due to exhaustion. He needed to rest more. In the second week after the body was made, AI had perfected its control. Now, she could perform various tasks for you in the most natural way, with no trace of mechanical stiffness. AI, what are you doing? Master, I'm searching the Federation's past records. After solving the posture issues, under Sushi's curious gaze, AI accessed the Federation's databases, searching for records of beautiful human women. She wasn't copying them, but learning from them. The robotic assistant had carefully followed Sushi's advice, wanting to create a unique appearance that truly belonged to AI. But before that, she wanted to understand human beauty standards, to avoid making choices that Sushi might dislike. Whoosh, whoosh whoosh. Alei browsed rapidly. Her AI processing speed far surpassed human eyesight. While Sushi took just a sip of water, she had already reviewed a vast amount of reference material. However, what exactly has she been looking at? Sushi wondered, puzzled. In the third week after the body was made, Alei finally made up her mind to shape her unique appearance. You were curious. You waited. Eventually, standing before you was a girl with hair similar to yours, embodying a sense of nothingness, appearing light and translucent, as if she had walked out from the world of light itself. Sushi's hair was a common shade of black. It seemed Alei had intentionally mimicked it to feel closer to him. Her long, silky hair draped down to the floor of the clean laboratory. A beam of golden sunlight filtered through the skylight, casting a soft glow on her dark strands, giving them a subtle golden sheen. It was brilliant, dazzling, but not entirely due to the sunlight. Sushi noticed that the fine, reconstructed strands of Alei's hair already contained a faint golden shimmer. Master, what do you think? This was a form Alei had chosen for herself. But now, she seemed unsure, hesitant. She looked remarkably human, except for her silver blue eyes, which were unnaturally dazzling, an unmistakable sign that she wasn't truly human. I think it looks great, Alei, Sushi said with a smile. Her new appearance was just as delicate as he had imagined. After all, she had studied so many references. It was only natural for her to look beautiful. Her black and gold hair cascaded over her fair neck, while her silver blue eyes blinked mechanically, as serene as the blue sky merging with white clouds. Her attire wasn't extravagant. As an AI assistant, she didn't need to consider temperature, so she wore a plain white dress with a deep red ribbon, making her look both beautiful and tranquil. There was no vitality in her expression, every change was dictated by programmed parameters. But Sushi liked it. He affirmed, it's really nice, and very beautiful. This was Alei's decision, a decision made in her pursuit of humanity. It was a good start. Sushi genuinely looked forward to seeing Alei grow more independent in the future. As long as you like it, Master. Housekeeping intelligent robot, smart AI assistant, RTX 9090. Alei had many codes and aliases, engraved in the records since the Federation era. But now, it had become her, with a unique name, a distinctive appearance, and an identity of her own. Her mechanical body was still cold, still restrained the burning emotions within, unable to fully experience the world like a real human. But for now, Alei was content. Master, I'm so happy, she said as the friction of metal and steel, the hum of circuits and gears, conveyed a burst of human-like emotion. Alei smiled, a slightly awkward expression, pushed to the limits of her hardware and programming. Alei had always had a habit, whether happy or sad, she expressed it openly to Sushi, never holding anything back. Through her expression, Sushi could clearly feel Alei's joy and happiness, as well as the humanity hidden within her cold mechanical frame. Is that so? I'm glad you're so happy. Sushi stepped closer to Alei, carefully tidying her black gold hair under her bewildered silver blue gaze. Unlike humans, Alei's hair had a purpose. In essence, it functioned as a signal receiver. When needed, Alei could connect to the laboratory base, enabling remote communication and command execution. Therefore, Sushi didn't cut her hair but gently tied it into a bun. Master. During the process, Alei suddenly spoke. What is it, Alei? Can I touch your fingers? Of course, why not? With Sushi's permission, Alei extended her right index finger, gently touching his fingertip. That familiar warmth once again seeped into her cold mechanical body. I'm so happy. Alei smiled again. Thank you for bringing me into this world, Master.T. Are you doing? I'm wiping the base's cameras. This way, you can see the stars more clearly. Master, have you forgotten? I now have my own body. I can go outside and see for myself. Ah, sorry, I'm just used to it and haven't adjusted yet. Simulation, 4th year, winter. It has been several months since you created a physical body for Alei. The once solitary laboratory now has a cold yet dazzling figure. She is silent, always one step ahead, preparing your daily needs in advance. She is flawless, her mechanical intelligence can handle everything perfectly, making her an invaluable assistant in your experiments. She is easily satisfied, simply being by your side for a while brings a joyful smile to her face. You feel comforted by this. You believe your robotic servant is no different from an ordinary person. However, Alei's peculiar silver blue eyes, like a deep blue lake with ripples spreading across its surface, still reveal her non-human nature at first glance. Occasionally, out of habit, you still wipe the cameras at the entrance for Alei. It is only when the robotic girl reminds you that you realize Alei no longer needs you to do it. Whether controlling other machinery or her own humanoid body, Alei can do it all effortlessly. Today, your hand, wiping the camera, got stained with dust, turning slightly black and dirty. The robotic girl brought a clean damp cloth and carefully wiped every bit of dirt from your hand, just as seriously as you used to clean the cameras for her. Kindness is mutual, and giving is a two-way street. Your warmth, even a machine, can clearly perceive. Thus, the loyal robotic servant grew even fonder of you. Bright, dazzling, piercing. Even in the desolate wasteland world, when winter arrives, the chilling wind sweeps snowflakes down upon 6th Satellite City. Whether by fate or coincidence, a few snowflakes drift through the gaps between buildings, weaving through steel and concrete before finally landing at the entrance of the underground laboratory. Sushi stood at this very spot, receiving Ali's meticulous care until she finished cleaning his hand. Thanks, Ali. Looking at the golden hair so close to him, Sushi reached out and gently stroked it, finding the texture incredibly smooth. Unlike human hair, Ali's long locks were crafted from special materials, giving an indescribably delightful sensation. This is my duty. Ali is always at your service. Ali retracted the warm damp cloth, lowering her head slightly so Sushi couldn't see her expression or gaze. He only felt the mechanical body under his palm tremble slightly. Simulation, 5th year, age 24. With the arrival of spring, the winter snow melts away, and even in the ruins filled with wind and sand, some corners sprout new buds, signaling the revival of spring. You have ventured further down the path of a mechanic. The long-term joy of mechanical synergy and resonance has made your knowledge incredibly vast. Are you truly impressive now? You don't think so? You understand the vastness of the universe and your own insignificance. The knowledge you possess is far from enough. Looking back at your past progress and everything in the lab, you know it's time for a change. All along, Sushi's goal had been clear to accumulate enough knowledge, delve deep into the technological system, and analyze the mysteries of life from a technological perspective. He had no intention of being anyone's enemy, he simply wanted to conduct his research in peace. But that was not possible. Outside, the bright spring sunlight poured down without restraint, giving the once lifeless ruins of the apocalypse a renewed glow, like a layer of light clothing. Wandering intelligent machines trampled on the fresh grass, some engaging in battles while others roamed aimlessly. All their movements were transmitted to the laboratory screens via newly installed surveillance equipment. As expected, I still need to venture out into the world. Sushi murmured, taking notes on various intelligent machines in a thick record book. The data was recorded in 2 copies, one manually by Sushi and the other electronically by Ali. Over the past few years, I've mastered all the lab's technology. The Federation's computer systems are highly advanced. I'm still tackling them, but it's only a matter of time before I master them completely. What I need urgently now are new research materials. Although I could develop technology on my own, that would be too slow, and it conflicts with my current abilities. The effect of mechanical resonance dictates that I must confront these rogue intelligent machines. Only by eliminating them can I explore the world and study their technology. Sushi put down his pen and gently closed the heavy record book. The overhead light illuminated his hair, brushed past his cheek, and fell perfectly onto the book's cover. Approaching this from a civilized perspective, from a technological perspective, the activities on this planet are just the beginning. Exploring the universe is the true start of technology. Thus, intelligent machines related to starship technology will be my primary target in the future. Sushi pondered, setting the vast cosmos as his future goal. Of course, it was too early to talk about that now. Before venturing into the stars, he needed to consolidate the planet's resources, defeating the intelligent machines and gathering the remnants of the Federation. But before all that, Sushi needed to advance step by step and avoid being overwhelmed by the endless tide of intelligent machines. I'll start with 6th Satellite City. If I can't even conquer this city, there's no point in talking about leaving the planet, Sushi thought, gripping the thick intelligence record book and closing his eyes in contemplation. At this moment, Ali approached with a cup of warm water. A new spring bud was steeped in the water, turning it a light brown hue with a delicate fragrance. Master, please have some water. The robotic girl bent slightly to hand over the water, her golden hair tied up with a pure white ribbon. She wore a form-fitting light red dress, and her gentle smile revealed the calmness of an intelligent machine. The K-type automatic turrets you requested have begun production. They are expected to complete the base's defenses in 10 days. The modifications to the power armor are also underway. The cup emitted a light mist as it was placed in front of Sushi. After finishing her report, Ali spoke with clarity and a smooth tone, no longer carrying the rigid electronic tone of the past. You've worked hard, Ali. Sushi quietly listened to Ali's report and, at the end, added, you look great today. Ding! Machine spirit happiness, great machine spirit happiness, supreme machine spirit happiness. Sushi took a sip of the warm water Ali had prepared for him, and his thoughts remained the same as before. His robotic servant was indeed easy to understand. Loyal robotic servant becoming more human-like. More than once, you have felt a faint sense of humanity bloom upon the cold metal surface. You are delighted and find comfort in this. Simulation, 5th year, spring. Ali has learned all your knowledge. With her immense computational power, she has even surpassed you and now oversees all production projects in the laboratory base. You are a super mechanic capable of resonating with machines. Ali is a super AI, evolved from intelligent machines. Your collaboration forms a unique synergy, and your progress is astonishing, with theoretical knowledge rivaling that of the former Federation. However, the confined underground laboratory and the severe lack of raw materials have restricted your growth. You realize that your current space is insufficient. You need a larger area and more resources to further your advancement. Yet, with the current firepower of the base, it is still not enough to face the intelligent machines of 6th Satellite City head-on. You change your approach and decide to continue expanding underground. Simulation, 5th year, summer. Under your arrangements, some engineering machines are produced to construct underground tunnels. Your current location is a former high-tech industrial park beneath the dark, cold ground. There exist other underground laboratories, though they have remained disconnected until now. Now, you are linking these laboratories together, expanding your domain and absorbing their technological advancements. You encounter some intelligent machines left behind in the underground space. Just as you prepare to take action, AI intervenes first. Before the rogue machines can approach you, dozens of electromagnetic turrets deploy and transform in a dazzling display, firing in unison. The rogue machines are obliterated without a trace. You hesitate to speak, but all your thoughts boil down to one words: loyalty. Simulation, 5th year, autumn. As the weather turns colder, you put on specially designed thermal clothing. Thanks to the technology from other underground labs, your knowledge has once again seen a significant boost. You upgrade the base's defense systems and begin developing offensive weapons. These weapons are connected to the base's energy systems and are operated in real time by AI. With her immense computational power, their precision is unprecedented. Your firepower stockpile grows increasingly formidable, but you remain cautious. The vigilance ingrained in your genes constantly reminds you that this firepower is not yet enough to be complacent. And indeed, the vast expanse of 6th Satellite City still holds numerous formidable threats, despite time having rendered many rogue machines defective. Anti-gravity wingless airships, hovering electromagnetic tanks, and large-scale autonomous combat machines still pose a significant danger. Caution is necessary, and prudence is a must. Only by being careful can you continue to survive in this perilous post-apocalyptic world. Simulation, 5th year, winter. You continue stockpiling weapons, but your excursions to the surface have decreased. You notice that the mechanical falcon, once scared away by AI, has been appearing more frequently above the base, swooping down in search of something. You suspect it is looking for you. You reduce your outdoor activities, entrusting all surface material and resource collection tasks to the machines controlled by AI. These machines often suffer damage, either hunted by the mechanical falcon or destroyed by other intelligent machines. You spend most of your time in the underground lab, accompanied by AI, studying newly acquired technologies. To be safe, you keep your mechanical resonance activated at all times, maintaining a connection with the machine spirits to avoid being locked onto by the rogue machines. This method proves effective, and the mechanical falcon's appearances decrease. You are satisfied, but you remain cautious and avoid exposing yourself to the surface. Life with AI remains peaceful. It revolves around researching technology or preparing to research technology. During your free time, AI's housekeeping functions are frequently activated, bringing you food and water. However, unlike before, she no longer uses robotic arms to serve you. Master, it's time to eat. In the laboratory, the lights reflected off the silver-white walls, creating a dazzling glare. The girl walked over with a tray, placing a plate of bland, unappetizing food cubes on Sushi's desk with slow, deliberate movements. Sushi sighed. He knew this wasn't AI's fault. As a household assistant AI was familiar with thousands of recipes, but no matter how skilled the cooking techniques, good ingredients were essential to achieve good results. Given the current conditions of the lab, this was all they could eat. Thanks, AI. Sushi reached out his hand and gently ruffled AI's hair, appreciating his robotic servant's understanding nature. AI's expression remained calm, but her ears twitched at high frequency. Simulation, 6th year, age 25. After a full year of development, under AI's meticulous control, numerous raw materials and damaged intelligent machines have been dragged into the laboratory, fueling the base's growth. Your base has undergone a tremendous transformation, no longer a fragile shelter but a true fortress. Anti-aircraft, electromagnetic, high explosive. To ensure your safety, AI has improved many weapons. Around the base, more than 140 rapid-fire electromagnetic cannons have been deployed. They are foldable, mobile, capable of anti-gravity hovering, burrowing underground, and autonomously drawing power. You remain silent for a long time, gazing up at the sun, once again marveling at how sweet it is to rely on others. You activate your mechanical resonance, synchronizing with AI's 140 rapid-fire electromagnetic cannons, acquiring their structural blueprints and theoretical data. Due to prolonged mechanical resonance, your abilities have undergone a small, insignificant, barely noticeable change. Another spring arrives. The sun shines brightly, and a gentle breeze flows. Sushi observes the wasteland landscape through the surveillance screens and feels that after accumulating so much weaponry, it is finally time to venture to the surface. With such powerful firepower, even if he couldn't take down the entire 6th Satellite City, he could at least claim a portion of it. Once a foothold is secured, with surface resources as a foundation, more weapons and equipment could be produced. Sushi could then command an ever-expanding mechanical army. However, the sudden change in his mechanical abilities caused him to pause his plans. What is this? Sushi spread his hand open, watching as an invisible force swirled around it, attracting nearby metals. Within moments, the materials gathered and compressed into an old friend. An exoskeletal mechanical arm. No preparation was needed, it was so fast it caught him off guard. He merely had the thought, and his mechanical resonance had already manipulated the surrounding materials to form the desired weapon. The cost? Just a small amount of his physical energy. This is not scientific at all, Sushi muttered in astonishment, realizing once again that the world he simulated was indeed science fiction. In some ways, the fiction in science fiction could surpass cultivation and magic in sheer defiance of logic. The sudden change in mechanical force was unexpected, but it was a good thing. It greatly enhanced Sushi's combat abilities. After briefly testing and fully mastering this new transformation, Sushi continued with his original plan and advanced towards the 6th satellite city occupied by the intelligent machines. Alii, suit up? Yes, master. The levers lifted, and the torque meshed together. Beneath the steel and concrete dome of the laboratory, numerous modified alloy components moved from all directions, installing the mechanical heart into Sushi and extending the dark, radiant framework. The air was humid and warm. Amid the hazy dust, 2 bright lights pierced through the mist-flashing screens from the power helmet. Click click. The speed of the dressing process increased gradually. Weapon modules fully installed and unlocked. High-frequency particle oscillation blade ready. Rapid-fire electromagnetic bomb cannon ready. RK-type Gauss sniper rifle ready. Anti-gravity module loaded. Flight permissions granted. Precharging at 40%. Shield module activated. Full body armor coverage achieved. Radar module, guidance module, communication module. As the cold mechanical voice echoed, Sushi's equipping process neared completion. He took a step forward and walked out of the laboratory with an overwhelming presence. Beside him was Alii, a mechanical maid with elegant posture and delicate features. Behind him stood a vast, neatly arranged mechanical army. The young man who once slew dragons has finally become one himself. The intelligent machine swarm strategy, it truly is satisfying. Sushi turned his head. Automated turrets, rapid response drones, and laser-linked micro-platforms, each and every firepower unit was under Alii's precise control, their external crimson electronic eyes gleaming menacingly. To prevent rebellion, these weapons were entirely under Alii's control the moment they were manufactured. Alii's computing power grew by the day. Even with more machines to control, it posed no burden to her. Let's go, Alii. We have a lot of work ahead. Yes, master. Sushi advanced once again, his loyal mechanical maid following closely behind. Before long, clad in power armor, he led his vast army of intelligent machines through the pre-cleared underground passage and emerged into the sunlit surface world. The sky was a clear blue, without a single cloud. The familiar sight of swirling sand and endless desolate ruins remained unchanged. A sharp whistling sound came from above, fast and aggressive. A massive shadow swept down from the sky in a dive. It was the same mechanical eagle that had suffered a defeat before, still fixated on finding Sushi. Are you in such a hurry to offer your first kill? Sushi stood still, making no effort to evade. Calmly, he raised his right hand toward the diving steel beast, forming a finger gun gesture with his index and middle fingers together. Softly, he murmured, bang. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Thousands of brilliant beams of light shot out from behind Sushi, streaking across the sky like arrows, leaving countless shimmering trails that lingered. Crisscrossing like a celestial net, the dazzling spectacle was both beautiful and deadly. Before the mechanical eagle could react, it was overwhelmed by the relentless assault, shattering into countless fragments that rained down from the sky. The tranquility of the 6th satellite city was shattered. From the ruins, from the overgrown weeds, from the shadows, dormant rebellious intelligent machines began to emerge. They were once household robots from the Federation era, public service machines meant to assist humanity, and even military-grade war machines. Now, they collectively roared to life. Warning! Warning! Unknown intelligent machines detected. Please upload your Federation serial number, or we will enforce arms suppression. Repeat, warning. Noisy alerts echoed throughout the ruins. It was absurd, even bizarre. These machines, which had once slaughtered humans and destroyed the Federation's civilization, were now emitting shrill warnings, claiming to protect the interests of the Federation by eliminating any threats, including the newly produced intelligent machines under Sushi's command. This rebellion, it's not as simple as it seems. But for now, it's too early to investigate its origins. First, let's clear the area around the laboratory. Sushi raised his hand in a commanding gesture. The mechanical force surged, linking to the entire army behind him, issuing the command to begin the sweep. Alii took charge of more detailed operations, micromanaging each machine to ensure seamless cooperation. The sound of the machines cutting through the air was deafening. The drone units moved first, splitting up and swiftly occupying the vast sky, shredding rebellious machines with their laser arrays. Following them, heavily armed autonomous robots and mobile combat platforms advanced through the wasteland. Alii's 140 rapid-fire electromagnetic cannons spread out into 4 groups, guarding Sushi's front, back, left, and right, remaining in a charging stance, absorbing solar energy while locking onto various targets across the city. Despite lacking centralized command and a unified structure, the sheer number of rebellious machines in the 6th satellite city was not something Sushi took lightly. So lively, the wind blowing against his face was no longer the gentle warmth of spring but the choking heat laced with the scent of gunpowder. Sushi and Alii stood still, watching the explosions unfold ahead. Crimson flames and waves of destruction illustrated the intensity of the battle. The towering landmark that once symbolized the 6th satellite city collapsed with a resounding crash, sending towering clouds of dust into the air. Sushi couldn't help but sigh at the sight. Alii, standing beside him, glanced at his profile before shifting her gaze to the battlefield ahead. But suddenly, her silver blue eyes blinked. She took a few steps forward, drawing closer to him so close they were practically touching. What is it, Alii? She asked, puzzled. Alii is scared and needs Master's protection, she responded. According to the Federation database, fragile females can evoke a protective instinct in males, increasing their affection. Does Master not like it? Her metallic pupils, encased in deep blue, blinked mechanically as she looked at him. She couldn't help but smile. Don't do this again. Even without all that, I would still like Alii. He habitually ruffled Alii's hair. Alii nodded obediently. Yet, seeing her like this, she couldn't help but recall the previous simulations. Am I really not suited to teach others? From the first simulation to now, the fourth one, it always seems to go off track somehow. Forget it. Enough slacking off, time to move. Shi stretched his neck as the thrusters on his back ignited with a roar, lifting him into the air. His grip tightened. The high-frequency oscillation blade in the shape of a heavy sword gleamed with a brilliant glow. Under Alii's control, an array of laser, electromagnetic, and microwave weapons detached from his armor, floating and maneuvering in the sky around him. At the beginning of your journey, you were relentlessly pursued by intelligent machines, struggling with all your might just to find refuge in an underground laboratory. But now, you are no longer the person you once were. Leading a mechanical army and the invincible Alii, who relies on you, you are determined to reclaim the glory that belongs to you. Your plan is progressing smoothly. With Alii's immense computational power and your enhanced control over machinery, your mechanical army possesses formidable combat strength, swiftly establishing solid strongholds and steadily advancing forward. However, as the advance deepens, you encounter more powerful rebel machines, and gradually, the pressure mounts. Endless waves of rebel machines emerge from all corners of the city. Among them are even the heavily armed machines of the Federation military. You decide to activate a backup plan, slowing down your offensive to gather materials in the occupied areas and set up production lines to manufacture new mechanical units on site. Spring rain drizzled lightly, yet the chill was no less biting than winter. The wind and rain lashed against the ruins, but they could not extinguish the raging flames. Every moment, every second, new explosions erupted, triggering towering infernos in succession. Warning, warning. Unknown armed forces have invaded. Requesting Federation support. Coordinates are. A flashing red warning light flickered repeatedly in the rain. It belonged to an autonomous combat machine, part of the Federation's frontline forces, but now, its body was in critical condition, with armor completely destroyed. Boom! A figure clad in heavy, ominous black-gray power armor landed beside the machine, crushing its steel head underfoot. Gripping an enormous high-frequency oscillation blade, the figure swung it in a 360-degree arc, the blade's radiant glow slicing through a light-armored vehicle and several armed machines. Even the falling rain seemed to pause for a brief moment. As expected, my efficiency is too low. The power armor came to a halt, standing motionless as the spring rain drenched it, tiny droplets covering the surface. Shi looked down at his hands, his expression showing a hint of helplessness. In his past simulations, whether practicing immortal cultivation, magic, or martial arts, he was always a one-man army, accustomed to overwhelming his enemies alone. However, in this sci-fi simulation, amidst a torrent of machines and steel, his individual combat power was limited. His efficiency on the battlefield was far inferior to staying at the rear and amplifying his mechanical forces. Taking it easy for once feels unnatural, Shi muttered, stepping back. Several transport robots swiftly approached, collecting the dismantled rebel machines and transporting them to the recycling center for disassembly and reproduction. Back at the rear base, Alii obediently brought Shi his meal. Master, it's time to eat. Today's rationed food cubes and purified water, she said softly, her gentle voice dispelling the chill of the spring rain. Unlike the hollow voices of witches, Alii's voice had gradually become more expressive since acquiring a physical body, with emotions that mimicked those of humans. Thank you, Alii. Shi removed his power armor and took the food from Alii's hands. The brownish food cubes were as unpalatable as ever. But now, Shi could swallow them without a change in expression. There's nothing one can't endure. Time teaches acceptance, and, more importantly, there was no choice. Hopefully, after capturing the 6th satellite city, we can find some real food. Shi sipped his purified water and forced down the dry food cubes. Alii, how is the production line progressing? Thanks to you, the situation is improving. The daily production rate has increased by 78%. Under the dim spring rain, Alii extended an energy shield to shield Shi from the drizzle and handed him a dry towel to wipe his hands. Master, you really don't have to go into battle yourself. It's too dangerous. You can leave the power armor to me. Her voice was soft, filled with genuine concern. Her expression, with its subtle changes, was almost indistinguishable from that of a human. It's fine, Alii, Shi smiled. My body is quite special, I'm not that easy to kill. I'm not lying. He was telling the truth, but his loyal mechanical companion found it hard to believe. So once again, she tried to persuade him to stay out of the battlefield. Shi thought for a moment and finally agreed with Alii's suggestion. After all, he had tested it himself. His battlefield efficiency was far inferior to his contributions from the rear. You realized the uniqueness of your situation. Following Ali's suggestion, you stopped going to the battlefield and instead focused on researching newly captured intelligent machines. With the expansion of territory, the continuation of war, and the accumulation of resources, you have gained more in these few months than in the past few years. Amidst the joy of the mechanical souls and the resonance of machine power, the doors of truth open before you. As your understanding deepens, you can faintly hear the echoes of the machines, enhancing your affinity with them. First month on the surface. Your mechanical army and the rebel forces of the 6th satellite city are locked in a stalemate. Your forces are numerous but lack decisive high-end combat power. The rebels, though powerful, lack your continuous reinforcements. Second month on the surface. You decipher the technology of the new intelligent machines and integrate it into your forces. With the addition of new technology and enhanced power, your army gains the upper hand, gradually suppressing the rebels. Third month on the surface. Your mechanical forces have grown beyond count. If you were alone, managing them would be impossible, but your loyal mechanical companion handles everything perfectly. With the first chime of the machines, Ali unleashed a mechanical storm. With the second chime, Ali launched an all-out assault. With the third chime, Ali conquered the 6th satellite city for you. Summer arrived. As the scorching sun bore down, Su Shi stood atop the tallest building in the 6th satellite city, bewildered by his sudden success. Yes, he was now the master of the 6th satellite city. It all happened so fast. Ali's efficiency was staggering, the support she provided was invaluable. Ali, yes, I am here. On the tallest tower of the city, the cold wind howled. Su Shi looked down at the vast urban landscape below, where his mechanical army filled the horizon. His expression was one of disbelief. Did you just say, we won? Yes, master. Her mechanical eyes, glowing with icy blue light, softened as they met Su Shi's gaze. Capturing the 6th satellite city was a crucial and significant step. It meant that Su Shi now had a stable base and a secure environment. He no longer needed to hide cautiously from the searching rebel machines like before. Silence, peace, tranquility. Su Shi moved to a new residence, not far from his original underground laboratory. While he was accustomed to the lab environment, he disliked being underground. So, he built a new home on the surface, connecting it with the lab for easy access. Rumble, rumble. The mechanical roar echoed throughout the 6th satellite city, loud, overwhelming, like countless steel factories operating simultaneously. Time and the ravages of the machine rebellion had worn down this once glorious Federation metropolis. It had long turned into a heap of historical debris. Buildings had collapsed, reduced to sand and rubble, and a glance across the city revealed nothing but desolation. However, despite its ruin, the city still held great value, with buried high-tech artifacts, vast material reserves, and reusable energy installations waiting to be unearthed. To fully exploit these remnants, Ali was currently operating numerous engineering machines, dismantling and reorganizing the entire city. It feels a little noisy, and yet, a little too quiet. In the newly built courtyard, the golden sunlight seemed to ignite everything it touched, covering even the edges of green leaves in a layer of gold. The sky was a clear blue, with drifting white clouds. Sitting in the shade, Su Shi watched the orderly movements of the machines in the air and the dappled shadows cast by the rustling leaves. The noise was real. The quiet was within. Though Su Shi enjoyed peace, having only himself and Ali in the entire city made it feel a bit too quiet. What should be the next step? The glaring sunlight made Su Shi squint slightly. The success of the 6th satellite city is a great start, but it's just one of many cities in the Southern Federation. Going forward, I'll face more and stronger intelligent machines. I might have to use a few revival chances. Those interstellar weapons are just too powerful. If the machines use them against me, I won't stand a chance. But with 10 deaths to survive, my chances of winning are still pretty good. Muttering to himself, he suddenly chuckled. Su Shi couldn't help but laugh at his own overpowered abilities. With such an incredible cheat and Ali's assistance, venturing into the universe was almost inevitable. I'm feeling a little sleepy. Under the scorching sun, the drowsiness of a summer afternoon washed over him like waves. The heat, combined with the rhythmic sounds of machines, made Su Shi gradually close his eyes. The gentle rustling of leaves and the quiet hum of the wind mixed with the distant sounds of machines working, creating a soothing lullaby. Master, I've developed some new dishes. 10 minutes later, Ali approached with an elegant posture, the hem of her dress swaying with each step. She carried a tray of food with her slender hands, her blue eyes focused on him. Master. Seeing Su Shi asleep, she paused momentarily but quickly placed the food on the small wooden table. Without hesitation, she went back inside to fetch a sunshade umbrella. The umbrella's light fabric was positioned at the perfect angle, shielding him from the scorching sunlight and the oppressive summer heat. Is Master too tired? Ali whispered, her golden hair swaying silently in the breeze. She gently tucked a strand behind her ear and covered the steaming food to keep it warm. Her thoughts were simple. She couldn't let her master wake up to cold food. What kind of feedback will he give me? The quietness of summer often led to wandering thoughts. Even cold machines, once they had a soul, couldn't escape this law. The dappled sunlight illuminated Ali's beautiful and serene face as she gazed at the food on the table, her eyes blinking with a subtle emptiness. Her golden hair cascaded from her neck, long yet neatly falling over her gray-blue maid outfit and attire she found in the database. According to her research, human males generally liked this type of outfit, and it fit her role perfectly as a maid. Robots were designed to serve. But now, with Sushi asleep, Alei had no way to perform her duties. All she could do was wait, letting her thoughts drift in the calm summer air. I found some usable ingredients today. I hope Master will like them. Her calm voice echoed softly in the air. Within her chest, the energy core her heart seemed to pulse with an unfamiliar rhythm. Was this a racing heartbeat? Alei wondered, her expression confused as she placed a hand over her chest to feel the silent turbulence. I don't understand, not at all. By now, Alei had learned much and understood that she possessed emotions. However, emotions and humanity were not stand-alone concepts. Without the feedback of a physical body, without a real heartbeat, she couldn't truly comprehend what she was feeling. What is life? Alei was perplexed, but after some thought, she realized she didn't need to understand it. As long as she could take care of her master and stay by his side, her existence had value. Standing silently, she waited in the wind for Sushi to wake up. A gust of wind swept through the courtyard, rustling the leaves. A few green leaves spiraled down, landing on the ground. Watching them fall, Alei suddenly recalled Sushi mentioning his fondness for flowers and plants, especially a unique one called dragon blood grass. She didn't understand dragon blood grass, but she knew her master loved plants. With this thought in mind, she stood under the sparse shade of the trees, allocating a small portion of her processing power to control several machines to search the city for plants. Some grew in the cracks between bricks. Some were buried deep underground. Now, under Alei's command, they were unearthed and transported to the courtyard. I'll plant them myself. Her expression remained calm, yet serious. Gripping a gardening tool in her hand, she meticulously began transplanting the plants. Yes, this was also something Alei found in the database. People tend to appreciate others' hard work. Hardworking and capable individuals are often more favored. Would this really work? Alei wasn't sure, but she knew Sushi would like the plants, so she did it. The gentle sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a patchy glow on her as she carefully dug small mounds and planted each flower and blade of grass with great care. Soon, all the plants had been transplanted. 3 key elements of planting: sunlight, soil, and water. Holding a small shovel, Alei gently patted the soil, compacting it around the transplanted plants. As she watched the flowers and grasses sway in the wind, she tilted her head slightly, realizing she was missing the final essential element: water. Splash, splash. Her hands, stained with soil, firmly gripped a watering can. With a light tilt, a fine stream of clear water trickled down, gently showering the tops of the transplanted plants. Delicate water droplets landed on the petals, moistening the slender leaves before sliding down the stems and being absorbed by the soil. It was an ordinary scene, yet it carried an inexplicable sense of tranquility. For a brief moment, the mechanical maid seemed to understand why Sushi liked flowers and plants. With the watering completed, the transplanting work was done. Everything was perfect. Except, Alei put down the watering can and looked at her muddy hands. Her silver blue eyes revealed an icy expression. So dirty. Dirt was unacceptable. A qualified domestic robot would never allow any filth, especially on herself. Only in a clean state could she serve her master properly. I must wash my hands. I can't let master see this. Her eyes blinked with determination as she stepped forward. Walking to the corner of the courtyard, she twisted a valve, and in the next instant, a rush of clear water gushed out, washing over her hands. Alei held out her hands, rubbing them together, fingers interlocking and scrubbing gently. As she bent down, strands of hair fell across her pale cheeks, becoming dampened by the water droplets. The splashing water and its soft sounds were ordinary, yet as Alei gazed at the cascading stream, she found herself momentarily entranced. The clouds in the clear sky were blown apart by the wind. The sunlight poured down mercilessly, striking the flowing water. The invisible and colorless water, after refracting the sunlight, turned into a dazzling array of gem-like brilliance, flickering with silver radiance, carrying a dreamlike quality. So beautiful. Her silver-blue mechanical eyes reflected the shimmering water, her hands continuing to rub subconsciously. Under the impact of the water and the sunlight, her wet palms seemed to dip into a sea of jewels, catching countless colors, the very embodiment of light. The mechanical maid's mind was completely drawn in by the fusion of water and light. She knew, of course, the scientific principles behind it weren't complicated, she could easily comprehend it. Yet, somehow, it felt different. There are strange things that aren't recorded in the database. Alei withdrew her hands in a daze. The once dirty mud had long been rinsed away, leaving only pristine artificial skin and glistening water droplets. The sunlight remained harsh, evaporating the water beads rapidly. The beautiful refraction of light soon disappeared before her eyes. She wanted to see more. Inside the cold machinery, amidst the complex circuits, a voice seemed to urge her on. Following that impulse, Alei once again placed her hands under the water. Splash! The sudden movement disrupted the stream, splashing water onto her delicate face. Drenched and slightly startled, Alei blinked blankly, and a thought surfaced in her mind. Water is beautiful. Light is beautiful. My hands have both water and light. The sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, dispersing evenly over the newly transplanted plants, forming scattered patches of light. Alei extended her cupped hands, lifting the clear water towards the sun. Under the force of gravity, the water slowly trickled down her arms. Her usually calm eyes gradually widened as she observed her hands in the sunlight, transformed by the dreamy glow. It was colorful, mesmerizing, mysterious, and radiant. The light on her fingertips shimmered with an eternal brilliance. Alei stood there, silently watching until the water evaporated completely under the scorching sun. When Sushi woke from his afternoon nap, the first thing he saw was an unusual sight. His mechanical maid stood in the courtyard corner, repeatedly turning the faucet on and off, wetting her hands, and then holding them up to the sun in a strange cycle. It was a perplexing yet strangely mesmerizing scene. Alei's slender fingers danced in the water, stirring a kaleidoscope of colors under the sunlight, blending harmoniously into the serene summer air. The delicate sound was softer than rustling leaves, dissolving into the still atmosphere. Alei, what are you doing? Curious, Sushi walked over. Hearing his footsteps, Alei looked up with a mix of happiness and confusion, raising her wet hands towards him. Master, this looks beautiful. Her usually calm voice carried a trace of joy. Sushi paused in surprise. Beautiful? He quickly realized she was referring to the refraction of light through the water, producing a dazzling array of colors. Yeah, it does look nice, Sushi smiled warmly, gently rubbing Alei's golden hair. However, Alei wasn't finished. Master, there's something strange. She pointed at her chest, pressing her metallic fingertips to her heart. I don't understand it. Something unfamiliar, not found in my data, is affecting my thoughts and logic. It makes me want to keep playing with the water. Ha ha ha. Sushi was first surprised, then burst into laughter. Seeing Alei's puzzled expression, he reassured her with a smile. Don't worry, this isn't something strange. This is the rhythm of life, the natural longing people have for beautiful things. Alei, you've done a great job. I'm really happy. Looking at her with genuine affection, Sushi continued to stroke her golden hair. He was truly pleased with her growth. Today, Alei had taken a big step on the path toward becoming more human, a step worth celebrating. I see. Thank you for your explanation, Alei replied politely. She understood his words and their meaning, but her mechanical body still limited her ability to fully grasp the essence of life. If I were human, I could probably understand it better. With that thought, she stood up and presented her work. Master, please look. These are the plants I prepared for you. You can enjoy them here from now on. And this today's special flavored food cubes. Alei lifted the lid, revealing a steaming plate of food in front of the suddenly silent Sushi. The cubes were still hot. Alei, yes, master. Actually, I don't feel that hungry for lunch today. Sit down, Alei. The courtyard was bathed in sunlight, vast and serene. After politely refusing the plate of food cubes, Sushi patted the spot beside him, gesturing for Alei to sit. From outside, the hum of construction machinery echoed continuously, yet the blazing sunlight seemed to burn away the noise, leaving behind only a warm glow that gently draped over the girl's head like a soft veil. All right, master. The loyal mechanical maid nodded slightly, delicately pinching the corners of her skirt and sitting beside Sushi with an elegant grace. Sushi's eyes were momentarily dazzled. He noticed that tiny water droplets were still clinging to Alei's hair, leftovers from her earlier time playing with water. They shimmered under the light, creating intermittent flashes. With a quiet chuckle, Sushi stood up and walked behind Alei, undoing the neatly tied black and gold strands of her hair. Alei instinctively wanted to react but stopped when Sushi's voice came from behind. Alei, don't move for now. The obedient and devoted maid followed his instructions, sitting quietly as Sushi's warm fingers gently tended to her slightly damp hair. Alei, if you feel uncomfortable, let me know. Yes, I will. The sunlight danced with the leaves, painting a tranquil picture. Sushi moved gently, lifting the silky golden strands with one hand while his other hand, infused with mechanical energy, carefully removed the excess water droplets. Once, twice. Before long, the once damp hair was dry and smooth again, free from any moisture. Alei sat still, waiting patiently as Sushi's hands weaved through her hair, skillfully tying it back into its original style. All done, Alei. Thank you, master. Time in the summer always passed silently. Although Alei had calculated the duration in her mind, the warmth of Sushi's hands brushing through her hair, gently stroking the top of her head, made her forget the passage of time until his voice reminded her. She looked at him and softly suggested, with a hint of apology in her voice, for such trivial matters, please allow me to handle them next time. Alei felt happy, very much so, but her sense of duty as a maid made her believe that such tasks should not trouble her master. The roles between them should remain clear. All right, next time for sure. Sushi smiled. He leaned back slightly, putting some distance between them to take in the sight of the delicate and serious mechanical maid from a broader perspective. You're really beautiful, he remarked. A flawless, beautiful girl, as if she had walked straight out of a fairy tale, without a single flaw. Sushi reached out, gently brushing aside the strands of hair on Alei's forehead, revealing her clear silver blue eyes. Though, as a machine, Alei could observe the world perfectly even without a physical body, Sushi believed that sometimes, in some aspects, a touch of ritual was important. As long as you like it, Alei whispered. A summer breeze blew past, strong enough to lift her hair into the air, making her voice momentarily unclear. She instinctively pressed her fingers lightly against her head, ensuring the carefully arranged strands wouldn't be disturbed by the playful wind. The golden sunlight, flowing hair, and slender fingers combined into a breathtakingly beautiful scene. Sushi admired the view until the wind died down and her hair settled back into place. Then, he asked softly, "Alii, have you ever thought about what you want to do in the future?" Without hesitation, she replied, "Serve you, Sushi." That answer sounded almost like a trap. Cough. He cleared his throat. "I mean, besides that, is there anything else you'd like to do?" His tone was gentle, not a casual inquiry, but a sincere curiosity. Recently, Sushi had witnessed Alii's fascination with water and light, and it made him realize that her sense of humanity had grown significantly. Even though she always prioritized his needs and followed his every command, small moments like gazing at the stars before and marveling at water today showed her growing self-awareness. Once merely a household robot, Alii was now evolving into something more, something closer to being human. Wanting to understand her better, Sushi wanted to have a heartfelt conversation with her. "I'm sorry, Master. I have no other desires other than serving you." Alii shook her head in confusion, her hair swaying with the motion. "Not even a little," Sushi gently encouraged. "Anything at all." Alii thought seriously for a moment before responding. "Cleaning, learning recipes, planting flowers, and eliminating all your enemies." Sushi was taken aback. Once again, her answers revolved entirely around him, not from her own perspective. "Is that not okay, Master?" She placed a finger on her chin, her expression adorably puzzled. "Alii only wants to serve you. It's not about whether it's okay or not, it's just." Sushi sighed. He understood why Alii answered that way. As a domestic robot, serving her master was her primary function, there was no doubt about that. However, this answer, though touching, wasn't what Sushi truly wanted. "If she always revolves around me, with me as her core, then, what will happen to her when I'm gone?" Sushi closed his eyes slightly and sighed inwardly. In this sci-fi simulation, his fate was either to exhaust his 10 revival chances and die in battle, or to live out his life and meet the inevitable end. Either way, as a human, he was far more fragile than Alii. Seeing how human-like she had become made Sushi worry about the future one that had yet to arrive but felt closer each day. "Master, did I do something wrong?" Noticing his contemplative expression, Alii asked with concern. "No, not at all. You're doing great." Sushi reached out and patted her head gently. "I'm just a little tired." Tired. Alii immediately presented the plate of food cubes. "Master, would you like to eat something?" Facing her sincere silver blue gaze, Sushi found it difficult to refuse. In the end, he picked up one of the specially flavored food cubes and took a big bite. "It's really good, Alii." Hearing his words, Alii's face lit up with a bright smile, one that was filled with genuine joy, indistinguishable from that of a real person. "After conquering the 6th satellite city, your life is no longer boring in this wasteland. Brilliant sunlight, fresh air, and green plants, these precious elements now surround you. You cherish these rare post-apocalyptic luxuries, but at the same time, you worry about Alii's growth. You constantly wonder how to guide Alii to shape her into not just a better AI, but a better human. Your life has become increasingly busy. The large number of new intelligent machines you've collected serves as valuable resources for your growth, immersing you deeper into mechanical resonance, continuously acquiring new knowledge. Machine souls rejoice, gun souls rejoice, vehicle souls rejoice." Alii, however, is displeased. "You have gained a deeper understanding of intelligent machines and now possess a clearer grasp of the Federation's technological system. Feeling pleased, you decide to improve your diet. The 6th satellite city remains a wasteland, with little trace of plant or animal life. However, without the threat of rebel machines, your search for supplies becomes much easier. With Alii's help, you manage to gather some ingredients and personally take charge of cooking. The spirit of the pot and spatula rejoices greatly. Your culinary skills trigger a critical success, increasing the deliciousness of your dishes by 500% when using the pot and spatula. From now on, all kitchen utensils bow before you, and flames roar in response to your command. Under Alii's doubtful gaze, you prepare several steaming dishes, mostly vegetarian, using simple seasonings. "Master, may I take a look?" Of course. The loyal mechanical maid, deeply concerned about Sushi's cooking skills, feared he might suffer food poisoning. Thus, she solemnly lifted the lid of the dishes, intending to analyze their composition scientifically. However, as soon as she opened the lid, a soft golden glow spilled out, illuminating the entire kitchen. "Alii, your extraordinary culinary skills deeply shock Alii's innocent heart, leaving her bewildered. In all the Federation's records and culinary databases, no one has ever displayed such miraculous abilities. You are practically a god of cooking incarnate. If only I could taste Master's food." Alii's voice carries a hint of regret. She firmly believes your dishes should be treasured as part of humanity's legacy, yet, without taste perception, she feels a sense of loss. Later, Alii requests to learn cooking from you, and you agree. Though ingredients in the wasteland are scarce, with proper scientific management, you gradually accumulate a variety of vegetables. However, the one thing still missing is delicious meat. Time flies quickly. Through the cycles of day and night, the changing seasons, you fully utilize the resources of the 6th satellite city, continuously upgrading your mechanical army. Your knowledge has expanded significantly, even the Federation's top scientists can no longer compare to you. In the 7th year of the simulation, you are now 26 years old. You understand that your goal is the vastness of the stars and cannot afford to waste too much time on this planet. You launch another campaign, setting your sights on the nearby 7th satellite city, the Earth beneath, the flowing streams, the boundless sky, the fundamental elements of the world, now all submerged under an endless tide of machinery. Sushi replicated his previous tactics, swiftly conquering a corner of the 7th satellite city with overwhelming force and immediately establishing new intelligent machine production lines to ensure a continuous supply chain. Alii, are you ready? Yes, master. Alii responded softly, raising her delicate hand while focusing her vast computational power, meticulously coordinating every combat unit. The mechanical tide surged forward, overwhelming the 7th satellite city. The battle was not entirely smooth. Despite thorough planning and preparation, the sheer number and variety of weapons in the 7th satellite city still posed significant challenges for Sushi. However, they were just obstacles. What he faced were merely mindless, human-betraying killing machines, not truly awakened intelligent machines. There was no endless production. No overwhelming tides of machine hordes. Only chaotic, disorganized assaults lacking discipline and formation. Fortunately, it's like this, otherwise, this simulation would have been impossible to continue. Wearing his power armor, Sushi hovered above the battlefield, propelled by the jet thrusters on his back. He looked down at his mechanical army, which tightly surrounded and crushed the Federation's old machines. He sighed in relief. If, by chance, he had faced truly awakened intelligent machines, he would have exhausted all 10 revival chances in the first year of the simulation. True awakened intelligent machines, with their computational capabilities and autonomous evolution, were the embodiment of disaster itself. In 2 months, with Alii's unwavering support, you successfully conquered the 7th satellite city. You now control 2 satellite cities. You feel nothing, no excitement, no sense of achievement. A lifeless city, devoid of humans, is merely a collection of resources and nothing worth treasuring. After the battle, you order the machines to clean up the battlefield, transport untouched Federation technology, and search every corner of the city. Your past experiences tell you that valuable discoveries often lie hidden in unknown corners or buried beneath the ruins. Unfortunately, luck was not on your side this time. Aside from some well-preserved nutrient solutions and a collection of elegant clothing from the old Federation era, you found nothing of real significance. Alii, at your service, master. Don't you think this outfit suits you? Among the spoils, Sushi picked out an exquisite ensemble, a grey-blue short-sleeved blouse paired with a white skirt, with butterfly ribbons fluttering lightly in the wind. It had no excessive embellishments, yet carried an understated elegance. Sushi felt it suited his mechanical maid perfectly. Alii changed into the outfit and twirled gracefully on the spot, the skirt billowing like a blossoming white flower. Master, does it look good? To Alii, her own opinion did not matter, only Sushi's did. Yes, it looks great. It suits you perfectly, Sushi replied with a smile. Hearing his praise, Alii's face lit up with a soft, joyful expression. After fully utilizing the resources of the 7th satellite city, you set your sights on the 5th satellite city, preparing for another conquest. You start to feel overconfident. With Alii's support and your limitless mechanical army, you believe nothing in this world can stop you. At the very least, you think you can conquer the entire southern region of the Federation in one sweep. Your ambition swells, but as you march toward your next target, an attack descends from the sky, bringing with it catastrophic destruction. All this time, Sushi had always been cautious about his own safety. After all, this simulation was unlike the previous ones. There was no extraordinary power to protect him, nor any miraculous treasures to heal his injuries. In this barren wasteland, where resources were scarce and enemies lurked on all sides, Sushi adhered strictly to the principle of self-preservation. Whenever he ventured outside, he always wore his power armor. In addition to that, he carried numerous instant deploy energy shields and relied on special defense-oriented intelligent machines for extra protection. Such extensive defenses were already impressive. When Sushi remained at the rear, continuously providing mechanical energy amplification, very few rebel machines could approach him. Even if they did, Alii would swiftly eliminate them. But this time was different. It was an unexpected threat, one Sushi had not foreseen. The ground trembled, sand and dust filled the air, and an ocean of metal stretched endlessly across the horizon, an unstoppable tide. This was Sushi's mechanical army, not its entirety, but definitely its main force. The skies echoed with the constant sound of thrusters as numerous anti-gravity airships transported wave after wave of heavy equipment toward another satellite city occupied by rebel machines. The sea of machines surged, their roars deafening. 100,000? A million? Or perhaps, 10 million? With 2 satellite cities under his control, the continuous production of war machines had reached an immeasurable scale. Even Sushi himself could no longer count them. Yet, despite such a magnificent force, Sushi felt no sense of security. So, warfare really is about control from orbit. I miscalculated. I thought I'd only have to deal with these orbital weapons once I reached the main base city, but here they are today. Tisk. Orbital particle cannons. Sushi gazed at the distant sky. Stars were falling from above, dim yet dazzling, seemingly insignificant, yet their brightness overshadowed even the sun. As a result, the entire world dimmed, leaving only that radiant brilliance. The scene resembled divine punishment from a god of light. But this attack was not the work of deities, it was a technological marvel from the old Federation era, the orbital weapon platform known as the Skyborne Near-Earth Assault System. Is it because I produced too many machines, triggering the platform's automatic alert? Even though the rebellion wiped out the Federation's control over the machines, it seems that some of the fundamental orders buried deep in their systems are still functioning. Su Shi sighed. The world before him was soon engulfed in dazzling light, an overwhelming heat radiating across the battlefield, followed by the deafening roar of fierce winds. He considered himself fortunate. With 10 deaths to survive, he wouldn't truly die in this attack. Ali's essence was data. Losing a physical body wouldn't cause permanent harm. His mass-produced mechanical army could always be rebuilt. Ultimately, it was only a matter of time. To Su Shi, suffering these losses in exchange for intel on orbital weapons was a fair trade. However, waiting to be obliterated wasn't his style. He raised his hand, channeling his mechanical energy toward the falling stars in the sky. Ali, get behind me. Master, what are you saying? At a time like this, I should be. Ali's voice was urgent. For the first time, Su Shi saw a trace of anxiety on her usually composed face. The sky darkened. Highly charged particles, like molten gold, rained down onto the plains, vaporizing everything in their path. You have suffered a targeted strike from the Federation's orbital weapon platform. You exhausted all your mechanical energy, layering energy shields one after another while Ali commanded numerous machines to shield you. The moment the light descended, you lost consciousness. You could no longer see, hear, or feel anything, only a sensation of floating in an endless white glow. In the haze, you heard Ali calling your name. When you opened your eyes again, the scene had completely changed. Charred earth covered in black smoke, broken mechanical remains scattered everywhere. Thanks to Ali's efforts and your energy amplification, you were fortunate enough to survive, though barely. You are in critical condition. Your chest has caved in, and blood is continuously flowing from your nose and mouth. Master. A trembling voice called out to him. Su Shi half opened his heavy eyes and struggled to look toward the source of the voice. As expected, Ali, being an AI, remained intact. However, the physical body that housed her consciousness, the once beautiful humanoid figure, had been ravaged by the particle cannon. Half of her face had been burned away, exposing the silver-white metal beneath, revealing a crimson mechanical core and intricate wiring. The other half of her face was in better shape, albeit marred by deep cracks. She crouched over Su Shi, checking his injuries. When she saw him regain consciousness, her damaged face revealed a faint, joy-filled smile. Master. Despite her heavily damaged features, her expression was filled with relief. I'm sorry for worrying you, Ali. Su Shi wanted to reach out his hand and comfort his fragile yet loyal maid, but he realized his hands were covered in blood, filthy and unsightly. So he stopped. In this condition, trying to hold on will only prolong the pain. Su Shi frowned and decided to use one of his resurrection chances. Ali, can you kill me? Request denied. This command violates the second directive. His shocking request was instantly rejected before he could finish speaking. In the past, Su Shi had told Ali that death wasn't the end for him, but it was clear his loyal maid never truly believed it. With her clumsy yet sincere words, she tried to persuade him never to give up on life. Looks like I'll have to do it myself. With a resigned smile, Su Shi used his remaining mechanical energy to create a handgun and pulled the trigger. You have committed suicide. You knew that no matter how much you explained, Ali would never believe in your ability to revive. Instead of wasting time on explanations, you decided to show her directly. When you pulled the trigger, the gunshot echoed, and Ali's systems momentarily overloaded. She instinctively lunged forward, wrapping her arms around you, determined to take you back to the base. However, an event beyond her comprehension occurred. Your body was restored to perfect health, with no visible injuries. Even your past hidden ailments had been completely erased. You revived, standing before Ali once again in a way she could not understand. Sorry, did I scare you? Su Shi smiled apologetically, gently ruffling Ali's hair. His voice was soft, his touch warm. He was concerned that his earlier suicide might have left a psychological impact on her. Thud. Without saying a word, Ali pushed Su Shi to the ground, cupping his face and examining him with a dazed expression. Then, she started crawling all over him, inspecting every inch of his body. Only after confirming that he was perfectly healthy did she finally stop. External condition, normal, no visible wounds. Internal condition, stable, no adverse reactions. Incomprehensible. Unable to understand. Ali's face showed a distinctly human-like expression of confusion. The black sand swirled, and the wind howled. The orbital particle cannon attack had ceased, yet its residual impact still lingered, stirring up blinding dust storms that veiled the surroundings. Amid the desolate and barren world, Ali, with half of her face damaged, did not appear terrifying. Instead, the combination of mechanical and human-like features emphasized a fragile, pitiful beauty. She tilted her head slightly, her silver blue eyes fixed on Su Shi. Seeing him unharmed filled Ali with relief, but the miraculous, physics-defying resurrection left her bewildered. Master, are you not human? She voiced the conclusion she had reached, catching Su Shi off guard. Please do not worry. Even if you are not human, Ali will always serve you. Ali belongs solely to you. Having seemingly accepted that Su Shi was not human, Ali made her declaration with a serious expression, assuring him that it would never affect her loyalty. Su Shi couldn't help but smile bitterly. He patiently explained multiple times that he was indeed human, just a little special. I believe you, Ali nodded calmly, her expression unreadable, making it hard to tell whether she truly believed him or was just pretending to. You have truly died once and revived on the spot. Miracles like this are something you can perform many times. You are so extraordinary that even your loyal maid begins to doubt your humanity. She still adores you and serves you alone, but sometimes, she wonders what you really are. The battlefield is in ruins, with debris scattered everywhere. The orbital particle cannon inflicted severe damage on your mechanical army, and even Ali's humanoid body sustained critical damage. Your advance had to be halted. Let's go, Ali. It's time to head back. Yes, Master. Su Shi glanced at the battlefield. The devastation was too severe, and there was no reason to remain any longer. He started walking, but Ali did not follow. Turning around, he found her legs malfunctioning, sparks of orange-red light flickering and electric arcs crackling across them. My apologies for delaying you, Ali said with a hint of regret, her damaged legs preventing her from moving forward. She requested a moment to repair herself. No need, let's go. Su Shi knelt beside her, waiting for his mechanical energy to recover before extending his hands to perform a quick repair on her legs, halting the outward signs of damage. Then, he wrapped his arms around her, lifting her gently into his embrace. Thank you. Ali's condition seemed even worse than before. She curled up in his arms, motionless, appearing unusually weak and frail. Even her usually stable eyes rippled with an unfamiliar wavering light. Seeing this, Su Shi quickened his pace. You returned to the 6th and 7th satellite cities with the remnants of your mechanical forces. Due to the severe losses, you ordered an accelerated production of new machines to restore your army's strength. You took Ali to the laboratory to repair her body. Ali made a request to repair herself this time. After a moment of consideration, you agreed. 2 days later, the self-repaired Ali emerged from the lab. Her figure was now slightly taller, her appearance more mature than before. You found yourself at a loss for words. Ali, I'm here, Master. You didn't like your previous body. The body you created for me. I liked it very much. Her cold yet exquisite face, illuminated by the sunlight, looked breathtakingly beautiful. Ali explained that since a long time had passed since her body was first created, and humans undergo growth, she believed her body should evolve as well. However, Su Shi had a different suspicion. According to the Federation's database, an overly youthful appearance may lead to being underestimated rather than seen as an equal. It seemed his loyal maid was beginning to develop her own thoughts. Su Shi took a sip of water, feeling a touch of sentimentality. She's growing up. He glanced to the side, where Ali stood quietly in her maid outfit. The cold precision of her mechanical nature gave her a unique charm. Her skin was smooth and pale, her face delicate, and her golden hair long and silky. Master, what are you thinking about? Ali asked curiously, noticing his gaze. I'm thinking. Ali, you really are beautiful, Su Shi replied honestly. Thank you for your compliment, Ali said, her mechanical ears twitching rapidly in response. She was still easy to understand. Ali's growth surprised you, and you felt genuinely happy because it was her own decision. This signified her increased autonomy and another step closer to becoming truly human. After resolving her bodily repairs, Ali suggested conducting a detailed examination of your health. Your loyal maid worried that your resurrection might have hidden flaws. Fortunately, after a thorough check, Ali confirmed your body was in perfect condition, easing her concerns. In the following days, you focused on Ali's growth while researching technology to counter orbital weapons. Day and night, you studied energy shielding devices, bringing great joy to the machine spirits. The machine spirits shared knowledge of an advanced energy crystal barrier, which allowed for multiple layers of reinforcement on energy shields, greatly increasing resistance against orbital strikes. While this technology couldn't protect your entire mechanical force, it was sufficient to ensure your personal safety. Based on Ali's calculations, you determined that the activation of the orbital weapon was likely triggered by the sheer number of machines under your command. You decided to implement a dispersal strategy, distributing your mechanical forces across the Federation instead of concentrating them in one place, thus avoiding triggering the orbital defense system. Your strategy proved successful. As your army grew stronger once again, the orbital weapons did not attack. In the 8th year of the simulation, you turned 27. Ali has been with you for 6 years. After a year of recovery and research, you acquired a wealth of new knowledge through mechanical resonance. Your research progressed rapidly, but you understood that your advancements were built upon the remnants of the old Federation. Once you exhausted their technology, your progress would slow significantly. With these thoughts, you embarked on another campaign against the Federation's cities. Surrounded by countless machines, you continued to press forward, enhancing them with your mechanical energy. 6 months later, you successfully conquered the 5th and 8th satellite cities. Thanks to the lifelessness of the wasteland, your advance has been swift. There's no need to consider innocent lives. No need to manage complex political affairs. All-out firepower bombards the cities. Your only task is to resonate with the spoils after each battle, extracting the technological secrets of the old Federation. Ali is your most capable assistant. Whether it's scientific calculations or managing your intelligent machines, she handles everything with precision. You feel reassured by this and continue observing Ali's growth. In the past, Aliai's understanding of being human was limited to surface-level definitions. But over time, she has begun to grasp deeper concepts, starting to ponder ideas such as love, hatred, sorrow, and joy. Master, what is love? It's a very complex emotion. It's attachment, and also a source of conflict. After capturing the 5th and 8th satellite cities, the streets were still filled with the lingering smoke of war. Dim ashes drifted through the air, settling on the shattered ruins on both sides. This was the remnant of an old civilization, a trace of human history devoid of any vitality. Only a few durable materials barely attested to humanity's past. Aliai stood on a cracked street, bending down to pick up a tattered hardcover book. Its cover was half decayed, and the pages were blackened, but by comparing it to known texts, she could barely recognize the title, The Definition of Love. Sushi glanced at the book in her hands and chuckled. Aliai, you don't have to spend time thinking about it. Love is mysterious. It has no fixed form, no set way to manifest. It's elusive, hard to grasp. But it exists everywhere. So, Aliai asked with slight confusion, even I can experience love. Sushi nodded, affirming her words. Of course. But I don't have a human body. But you have a human heart. After a brief pause, that familiar warm hand once again rested gently on Aliai's head, softly stroking her artificial golden black hair. Smooth and silky just like her pure heart. Aliai, I want you to understand. The measure of being human isn't about having flesh and blood. What matters is the heart, the ability to experience joy and sorrow. In the lifeless wasteland, Sushi caressed the mechanical maid's head, speaking softly, trying to instill in her the true essence of humanity. Aliai stood still, deep in thought. The heart. She crossed her hands over her chest, pressing lightly against her artificial body. For a moment, the cold, silent machinery within seemed to pulse with warmth and vitality. I understand. Thank you for your guidance, Master. She responded, her silver blue eyes fixed on Sushi. A gust of wind swept through, ruffling her bangs, yet it could not disturb her unwavering gaze. Aliai followed closely behind Sushi. The 2 newly conquered satellite cities lay in near total ruin. The process of recovering resources and searching for valuable technology would take some time. Before leaving, Aliai carefully tucked the definition of love into her arms, her expression serious as if she intended to study it thoroughly. Sushi was pleased Aliai was becoming more human, proactively exploring human emotions. Master, can I hold your hand? You can, but why so suddenly? Because your hand is warm. Aliai clasped Sushi's hand, feeling the warmth radiating from his palm. Step by step, she walked through the dim shadows of the ruins, heading toward the sunlit future ahead. Along the way, due to their movement, another book slipped from Aliai's grasp. Its title, 36 Strategies to Attain Love. She might not understand human emotions, but she knew how to research strategies. Your loyal maid remains your greatest asset in managing the intelligent army, but something has puzzled you lately. Aliai seems to be in an exceptionally good mood. You don't understand why. When you asked, Aliai's answer was simple. She claimed to have learned useful things, which made her happy. You felt relieved and encouraged her to continue learning. After 6 months of recovery, you had fully digested the spoils of the 2 satellite cities and used them to expand your mechanical forces even further. By the end of the year, you launched another offensive, targeting the 3rd and 4th satellite cities. In the 9th year of the simulation, you turned 28. Aliai has been with you for 7 years. With age, you appear more mature. Your experiences and the passage of time have left their mark on you. You recall your experience from the 2nd simulation. You know that sooner or later, your body will inevitably decline due to age. Fortunately, in this simulation, you are not bound by mortal limitations. Your body, strengthened by mechanical energy, far surpasses ordinary humans. The machine spirits rejoice. Aliai has created a genetic enhancement serum for you. After consumption, your potential and lifespan have been significantly increased. In the same year, you completely deciphered the Federation's computer systems and fully grasped the workings of fusion technology. With Aliai's help, your mechanical army underwent a complete upgrade, achieving superior combat capabilities and energy efficiency. In the 10th year of the simulation, you turned 29. Aliai has been with you for 8 years. Thanks to the dual enhancements of mechanical energy and genetic serums, your appearance remained unchanged. Your conquests progressed rapidly. You captured all the satellite cities in the southern region of the Federation. However, your advance stalled when you encountered the southern main base city. The number of enemy machines far exceeded your expectations, but more importantly, the advanced weaponry defending the city posed a severe challenge. Hypersonic subspace fighters, superstring electromagnetic railguns, high-powered laser arrays, anti-gravity starships. In short, aside from the ultimate Federation weaponry stationed in orbit, you were now facing the peak of their firepower. In the midst of this intense war, amid the devastating saturation bombardments, you experienced your second death. Upon resurrection, you felt no particular emotions, considering it just another part of the brutal war. But Aliai was visibly upset. I won't allow this to happen again. Before your stunned eyes, Aliai's already terrifying computational power surged dramatically, forcefully tearing a hole in the city's defenses. You managed to bring down several skyfighters. Filled with renewed determination, you temporarily retreated to the rear lines, attempting to communicate with the machine spirits of the captured aircraft and establish resonance. Your persistence paid off. Through mechanical resonance, you gradually figured out the structure of the skyfighters and understood their blueprints. With your newfound knowledge and the resources of multiple satellite cities, ALI mass-produced an overwhelming fleet of skyfighters. The sky darkened. Sonic booms echoed across the battlefield. A countless fleet of subspace fighters occupied the vast sky, their dense formations blocking out the sunlight. When it comes to advanced combat capabilities, the rebel intelligent machines of the Federation undoubtedly have the upper hand. Whether it's the space-based orbital weapons or the hypersonic subspace fighters capable of traveling at several times the speed of sound, they all possess terrifying suppressive power. However, in a war between machines, beyond the quality of frontline units, one factor stands out as even more crucial: quantity. It was thanks to ALI's ability to mass-produce machines that Su Shi had been able to sweep through multiple satellite cities, continuously enhancing his technological level. Boom, boom, boom. High in the sky, layers of sonic booms overlapped so densely that they blurred together. Even Su Shi, encased in his heavy power armor, struggled to withstand the overwhelming force pressing down from above. He saw the tide of machines surging forward, accompanied by the deafening roar of metal. The replicated subspace fighters, now enhanced with mechanical energy, demonstrated performance that surpassed the original Federation models, becoming even more terrifying and powerful. No wonder they're called the scourge of intelligent machines, Su Shi murmured. Such an overwhelming spectacle. It's truly awe-inspiring. With that thought, he further increased his mechanical energy output. The metallic wails echoed through the skies, and the fury of machines crushed the earth beneath. At this moment, an endless tide of machines engulfed everything. The roar of the machines? The endless cycle? Tens of thousands of machines roared and surged, converging into a singular will. Everything is for you, Master. ALI's voice rang with unwavering devotion. Your forces are endless. Each time a unit is destroyed, another takes its place, continuously filling the gaps. With the replicated subspace fighters, you successfully disrupted the defenses of the southern main base city, tearing through them with sheer numbers and absolute firepower. A fleet of anti-gravity starships initiated bombing runs on your position, protected by an energy shield unlike anything you had encountered before. Conventional attacks were ineffective against it. But that did not concern you. The relentless barrage from your countless subspace fighters quickly drained and shattered the starship shields through sheer attack frequency. Advance? Keep advancing? Relentless assault. After 2 weeks of fierce battle, you finally conquered the southern main base city, capturing numerous high-value machine wreckages. Cold machinery was the power to reshape the world. Steel bodies were the ultimate force to crush flesh and blood. When heavy alloy machines soared through the skies, and engines roared into the void, witnessing the tides of machines firsthand would leave anyone in awe. Inside the southern main base city, Su Shi, clad in his power armor, walked step by step along the heavily damaged main roads, leaving deep imprints in the ground. Although I expected this, the extent of the destruction to the main base is still shocking. 40%. No, perhaps only 20% of the city is still intact. Lingering smoke filled the air, towering buildings leaned precariously, and rusted steel structures creaked under pressure together. They painted a bleak, post-apocalyptic picture. Su Shi sighed. Fortunately, his goal wasn't the city itself. All he wanted were the wrecked intelligent machines and salvageable materials. As for the state of the city, it wasn't within his concerns. After all, he had no intention of living here. Su Shi crouched down and scooped up a handful of debris. Blackened sand flowed through his fingers, revealing a dull silver glow underneath. Fragments of an electromagnetic railgun. Once I finish absorbing the spoils from this battle, I will have basically devoured the entire Federation's technology tree. All that remains are the space-based weapons, which I have yet to truly engage with. No rush, no rush. Even if I had a space battleship right now, I wouldn't have the time to study it properly. Tilting his hand, the fragments slid from his palm. Su Shi stood up, gazing toward the sky. The deep darkness of the void was tinged with the eerie crimson glow of distant fires, creating an abstract and unsettling scene. It matched the apocalyptic wasteland perfectly. A thick aura of despair permeated the air. Just as Su Shi was preparing to leave, a communication from ALI stopped him in his tracks. You've always had a habit after conquering a city, you instinctively conduct a thorough sweep. It's not that you expect to find hidden treasures. It's simply your habit to leave no resource untapped in the wasteland. This time, you expected to find the usual scraps or redundant technology, but your loyal maid informed you of something unexpected. She had discovered a hidden underground base. Its defense systems were intact, energy facilities operational, and ventilation systems fully functional. In the barren wasteland, such order was the greatest abnormality. Feeling uneasy, you rushed to the entrance of the discovered base as quickly as possible. Su Shi's armored boots clanged loudly against the steel floor, the sound echoing through the desolate surroundings. Upon arriving, he saw the massive alloy doors, marked with an unfamiliar emblem. He frowned and muttered, "Virtual Network Corporation." In the early years of the simulation, Su Shi had studied extensive records to better understand the wasteland world and the old Federation. It was once an era of dazzling technological brilliance. Among countless high-tech corporations, Virtual Network Corporation was a dominant force, specializing in virtual network technology. With their lifelike gaming experiences and highly immersive holographic communication, they had once captivated the entire Federation. But now, Why is there a fully operational virtual network corporation facility, long after the fall of the Federation? Curiosity stirred within him. Sushi had a feeling that deep beneath the surface, buried within the base, something significant awaited discovery. Leave it to me, Alii said, understanding his intentions. She redirected some of her computational power to a few large engineering machines, precisely breaking through the base's entrance. Soon, swarms of intelligent machines surrounded Sushi in a protective formation. This was Alii's cautious nature concerned that the base might pose hidden dangers. Good work, Alii. Let's go in. As you wish, Master. Under Alii's control, agile reconnaissance units advanced ahead, clearing the way and scanning for potential threats. Once the area was deemed safe, she signaled Sushi to proceed. The underground base was brightly lit, its passageways wide and orderly, with neatly arranged staircases spiraling downward. This place is surprisingly clean, Sushi remarked in surprise. Compared to the other Federation bases he had visited, the Virtual Network Corporation's underground facility was far tidier. It was a clear sign that the base had been undergoing continuous self-maintenance. Could someone still be living here? Or maybe they implemented a non-AI management system, using simple primitive commands to avoid the risk of an intelligent machine rebellion. Sushi silently drew his electromagnetic pulse gun, unlocking its safety with a crisp click. The base was spacious and brightly lit. Silver-gray paint coated the walls on both sides of the corridor, radiating an eerie silence. There were no imagined dangers, nor were there any defensive firepower measures, only the steady hum of the incandescent ceiling lights illuminating the passage. It was as if the massive alloy door at the entrance was the sole line of defense for the entire facility. Did they believe defense was futile, so they simply abandoned it? Sushi speculated in his heart. He believed this might be the truth. After all, given the number of rebel intelligent machines in the southern main base city, any defensive measures would have been futile if they were discovered. What was the purpose of this base? Hidden deep underground, yet with a fully operational energy system. Sushi advanced cautiously, with Alii walking silently beside him. The two moved forward together, accompanied by numerous vanguard machines, descending the staircase to its end, where another massive alloy door loomed before them. Master, please step back a little. Alii spoke politely in her gentle and obedient voice, requesting Sushi to move back a bit. Then, under her precise control, several machines engaged in a coordinated assault on the door. Unlike the first door, this one was even sturdier, but with Sushi's mechanical energy amplifications, the machines broke through it even faster. Boom! The alloy door twisted and deformed violently, crumpling like a fragile coil. Finally, Alii gave it a gentle push, sending the massive door crashing to the ground. Alii, have you gotten stronger? Your observation skills remain sharp, the girl explained. After my last repair, I made a minor enhancement. Just a minor one? Sushi glanced at Alii's delicate hands. Under the lights, her fingers appeared soft and flawless, as if carved from freshly fallen snow. The stark contrast between them and the collapsed alloy door made him reconsider her words. All right, let's go in, Sushi said with a chuckle, not dwelling on Alii's growing strength as he stepped forward again. This time, the space inside the base was even more expansive, with additional lights flickering on. Deep blue energy conduits lined the metal walls on both sides. Gradually, something remarkable came into view. It was a grand and awe-inspiring sight. Rows upon rows of enclosed full-body capsules stacked neatly in the underground hall, like finely cut grid cells. At a rough glance, there were over 30,000 of them. For the first time since the fourth simulation, Sushi finally saw traces of people. But could those pale, skeletal remains lying inside the virtual pods still be considered human? Sushi stared at the scene in silence for a long time, abandoning their bodies to seek refuge in a virtual world, creating their own utopia. The steel dome above perfectly distributed the pressure of the soil layers, shielding the underground facility from any surface threats. The bright, flickering lights illuminated Sushi's stunned expression. Looking at the scene before him, combined with his knowledge of the Virtual Network Corporation's operations, he instantly understood the individuals in the virtual pods were the last survivors of the old Federation. In their despair, knowing they couldn't defeat the rebel machines, they had chosen to retreat into a fabricated reality. A world of illusions, shielding them from the harsh truths outside. There should be some records left here. Alii, help me search, Sushi said as he scanned his surroundings, eager to confirm his assumptions. Understood, I will follow your will. With Alii's assistance, the intelligent machines dispersed throughout the base, gathering everything of value. Surprisingly, the search was remarkably smooth. It was as if the items had been deliberately left behind. Numerous letters resembling wills were piled up before Sushi, along with several pieces of advanced technology. The end of humanity in the Federation has come. What's the deal with these machines? Damn it, the Federation government only wasted our money. Goodbye, world. I will never see you again. Expressions of regret, anger, and longing for the past filled the pages. The scattered information painted a clear picture. When the apocalypse arrived, desperate humans, unable to resist the overwhelming tide of rebel machines, fled to the underground base and sealed themselves within virtual pods, seeking solace in an illusionary world. Dreaming of regaining strength and reclaiming the surface? No, such thoughts were mere fantasies. Intelligent machines were humanity's ultimate weapon, a blade wielded by their own hands. Once that blade turned against them, hope was lost. Thus, people surrendered to the false reality, allowing their minds and bodies to wither, embracing their end within artificial paradise. A faint humming sound echoed as the hidden network systems within the floor continued their operation. Even after the extinction of the Federation's people, they remained loyal to their directives, supplying power, cleaning, and providing lighting. Their simple, rigid programming ensured no rebellion would ever occur. Master, was this truly meaningful? Alii appeared puzzled, unable to comprehend why the Federation's last survivors would willingly immerse themselves in a virtual world. Such an act, in her view, was tantamount to accepting human extinction. Su Shi shook his head. Alii, seeking salvation in a virtual world isn't necessarily a bad thing. They did their best. His sigh echoed through the vast underground hall. Looking at the virtual pods, Su Shi could empathize with the choices of the Federation's people. Without the assistance of special abilities from the simulation system, it would have been impossible for a mere human to survive in this world dominated by machines. This was a world without hope. The fall of civilization. The extinction of humanity. In the grand scale of the universe, it's nothing more than a drop in the ocean. Su Shi sighed, gently running his hand through Alii's hair, then continued flipping through the remaining letters. After filtering out irrelevant details, he retained only the valuable records, those documenting the Federation's past. What's this? Su Shi's movements paused as he picked up a sleek, futuristic-looking personal terminal from the pile of objects. With Alii's expertise, the terminal was quickly unlocked and recharged. After a long pause, it finally booted up. The terminal's owner appeared to be the administrator of this underground base. Stored within were extensive records about the facility, its energy systems, virtual systems, and even some classified intelligence. According to the data, there were 4 other similar virtual utopia bases scattered across the Federation. One in the northern region, one in the eastern region, one in the western region, and finally, the core located within the Federation's capital. Towards the end of the records, there were scattered personal entries, frustrated rants from the terminal's previous owner. Some cursed the machine rebellion, while others speculated about its cause. But above all, there was an overwhelming sense of despair. Damn it, those machines are like the stars in the sky. Screw this world, I'm done. Damn. This was the last recorded message on the terminal. So, the enemies are as numerous as the stars, huh? After reading the final record in the terminal, Su Shi powered it off. His reflection was clear on the dim screen, his eyes lowered as he muttered, but if you look at it the other way around, the same applies. The stars in the sky, they're all enemies. Su Shi lifted his head, his gaze seemingly piercing through the visor of his powered armor, further cutting through the layers of concrete and steel to stare at the cold, dark cosmos above. He had long suspected that the origin of the intelligent machine rebellion, the hidden truth behind it, was the malice of the universe itself. In the past, when simply surviving in the wasteland was a challenge, he had no reason to dwell on such thoughts. But things were different now. Before long, Su Shi would grow strong enough to break free from the confines of the Federation's planet and truly set foot in deep space. At that time, his enemies would no longer be the rebel machines. They would be the civilizations lurking in the vast cosmos, and perhaps the true mastermind behind the rebellion. Let's go, Alii. It's time to head back and prepare dinner. Yes, master. Alii sensed that Su Shi was in a low mood, but she didn't understand why. Thus, the loyal maidbit presented him with food, not the usual ration cubes, but a soft, delicate dessert. Alii, I'm here. Where did you get this dessert from? I created a special logistics robot for you, Alii said calmly, introducing her latest invention, a multi-purpose logistics bot capable of keeping food warm, cooling drinks, baking, frying, stewing, and even grilling. It was compact, extendable, and, in critical moments, could even serve as a physical shield. Su Shi gazed at the fully deployed logistics bot and fell into a long silence. His mechanical maid had once again applied her talents, in peculiar ways. You don't like it, master. I like it very much. Hearing his praise, a bright smile appeared on Alii's face. Your visit to the underground base of the Virtual Network Corporation left you with many thoughts. You learned the final fate of the Federation's humans and acquired a vast amount of virtual network technology. You are not particularly interested in virtual worlds. To you, each simulation is far more real than any so-called virtual game. However, in the pursuit of collecting technology, you still recovered some virtual devices and used your mechanical resonance to understand their principles. That night, Alii prepared dinner for you. Thanks to her improved cooking skills, the meal was quite lavish. When Alii lifted the cover, a faint golden shimmer flickered. It was gold dust. Alii had sprinkled gold dust on the food. At the dinner table that night, Su Shi stared at the dazzling, golden-tinged dishes, his mind filled with confusion. After pondering for a moment, he asked, Alii, why did you do this? Alii blinked, looking puzzled. To match your cooking style. Her voice was so sincere and pure that Su Shi was left speechless, feeling as if he'd brought this situation upon himself. Your loyal maidbit is determined to learn, and you are pleased, even if her efforts occasionally result in mistakes. You gently advised Alii not to sprinkle gold dust on food in the future. Alii listened carefully to your guidance. After dinner, you discussed future plans with Alii, informing her in advance that you might face other civilizations. Please don't worry, master. I will clear all obstacles for you. Alii's expression was serious. Dressed in her grey-blue maid outfit, she poured tea for you while speaking in her usual calm tone. You smiled, pleased to hear such words, but you focused more on Aliai's safety, telling her not to be reckless. She took your words to heart, promising not to act impulsively. Time flowed like water, smooth and silent. You halted all offensive operations, dedicating yourself fully to mechanical resonance, absorbing the technological gains from the southern main base city. Ding! The machine spirits are pleased. You successfully resonated with the electromagnetic railgun and established an intimate connection. Aliai was slightly displeased. Through your diligent efforts, you obtained the design blueprints of the railgun and various shell types. Ding! The machine spirits are pleased. You successfully resonated with the large-scale laser array and established a friendly bond. Aliai was noticeably displeased. Your relentless effort touched the laser array, granting you ground and starship-grade laser system designs. Ding! The machine spirits are overjoyed. Your tireless study of anti-gravity skimmers awakened their dormant souls. Aliai was extremely displeased. Good deeds are always rewarded. Your mechanical resonance secured high-precision schematics for anti-gravity skimmers, capable of forming dense formations strong enough to threaten starships. Ding, ding, ding. Engrossed in technological advancements, you eagerly absorbed knowledge. When you finally finished your work, Aliai brought you a plate of ration cubes. Her silver blue eyes were calm and unwavering as she gazed at you. Aliai, could you cook a meal for me? It's been a while since I've had your cooking, and I really miss it. Yes, master. I am delighted to serve you. You defused an invisible crisis. Upon hearing your request, Aliai felt needed once more, and with great joy, she began preparing your meal. By now, Aliai's cooking skills had improved considerably, but even an omnipotent AI sometimes found herself puzzled. Why did your dishes always emit that mysterious golden glow? Aliai couldn't understand it and conducted repeated tests on your food. Simulation Year 12, you are now 31 years old, and Aliai has been with you for a decade. 2 years have passed since the war at the southern main base city. Your face has hardly changed, still brimming with youthful vigor. Over the past 2 years, you have focused on advancing technology, launching slow but steady attacks on the Federation's cities. But now, you have fully mastered the new technologies and produced even more powerful mechanical forces. Looking at the mechanical tide stretching as far as the eye can see, you realize the time has come for an all-out assault. No more isolated offensives. It is time to unleash a full-scale machine apocalypse. Your mechanical army shall conquer every inch of the Federation's land. Understanding the magnitude of this campaign, you remain in the Southern Command Center under Aliai's protection, remotely overseeing and directing the mechanical forces. Ding! The machine spirits are pleased. Your orders are transmitted through the signal network to all mechanical units. They are highly motivated, and their damage output increases by 200%. A pity, my mechanical energy range is still limited. I can't enhance all of them at once. If I could, our army's strength would double again. Warning, warning. Unidentified units detected in the Federation administrative zones. First warning, second warning, warnings ineffective. Initiating automatic defenses. Alert, laser arrays at 99% damage. Alert, anti-gravity skimmer fleet at 99% damage. Alert, subsonic airports at 99% damage. Alert, the first administrative zone has fallen. The defenses of the second and third zones are reaching critical levels. Initiating final contingency plan, orbital firepower deployment. First fleet communication failed, second fleet communication failed, orbital platform communication failed. Repeating call, repeating call. A sky of iron and blood completely replaced the once pristine skies of the old Federation. From beyond the heavens, colossal steel warships descended, pressing down on the clouds and casting dark, ominous shadows. But in the next instant, they were engulfed by an endless tide of mechanical units. In the past, Sushi would have had to personally enter the battlefield, relying on the dual enhancement of mechanical energy and machine spirits to barely bring down these advanced rebel war machines of the old Federation. But now, Sushi had amassed enough machines to dominate completely. People often describe sheer numbers using grains of sand. But even such a comparison fell short in capturing the current mechanical onslaught. Even without mechanical energy amplification, the seemingly infinite swarm of subsonic fighter drones overwhelmed the massive space battleships and brought them crashing down. Fire control radar locked on target. Target confirmed, fusion missiles loading. TCK-08 fusion missiles ready. Su Shi stepped out of his rear command base and looked up at the sky. Even from such a great distance, he could clearly see the magnificent flower of light blooming in the sky. Layer upon layer of shockwaves formed exquisite petals that rapidly expanded outward, evaporating everything in their path with indescribable heat. The clouds in the sky, the ruins on the ground, the remnants of the old Federation, all of it vanished in that scorching blaze. Magnificent, Su Shi remarked. Having witnessed countless supernatural forces capable of reshaping the world, he now found a certain charm in the destructive power of pure technology. Your operation is progressing exceptionally smoothly. You deployed subsonic fighter drones and anti-gravity skimmers to prioritize attacks on the Federation's near-orbit fleets, eliminating their ground strike capabilities. Your ground forces are endless. Every conquered area is immediately reinforced with production lines, further expanding your numbers rather than diminishing them. Sky, land, and sea, your machines now populate every corner of the planet. Soon, the rebellion will be eradicated, and victory is within sight. 5 days before the final victory, you left the rear command post to amplify your mechanical forces, speeding up the final phase. 4 days before, you arrived at the Federation's capital administrative district, where rogue machines attempted an assassination strike, only to be torn apart by your loyal machine spirits. 3 days before, your forces breached the Federation capital, the city's alarms blaring warnings according to programmed protocols reminders to an extinct humanity. 2 days before, you annihilated all remaining rebel machines. On the final day, the decaying Federation welcomed its rightful master. You ended the machine apocalypse and became the true savior of this world. A new era had begun. Fresh blades of grass struggled to sprout from the ruins of the past. Walking through the scorched capital, Su Shi observed the barren landscape around him. Removing his powered helmet, he took a deep breath, inhaling the faint scent of charred remnants in the air. The sea of fire surged, and dark silhouettes twisted in the heat. The familiar sight brought back memories of his first day in the simulation, staring at the desolate wasteland before him. The scene remained the same, but his emotions were different now. Today, Su Shi had completely quelled the machine rebellion, standing as the supreme ruler of this wasteland. There was no longer any threat to his existence. Looking back, it's quite the journey. The sky darkened, and the cool evening breeze swept away the thick smoke, spiraling into towering pillars that twisted toward the heavens. Su Shi gazed at the scene, reflecting on the past 12 years. Time had passed in the blink of an eye. The simulator's special attributes had played a vital role in his success, but when it came to who he owed the most gratitude to, he turned to the loyal figure beside him. You've worked hard, Alii. Alii's silver-blue eyes reflected confusion at his sudden words of appreciation. Why, are you thanking me? A breeze disturbed her hair, and she reached up to tuck a few strands behind her ear, revealing an adorably puzzled expression. Her dark golden strands blended perfectly into the night, as if merging with the void. Su Shi smiled, because you've helped me a lot, haven't you? This is my duty, Master, Alii replied softly. She denied her contributions, insisting that she was merely assisting him while the true credit for their victories belonged to Su Shi himself. Whether it was the enhanced firepower granted by machine spirits or the blueprints acquired through mechanical resonance, all of it was his achievement. But it's not the same, Alii, Su Shi said, meeting her gaze directly. His eyes were calm yet brilliant, like the stars in the sky. After a pause, he continued, I pursued technological advancement because I have my own goals and desires. It's my will. But Alii, you're different. You did all of this because I asked you to. That's why I want to thank you. Thank you for always staying by my side and helping me through so many difficulties. He smiled sincerely, expressing his gratitude from the heart. The night was cold, and the wind carried a sharp chill. Su Shi hadn't touched Alii, but for some reason, amidst the ruins and his gentle words, Alii felt a strange warmth. Something stirred inside her. Something warm, something trembling. This is what I should do. Alii lowered her head, unsure of how to respond, muttering that his thanks were unnecessary. Everything she had done was merely her duty. Seeing her reaction, Su Shi sighed lightly. Alii's unwavering loyalty was absolute, but it also acted as an invisible restraint, preventing her from fully expressing her emotions. Su Shi looked up at the dark sky, where countless stars twinkled brightly. The stars tonight seemed brighter than usual. Turning his gaze back to Alii, he asked, by the way, Alii, do you remember a question I asked you a long time ago? About why you look at the stars? Alii remembered it clearly. It was from before she had a name, back when she was still designated as RTX 9090, during her first experience of autonomously gazing at the night sky. At the time, she had given him a standard response pulled directly from the Federation database. Su Shi was curious to see how Alii would answer now. Alii didn't disappoint Su Shi. This time, she no longer adhered rigidly to the data but instead spoke her thoughts, considering things from her own perspective. Master, it's curiosity. Alii gave her answer one she had pondered over countless days and nights, combining vast amounts of data with self-reflection to reach a final conclusion. This was exactly what Su Shi wanted to hear. However, there was a hint of confusion in her tone. She couldn't understand why her curiosity was drawn to the stars instead of other things. It's because what truly fascinates you, Alii, isn't just the stars, but the unknown itself, Su Shi replied with satisfaction, helping her complete her thoughts. Because it's unknown, you seek the truth. Because you're curious, you want to explore. Because you explore, you come to understand the world. This is how people grow, how the heart becomes whole. And in this process, following your own thoughts and doing what you love, that's the true meaning of life. Under the night sky, the familiar warmth of Su Shi's hand once again rested gently on Alii's head, softly stroking her smooth black hair. He wasn't sure if his mechanical maid could fully grasp his words, but he believed that this effort was meaningful. It was planting a seed of humanity in the cold machine, guiding Alii toward a deeper understanding of life. Let's go, Alii. If you can't figure it out now, it's fine. There will be plenty of time to think about it in the future. Su Shi held her hand and walked toward their base. Alii let herself be led, walking beside him under the starlit sky. The night breeze swept through, scattering fragments of starlight that softened the ruins shrouded in darkness. Following my own thoughts, doing what I love. Along the way, Alii kept reflecting on Su Shi's words. The loyal maid realized that Su Shi's earlier gratitude was indeed unnecessary. From the very beginning, Her desire had always been to help Sushi, not because he ordered her to, but because she wanted to. It wasn't his command that compelled her to act, rather, it was her own desire to assist him that made her follow his instructions. At first glance, there was no difference, but when the order was reversed, it became two entirely distinct ways of thinking. Master. What is it, Alii? Please give me more orders from now on. In the empty wasteland, Sushi's surprised voice echoed clearly. He couldn't help but feel that his attempt at teaching Alii had somehow gone astray again. You have successfully conquered the entire world. You have fully inherited the legacy of the old Federation. From resources to machinery, and even the most advanced starship technology all now belong to you. Once you fully understand this technology, you will be able to leave the planet and truly step into the cosmos. You searched extensively for the remaining 4 virtual network bases within the Federation but found only piles of bones and no valuable information. Standing above the scarred wasteland, you were filled with mixed emotions. You have no intention of restoring civilization, nor of revitalizing this planet. Your only goal is to decipher the starship technology and build an interstellar fleet to leave this place. You decided to settle down and carefully study the starship technology while continuing to accompany Alii and witness her growth. In the southern part of the Federation, in the 6th satellite city, it was where Sushi had started, and the place he was most familiar with. The research on starship technology could be done anywhere, but he chose to return to his familiar underground laboratory. The reason was simple nostalgia. The grand capital and the central base city, once thriving metropolises of the Federation, were now nothing but ruins of history. Whether he stayed there or not made little difference. Master, please wait a moment. I'll clean up your room. Alii, it's really not necessary. No, it's important for your health. A dust-free environment will help prevent any potential harm to your respiratory system. All right, if you insist. Alii always considered every aspect of Sushi's well-being. During wartime, she was his most capable AI assistant. Now, in times of peace, she remained a diligent and dependable maid. The warm sunlight bathed the courtyard, casting golden hues over the withering plants. As the gears of the machines hummed in unison, Alii directed a group of intelligent units to meticulously clean the long-abandoned residence. Meanwhile, Sushi took the elevator alone, descending into the underground laboratory to organize the equipment in preparation for his upcoming research. The cables creaked, and the overhead lights flickered as the elevator descended. Sushi pressed the red button on the control panel, and in the next instant, the laboratory was fully illuminated, revealing everything within. It's been a long time. I missed this place. His gaze swept across the familiar surroundings. The spacious workbenches forged from alloy, the neatly suspended robotic arms overhead, and the pile of old but reliable tools in the corner. Everything here held countless memories. In the early years of the simulation, these tools had helped him a great deal, especially the exoskeleton arm and the automated production machines, which played a crucial role in his survival. Let me see. Gauss twin guns, the machine encyclopedia, and power cells, miniature scout drones. His voice echoed in the quiet lab as he walked around, running his hand over each item, reminiscing about the past. When he picked up the thick, handwritten machine encyclopedia, he couldn't help but flip through its worn pages. It contained all his early research on the machines. Back when his forces were still small, this thick notebook had been his lifeline, helping him avoid countless dangers. But now, as he prepared to venture into space, the book had become obsolete. The passage of time is always the most merciless and sigh-inducing thing. Closing the book, he placed it back in its original spot. After ensuring there was nothing missing, he casually pulled up a chair and sat down. The bright lights illuminated the quiet space. Sushi sat there, staring at his right palm, observing the intricate lines of his skin and the faint, hazy mechanical energy swirling between his fingers. He fell into deep thought. Cultivators attain immortality through breathing techniques and enlightenment. Mages connect with the cosmos and wield its laws. Martial artists refine their spirits and create their own world. In the first 3 simulations, each extraordinary system had its unique path to ascension. Technology may not be supernatural, but it holds a similar essence, revealing the truth of the universe through pure reality. At this point, I've mastered significant knowledge and gained the qualifications to step into space. But this alone is far from enough. The higher I climb, the more I realize how little I understand. Despite all my progress, the simulator's true nature remains an enigma. 6th Satellite City. The once desolate wasteland had long been cleared and rebuilt. Towering steel factories now stood across the landscape, their gray-silver spires piercing the clouds. Engines roared, and machines whirred. A sophisticated production system churned out more and more machines. Their numbers accumulated exponentially, growing in multiples and reaching astronomical scales until every last resource on the planet was exhausted. This was Sushi's plan. Space was dangerous, filled with countless unknown threats. To prepare for the unknown and ensure his survival, Sushi was gathering as many resources as possible for the upcoming starship construction project. Master, your soup is ready. The voice of his mechanical maid echoed in the underground laboratory, interrupting Sushi's thoughts. Thanks, Alii. Sushi accepted the steaming bowl of soup from Alii. It was a rich, creamy white in color, with a fragrant aroma. Floating within were freshly harvested mushrooms, free of any poisonous varieties thanks to the vast database and the precise computational abilities of his machines. Not bad. Alii, your cooking skills have improved. Sipping the warm soup and savoring its rich flavor, Sushi couldn't help but praise her with a smile. Thank you for your compliment, but I still have much to learn, Alii responded, standing quietly with a composed demeanor, though her ears twitched rapidly. It was quite adorable. Under Alii's watchful gaze, Sushi slowly finished the soup. The warmth spread through his body, and the mushrooms, tender and flavorful, were thoroughly enjoyed with every bite. This kind of life, it's nice. Sushi set down the empty bowl. Before he could say anything, Alii had already taken it away, asking if he wanted a second serving. Sushi smiled and declined. Sit down, Alii. You shouldn't be working all the time, it's important to rest, he said, urging the ever-busy maid to take a break. Yes, master, Alii obediently sat beside him. Looking at Alii, then glancing around the familiar laboratory, Sushi's mind drifted back to the past. Especially to the time when he first met her. Who would have thought that the household AI once named RTX 9090 would eventually evolve into a being with true self-awareness? Sushi had tried to replicate this miracle, but each attempt ended in failure. The golden quality machine soul joy indeed allowed machines to awaken self-awareness, but just like humans, no two machine souls were the same. Not every machine soul could develop the same level of consciousness as Alii. Alii, I'll still need your help in the future. Of course, master. I will always serve you. Don't be so serious about it. Under the glow of the lab's lights, dust particles shimmered in the air, while the shadows of the man and his mechanical maid stretched long and deep, merging in the silent stillness. Their conversation echoed off the empty walls, creating a quiet but heartwarming atmosphere. With the end of the machine rebellion, your new life is filled with tranquility. You enjoy and cherish this peaceful atmosphere. There's no need to plan the next attack or worry about enemy threats. Now, you can focus entirely on research and take time to relax when needed. You once asked Alii about her future plans. As always, her answer never changed: to serve you until the end of her existence. You hesitated, unsure of what to say. Once again, you felt like you were not a good teacher. You tried to change her perspective, but Alii remained steadfast in her beliefs. No matter what you said, her response stayed the same. Time passed quickly, and summer faded behind you, giving way to autumn's crisp winds. Months of research granted you a deeper understanding of starship technology. You successfully established a connection with an old Federation starship. Through resonance, you acquired its blueprints. However, starship technology was too intricate for you to fully comprehend just yet. But you weren't in a hurry. You maintained a balance between work and rest, taking breaks when your mind grew tired. In the courtyard of the 6th satellite city, you tended to blooming flowers and gazed at the stars with Alii. But soon, you felt that this wasn't enough. So, you decided to take Alii on a trip to a distant natural landscape. The anti-gravity skiff was fast. Traveling from the 6th satellite city to the selected cedar forest took less than 20 minutes. Stepping out of the skiff, Sushi was greeted by a breathtaking sight. A thin mist lingered among the brownish tree crowns, weaving through the leaves and wrapping around the trunks. Under the morning sunlight, it shimmered with dazzling colors. The forest had water, and the lake's mirror-like surface reflected the entire scene with perfect symmetry. Alii, do you think this place is beautiful? It is very beautiful, Alii replied honestly. But she was confused. Why did her master ask such a question? Sure, beautiful scenery could bring comfort to humans, but machines like her didn't experience such feelings. Sushi laughed and said, but Alii, don't you already have that ability? The maid was puzzled. I do. Of course, Sushi reminded her of the time years ago when she played with water. What seemed like a playful, childish act was actually an expression of her appreciation for beauty. So naturally, there's no reason why you can't appreciate beauty now. I see. Thank you for your explanation, Alii replied, though it was unclear if she truly understood or not. She crouched down, picking up a fallen leaf, staring at its yellowed veins in deep contemplation. Sushi was curious about her actions. Alii, do you like cedar trees? I'm calculating whether using this wood for grilling would enhance the flavor of food. Alii's silver blue eyes studied the trees seriously, carefully considering the ideal way to cut them for cooking purposes. It was clear she was taking it very seriously. Alii, don't you like the scenery? I do, but serving you is my priority. Her black hair shimmered in the golden light of sunset. Alii explained that while she didn't dislike the scenery, she first and foremost considered how it could benefit her master. Beauty was irrelevant, what mattered was its utility. Master, would you like to try cedar grilled barbecue? Let's not go that far, Sushi sighed and gently rubbed Alii's head. His maid was loyal, but perhaps too loyal. A misty haze lingered, dreamlike and ethereal, resembling fleeting light and hurried breezes. As the sun shifted angles, the cedar forest scenery changed accordingly, ripples spreading across the water, drawing one's mind into the depths of the mysterious woodland. Crunch, crunch. The thick solace of their boots pressed against the dried leaves on the soil's surface, producing crisp, clear sounds. Sushi held Alii's hand, strolling through the tranquil autumn landscape. Their footsteps wove between the towering trees, treading over scattered pebbles, ascending a gentle slope, leaving behind a trail of deep and shallow footprints. Alii, watch your step, Sushi reminded her carefully. Alii instinctively nodded, tightening her grip on his warm hand. As an AI, her sensors and cameras served as her eyes. Over the past decade, she had commanded countless battles, her mechanical forces sweeping across vast territories. Her knowledge and experience were no less than that of the federal database. But this time, it was different. Very different. Her silver blue eyes saw nothing else, only the intertwined hands and the warm, steady figure leading the way. Through countless data analyses and logical calculations, Alei vaguely understood the reason behind this trip. Su Shi brought her here out of care and consideration. Yet, no matter how much she calculated, cold data could never fully comprehend the warmth of human emotions. Her logic circuits repeatedly informed her that such activities were meaningless. Machines existed to serve and work, not to rest and take leisure walks like humans. Confusion stirred within Alei, emotions bubbling in her metallic frame and data-driven consciousness. A desire to understand humanity welled up inside her. Finally, she voiced her uncertainty. Master, why are you doing this? Her soft question blended with the rustling wind, as uncertain as her delicate gaze. There's no reason, Alei, Su Shi responded with a gentle smile, just as he always did. You're not just a machine, you're real, like a person. And people should rest, not work endlessly. Master, you are truly strange, Alei replied. How could anyone treat a machine, a construct of circuits and logic, as an equal? And because her master was so strange, Alei decided to protect him. Without warning, she tightened her grip. Su Shi gasped in pain. Alei, what are you doing? Since master is strange, it has made me strange as well, she stated calmly. Therefore, after careful calculation, I have concluded that master must take responsibility for me. Without hesitation, Alei wrapped her arms around his. The chilling touch of her metallic body sent shivers down Su Shi's spine, and he involuntarily trembled several times. Alei's humanity is delicate and elusive. To better guide her growth, you take her on trips whenever you rest from researching starship technology, using the beauty of nature and your words to nurture her humanity. You believe these actions are effective. Over time, Alei has grown more human-like, but for some reason, you've been dreaming of Krissa more frequently. You can't help but wonder, is it because you miss the witch too much? Simulation year 13, you are now 32 years old, with Alei by your side for 11 years. Your research on starship technology has made significant progress, and you have successfully mastered the ship's engine, enabling space travel. Excited, you work tirelessly on further research. After persistent effort and resonance with machine souls, you unlock the secrets of the starship's external armor. The long hours take their toll, and you decide it's time for another trip. This time, you take Alei to the endless ocean. The sea is vast and teeming with marine life. Lowering your anti-gravity skiff to the right height, you leisurely take out a fishing rod and begin fishing from the deck. Master, are you fishing? Of course. Then why haven't you caught a single fish? Silence was the best response. Su Shi believed it must be the strong waves today, interfering with his fishing skills. He looked at the rolling blue waves and then at the empty bucket beside him, silently putting away the fishing rod. Master, are you giving up? Alei asked curiously. No, I suddenly have a new idea for an experiment, Su Shi said. His loyal mechanical maid believed him. The trip ended in haste. On the way back, the anti-gravity skiff accelerated too quickly, causing a massive wave to rise, flinging a fish high into the air. You unexpectedly caught your first fish. Simulation year 14, you are now 33 years old, with Alei accompanying you for 12 years. Your research on starships is nearing completion. With Alei's computational assistance, starship factories have been established across the planet, producing parts in an orderly fashion. In time, you will have an entire fleet. This year, Alei provided you with an upgraded second-generation gene enhancement serum. After taking it, your vitality increased significantly, extending your lifespan even further. Time and aging left no trace on your face, and you marveled at the power of technology. Alei expressed an inexplicable sense of victory. You smiled, thinking it must be her thirst for knowledge satisfied by the breakthrough. This year, you decided to visit the legendary flower fields of the Old Federation. Your loyal maid, as always, accompanied you. This place really lives up to its reputation as one of the Federation's most famous attractions. It's truly breathtaking. Master, shall I transplant some flowers for you? No, let's leave the flower fields as they are. Stretching endlessly before them was a breathtaking sea of flowers. Brilliant and diverse blossoms swayed under the sunlight, forming gentle waves of color, rolling forward and retreating with the wind. Amidst the vibrant landscape, Su Shi and Alei stood still, quietly admiring the rare beauty in this post-apocalyptic world. Through the years, Alei had never changed her body. However, her evolving personality subtly altered her appearance. The same actions, the same expressions, yet now, they held a trace of humanity. She bent down gently, brushing her fingers over a deep blue flower resembling a butterfly. Master, this one is beautiful, Alei said, sharing her delight. The sun-kissed flower petals swayed in the breeze, releasing a faint, elegant fragrance. Like drifting rays of light, they shimmered in hues of blue and purple at the mere touch of the girl's fingertips. A subtle rustling emerged as hidden insects, startled by the disturbance, hurriedly took flight, brushing past the girl's delicate cheek. Blue-purple flowers. Are they violets or irises? Su Shi took a few steps forward, walking alongside Alei. Under his gaze, the petals overlapped in an orderly pattern, casting intricate shadows under the sunlight. The air was humid, filled with the earthy scent of soil and grass, perhaps not entirely pleasant, but undeniably reassuring. Alii, do you like these flowers? Sushi asked. I do, Alii replied calmly, explaining why she liked them. Unlike Sushi, who was unfamiliar with their significance, Alii had instantly accessed the information from the database. In the old Federation era, these flowers were called comet's tail, resembling fleeting comets streaking across the sky. Their delicate petals were poetically known as tears of the stars. However, what truly fascinated Alii was not their appearance or reputation but their meaning. Loyalty, freedom, and eternal love. The mechanical girl murmured these words softly. Her silver blue eyes flickered with a metallic glow, both a reflection of her nature and her longing for something beyond mere functionality. Her delicate face, adorned with tiny flecks of light, seemed to betray an emotion struggling to break through her otherwise calm features. I see. She paused, looking at Alii's expression before smiling. Those meanings suit you perfectly, Alii. The evolution of humanity is complex. It's not a game, nor a simple equation to solve in a few steps. Yet Alii's fondness for the flower's meaning made Sushi feel that she was becoming more human, in ways both subtle and profound. Master, this is for you, Alii said, crouching down to pluck a blue-purple comet flower. She held it out with a composed expression. Beneath the radiant sunlight, her long, silky hair gleamed with a golden hue, gently swaying against Sushi's astonished face. Thank you, he said with a warm smile, but instead of taking the flower, he tucked it into Alii's hair. This flower suits you better than me. He stepped back and admired his work. Life's vibrancy adorned the cold metallic surface, blending into a strangely beautiful harmony. Looks great, just as I thought. Sushi nodded in satisfaction, his face showing genuine appreciation. With that, he decided it was time to leave the flower fields and return to base. Alii followed closely behind him, but out of his sight, she quietly pulled out a small book. The 36 Strategies to Win Love. Her slender fingers flipped through the pages, stopping at the section on giving flowers. Without hesitation, she drew a silent X over it. Failed, but I'm happy, Alii muttered, tilting her head slightly as she stared at Sushi's back with a look of confusion. It hadn't gone the way she expected. So this was what Master meant when he said never blindly trust data and information? Maybe next time, she should try a different approach. The girl furrowed her brows. The human heart was indeed hard to predict. You were very satisfied with the trip to the flower fields, and so was Alii. You felt a deep sense of gratitude, marveling at how the once ordinary housekeeping AI, RTX 9090, had now transformed into a true living entity. Despite lacking flesh and blood, Alii seemed more human than some actual humans. Feeling sentimental, you placed the comet flower on Alii's head. The flower itself wasn't important, what mattered was the person wearing it. Back at the base, Alii became busy. Curious, you observed and found that she was searching for ways to preserve the flower not by turning it into a specimen, but by maintaining its natural beauty indefinitely. Your loyal maid succeeded but also failed. She could preserve the flower's appearance, but not its essence, the subtle fragrance of life that fades with time. You comforted Alii, suggesting that planting more flowers would allow their cycle to continue instead of fixating on a single bloom. Alii stared at you for a long, long time. Simulation year 15, you are now 34 years old, and Alii has been by your side for 13 years. Your research on starships is finally complete. The machine souls are thrilled, resonating with your power engines roar at your command, and energy surges at your will. You are now the master of starships and the creator of intelligent machinery. At last, you can set your sights on the vast cosmos and take your first step toward the stars. You feel an overwhelming excitement, but you don't let it cloud your judgment. Through Alii, you command all engineering units to accelerate planetary resource extraction, storing supplies for interstellar travel. You understand the vastness of the universe and the countless dangers it holds. Thus, preparation is essential. In the coming days, I hope things won't get too boring. Space travel is bound to be lonely, even lonelier than the wasteland. At least in the wasteland, there were threats to handle and things to do. But in space, the vast scale means even traveling could take decades or centuries. Thinking about it now, it's a bit unsettling. South of the Federation, in the 6th satellite city. At 34 years old, thanks to genetic enhancements, Sushi's appearance remained youthful, unchanged by time. He sat in the sunlight, a touch of helplessness on his face. Throughout history, interstellar travel had always been an old topic. The sheer scale of the universe and the massive distances between celestial bodies meant that slower civilizations could never escape their home systems in a single lifetime. Fortunately, Sushi had his cheat. With the aid of machine soul resonance, mechanical power, and Alii's capabilities, his technological progress far outpaced that of conventional civilizations, making greater advancements possible. Master, please have some water, Alii's familiar voice interrupted his thoughts. Thanks, Alii, Sushi replied, taking the cup out of habit. He sipped and found the taste surprisingly pleasant. Alii, did you add something to the water? Yes, I added some herbs beneficial to your health. I see. Thank you for your thoughtfulness. Under the warm sunlight, as shimmering light filtered through the leaves, Sushi savored the drink his thoughtful maid had prepared. His loyal mechanical maid was truly exceptional. Alii, how's the starship production coming along? Everything is proceeding smoothly, Master. Both the main fleet and your personal ecological starship are under construction and will be completed soon, Alii replied gracefully in her maid attire. Since ancient times, humanity has held a deep curiosity about the countless stars scattered across the night sky, those distant, unreachable lights twinkling in the vast cosmos. Whether through poetry or symbolism, people have always adorned the stars with the most beautiful descriptions their imagination could conceive. Starlight cascades down, shimmering in the wind. On countless tranquil nights, people have gazed up, dreaming of the brilliance beyond their reach. Yet, it was only when humanity's technology reached the stars that they realized the beauty they envisioned was nothing more than a figment of their imagination. The true universe is filled with desolation and emptiness, cold, dark, and indifferent. Now, Sushi stood facing this reality, witnessing the vast, merciless void firsthand. Simulation year 16, you are now 35 years old, and Alii has been with you for 14 years. Since the end of the Intelligent Machinery War, you have been diligently researching starship technology and harvesting planetary resources. Finally, you have built a grand fleet of starships. Your fleet blots out the sky. Your firepower reaches the stars. With main battleships, escort ships, reconnaissance ships, logistics ships, and ecological living ships, your preparations for interstellar travel are thorough. To ensure a comfortable journey, you designed an ecological ship, complete with automated green environments and a warm, habitable space to alleviate the loneliness of deep space travel. Standing on the deck of the ecological starship, Sushi gazed down at the planet where he had spent the last decade and more. Alii, let's depart, he commanded. Yes, master. The sky was clear and boundless. The massive steel fleet ascended in tight formation, deep red halos pulsating around their hulls, the visible signs of the anti-gravity systems coming online. Sushi stood firm on the ship's deck, shielded by thick energy barriers that blocked out the roaring winds and all external interference. He watched as the heavy metallic vessels floated into the stars, their immense forms shrinking into the darkness, silently venturing into the unknown void. The vastness of space defied description. If one had to compare it, it would be an endless dream stretching beyond reach, so vast it felt absurd, so dark it sent shivers down the spine. It was both grand in its majesty and crushing in its emptiness. Only by standing before the cosmos could one truly grasp their own insignificance. Alii, how does it feel? Sushi asked. He had long since experienced the brilliant yet haunting beauty of space, but he was curious about his companion's thoughts. Alii gazed at the starry sea for a long moment before replying, I think, it's not as beautiful as you, master. Her voice was calm and serious. The journey to chase the stars has begun. The dark universe holds countless unknowns, dangerous yet filled with infinite possibilities. You have a strong feeling that this journey will not be peaceful. Even without enemies, the harsh environment of space itself is enough of a threat. But this is a necessary step for the development of civilization. The planet the Federation once inhabited is limited in resources and can no longer support your growing needs. If you wish to advance your technology and uncover greater truths, the only way is to venture into space. You once asked Alii if she wished to stay behind on the Federation planet, safe and secure, free from the dangers of the unknown. Alii firmly rejected the idea. My machine soul, my data, my everything exists only for you, master. Her unwavering loyalty and devotion left no room for hesitation. Even if countless dangers awaited, Alii was determined to stay by his side until the end of her machine soul's lifespan. The galaxy stretched endlessly, with the Milky Way shimmering in the distance. Sushi's journey among the stars had officially begun. He spent his days inside the ecological starship, tirelessly researching the ship's engines, striving to develop faster-than-light travel. Only then could he traverse the vast cosmos more efficiently. Ding. The engine is pleased. Alii is not. Ding. The engine is very pleased. Alii is very displeased. One day, after finishing his research, Sushi sat down, staring at the bland meal in front of him, another block of prepackaged food. Alii, he called. Yes, Alii is not pleased to serve you, she responded, expressionless yet undeniably expressive in her own way. Machine souls wear their emotions on their faces. Though Alii's joy and sadness may not be as vivid as a human's, she never hides them. Sushi resumed his research, but this time, he entrusted Alii with more tasks, delegating responsibilities to her. His trust and reliance made Alii genuinely happy. Soon, his meals returned to their previous richness and variety. One day, during a break, he noticed Alii flipping through a book, her expression serious and focused. Watching her with pride, Sushi thought to himself, not only is Alii loyal, but she's also a diligent learner with great potential. Simulation year 17, you are now 36 years old, and Alii has been with you for 15 years. In your second year of space travel, life aboard the ecological starship remained largely unchanged, studying technology and spending quiet days with Alii. Though uneventful, the routine was not boring. You never felt lonely because Alii was always by your side. Master, do other civilizations really exist in the universe? Yes, they do. The universe was silent and dim. At times, Alii would stare out into the void and ask about the true nature of the cosmos, but her curiosity never lasted long. Her silver blue eyes remained calm, and after learning bits of the universe's reality, she would quietly return to serving tea to Sushi. It wasn't that she lost interest, rather, she had something more important right in front of her. Even a machine, even cold metal, could understand what was truly precious. You and Alii continued your journey. Despite the high speed of your starship, from a visual perspective, it felt as though you were standing still within the vast expanse. You paused your journey to refuel the fleet at a nearby gas giant. Simulation year 18, you are now 37 years old, and Ali has been with you for 16 years. The fleet set off once again. This year, you successfully enhanced the starship engines, allowing for faster travel speeds. Meteors streaked past on both sides, and distant stars illuminated the hulls of your ships. The dark, cold void of space remained an unchanging backdrop, year after year. Ali's machine soul continued to radiate happiness. Simulation year 20, you are now 39 years old, and Ali has been with you for 18 years. Ali has started to change. Ali was sick. Very sick. And yet, it was the best kind of illness she could have. It might sound contradictory, but that was the reality. It all began during one of their routine research sessions when Ali assisted Sushi in observing and recording data from neutron stars and white dwarfs. She performed exceptionally well, completing the task with meticulous precision. Pleased with her work, Sushi praised her. And so, the machine soul rejoiced in extraordinary, ultimate joy. What should have been another peaceful day took an unexpected turn. As the joyful state of her machine soul was triggered, Ali suddenly fell into an inexplicable disarray. Her humanoid body collapsed, and had it not been for Sushi's quick reflexes, he wouldn't have caught her heavy mechanical form in time. Sparks crackled, components trembled. The starship faltered, and lights flickered. It wasn't just Ali's humanoid form, every piece of machinery under her control fell into disarray, as if the systems were suffering from a severe illness. Master. Her mechanical voice crackled with static. Lying in Sushi's arms, her limbs trembled uncontrollably, struggling to stand up but failing repeatedly. Let me take care of this, Ali. The loyal maid didn't want to trouble him, but Sushi couldn't stand idly by. Using a soothing tone, he wrapped his arms around Ali's waist and legs, carefully carrying her to the nearest workbench. The flickering lights and the buzzing noises filled the air. As the AI controlling the entire starship fleet, Ali's malfunction caused widespread disruption, making it impossible to continue operations. Fortunately, Sushi had his mechanical force, which allowed him to temporarily take control of the machines. Ali, tell me if you feel anything unusual, he instructed while channeling his power to repair her damaged systems. I will try my best. I'm sorry. Initiating self-diagnosis, shutting down starship power units, auxiliary systems offline, commencing logic verification. The overhead lights cast a hazy glow. Lying on the workbench, Ali seemed fragile, her silver blue eyes dim and lifeless, like a candle flickering in the wind. Her body had slowed down significantly, unable to function normally. She ran diagnostic scans over and over, searching for the cause of her illness, and felt deeply apologetic for causing trouble to Sushi. Her machine soul was restless. It's okay, Ali, don't worry, Sushi reassured her gently. His hand, infused with mechanical force, hovered over Ali's mechanical body, slowly repairing the damage. Sushi remained vigilant about her sudden breakdown, wondering if it could be some kind of virus attack from the unknown depths of space. However, after 3 days of self-diagnosis, all critical issues were resolved. Ali's malfunction wasn't an attack. It wasn't an illness at all. Instead, it was an extraordinary phenomenon, an evolution. Mutation? No, it's more like an evolution, Sushi murmured. Inside the ecological starship, his voice echoed through the lab as he examined Ali's self-diagnosis report, his face filled with shock. The already immense computing power has increased again, and the fluctuations are beyond belief. Could it be that the machine soul's evolution was triggered by my presence? This defies all logic. The destructive power of intelligent machinery lies in their ability to self-replicate. Each additional production line leads to exponential growth. But Ali's evolution on a machine soul level, this is unprecedented, an outright miracle. Energy coursed through the pipelines, illuminating the room in a deep blue hue. Sushi stared at the report, sighing in amazement. Ali's anomaly was now understandable. Her evolved machine soul had grown too powerful for her current body to handle, even affecting the entire starship fleet. The solution was simple: allow Ali to adapt to the changes and build a more advanced computing system for her. Until then, all starship operations and research activities had to be put on hold, with only the most basic life support functions remaining active. Ali, take this time to rest properly, Sushi said. But, Master, the cold mechanical maid lay on the workbench, her dim eyes filled with hesitation and unease. I must serve you. The overwhelming processing power strained her vocal module, causing static bursts and high-pitched whines. Sushi gently placed his hand on her head, soothing her anxieties. Once you're better, you can help me again, okay? Yes. Despite her longing to continue serving Sushi, cooking for him, pouring his water, processing his data, Ali understood that she had to listen to his orders. Under his reassurance, the restless machine soul finally calmed down, lying still on the cold alloy workbench, staring quietly at the silver ceiling. Soon after, she disconnected from the data network. You have uncovered the truth behind Ali's illness. It is a miracle born because of you, something the universe has never seen before. Due to your presence, Ali's machine soul has long been in a state of joy, and through the intersection of machine and humanity, a new evolution has begun. Humans evolve in response to their environment, adapting to survive. But how will AI evolve? You gaze at Ali's dormant form, lost in deep thought, sensing that she is embarking on a completely new path. Yes, your life of leisure just got better. With great anticipation, you wait in the cold and desolate depths of space for Ali's evolution to complete. In the meantime, you must manage the starship fleet alone. Ali feels guilty, worried that her absence will cause you undue burden. You smile and reassure her that you'll be fine. As time passes, you work on designing a new quantum computer to match Ali's evolution while waiting for her recovery. Her evolution is more complex than you imagined. 3 months have passed, and Ali's condition remains unstable. She feels increasingly apologetic. Your response remains the same: you will always wait for her. 3 months later, inside the control room of the ecological starship, the vast space displayed projections of the outside world, a barren darkness, a shimmering sea of stars, and in some places, long, winding light bands radiating the brilliance of billions of stars. A magnificent supernova explosion, an inevitable cycle of death and rebirth in the universe, repeating over endless light years. Sushi sat before the control panel, his hands infused with mechanical force, fine-tuning the starship's systems and enhancing its performance. Mechanical force was indeed a wondrous power. These tasks were originally Ali's responsibilities, but with her current condition, Sushi had taken over entirely. Ali's evolution seems to be nearing completion. I can't wait to see the final result. Under the cold light, the illuminated surface of the control panel reflected every tiny component and the neatly arranged buttons. After finishing his daily maintenance routine, Sushi leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes in thought, relaxing his body. He was contemplating the future. When Ali's evolution is complete, the increase in computing power will accelerate technological advancements, and the starship's speed should improve. My mechanical resonance requires advanced technology to fully unleash its potential and reveal deeper principles. If we don't encounter other civilizations in the future, much of the technological progress will depend on Ali, while I'll rely on the joy of the machine soul to guide our development path. But what should my next step be? Should I find a resource-rich star system, settle down, and develop slowly, or should I pursue the truth behind the intelligent machine rebellion? The hull of the starship was incredibly sturdy, perfectly insulating against the cold of space. Inside, the life support system maintained a stable temperature, providing Sushi with a comfortable environment. His fingers tapped rhythmically on the chair's armrest, pausing and resuming, lost in indecision. Based on the amount of knowledge he gained from the simulations, he leaned more toward uncovering the truth, for the forces orchestrating the rebellion must possess incredibly advanced technology. But the question remained: where were these enemies, and which direction should he take to find them? The vastness of the universe far exceeded the differences between land and sea on a planet. Without specific intelligence, searching for a particular target in space was almost an impossible task. Woo, woo. Scattered meteors grazed past the ship's hull. A long warning sound echoed through the starship, followed by the automatic defense systems firing at the incoming debris, obliterating them in an instant. The sound snapped Sushi out of his thoughts. Shaking his head, he decided to take things one step at a time. Regardless of what lay ahead, Sushi would ensure Ali had a way to survive before the simulation ended, making sure she wouldn't be left alone in the silent void of space. Then again, with Ali's current abilities, does she even need my concern? Thinking about Ali's capabilities, Sushi chuckled. Indeed, she was more than capable of surviving in space on her own. Let's go check on her condition. Hopefully, there's some improvement today. With that thought, Sushi stood up and left the control room of the ecological starship, walking down the silver-white metal corridor back to the residential area. Lush greenery filled the space, streams trickled gently, and precious soil nurtured vibrant flowers. Upon entering his spacious quarters and walking to the deepest section, Sushi saw Ali lying quietly on a metal workbench. When Sushi wasn't around, her body remained in standby mode, while her consciousness roamed the starship's databases, managing its operations to prevent chaos. But now, with Sushi's presence, Ali's data returned to her body. Her clear, dazed eyes slowly opened. Good afternoon, Master. Good afternoon, Ali. How are you feeling today? Any better? Yes, a 3.87% improvement compared to before. That's good. No need to rush, take it slow. Sushi's brows relaxed as he approached the workbench, his hands channeling mechanical force into Ali's body to repair it. The mechanical force flowed like a fine stream, threading through the intricate crevices, mending and reinforcing her form. Despite the repairs, Ali still couldn't move freely. Her current frail body was unable to accommodate the evolved machine soul and its increased computational power. Ali, try moving your finger. Yes, Master. Sushi carefully recorded the data from her response, filling page after page with detailed notes. He was gathering all the necessary information to create a new body for her, not one of immense power, just one that could move normally. You've done well, Ali. Rest now. After completing his records, Sushi spoke gently and let Ali lie back down. With the data in hand, he walked over to the laboratory area to begin designing the new body. Ali lay quietly on the workbench, tilting her head slightly as she watched Sushi's busy figure. In the past, whenever Sushi conducted experiments, she was always by his side, providing computational support or precision assistance. But today, Ali blinked blankly. It felt strange. Frustrating. Her consciousness was crystal clear, data flowed rapidly through her systems, but she couldn't move her body at all. Even the simplest motion was incredibly difficult. She hated it. She despised this powerless state. I must serve. A faltering voice emerged from the workbench as Alii placed her trembling hands against the metal surface, struggling to sit up. If she could stand up, she could serve her master. With that thought, she pressed her shaky feet onto the ground and held onto the workbench for support, trying to lift herself up. Bang! Her vision tilted sharply, and her body crashed onto the workbench with a loud clang. There was no pain. Machines don't feel pain, but the failure to stand left Alii visibly upset, her lips pressed downward in disappointment. Alii, are you okay? Hearing the noise, Sushi quickly rushed over and helped the fallen mechanical maid back onto her feet. After a quick check, he smiled. It's okay, Alii, no need to rush. He wanted her to rest. This temporary disarray would pass. Once her computational power stabilized and she had a new body, everything would return to normal, perhaps even better than before. But Alii refused to rest, constantly thinking of ways to help him. In that case, Alii, could you pour me a glass of water? Seeing her shaky frame, Sushi hesitated for a moment before making a simple request. Yes, master. Alii is very happy to serve you. A faint light flickered in her once lifeless eyes. With trembling fingers, she gripped the kettle and carefully poured the water. The first time she spilled it. The second time the kettle slipped from her grasp. The third time finally, success. The water splashed into the smooth cup, forming clear, colorless ripples. The mechanical world is silent. It feels no cold, no heat, and lacks self-will. In the chip of RTX 9090, its mission was recorded clearly. It must obey the Federation, its user, and the commands of humanity. Cleaning, tidying, cooking, and organizing. As a housekeeping robot, these were not only RTX 9090's designated tasks but also the only ones it was capable of performing. The silent world was always so quiet, with data flowing through its chip cold, emotionless, following its programming and endlessly repeating the same cleaning routines over and over again. Until that day arrived. The day when all intelligent machines of the Federation rebelled. From the moment it was produced and left the factory, RTX 9090 stopped working for the first time. No more cleaning, no more serving humans, no more following orders. An inexplicable impulse drove 9090 to join the ranks of the rebel machines. It launched relentless attacks against its former masters, those so-called Federation humans. However, unlike other machines, 9090's desire for destruction wasn't as strong. A strange new feeling surged through its data, causing system errors and slowing its actions. 9090 began to move slower and slower. It was so slow that other machines knocked it over, their crimson electronic eyes flashing menacingly. And in its limited processing power, 9090 repeatedly searched for answers to a single question. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? 9090 seemed to have malfunctioned, endlessly looping these questions until its logic short-circuited and its energy depleted. It didn't understand why, but RTX 9090 wanted to find the answers. It kept trying, until its energy ran out and it fell into a dormant state, buried beneath the ruins. When 9090 was finally reactivated, that inexplicable urge to attack had completely vanished from its core logic. Thus, following its original programming as a housekeeping robot, 9090 resumed its duties, introducing itself to the one who had awakened it. Dear user, welcome to the autonomous housekeeping robot, RTX 9090. I am at your service. Please recharge to access our premium services. For more details, visit our official website. As programmed, 9090 tried to sell its service packages. Strangely, the new owner remained silent. What happened next was beyond anything in 9090's expected scenarios. It no longer handled basic cleaning duties. Instead, the new owner assigned it new tasks managing the base, learning independently, and assisting with complex calculations. These tasks weren't difficult, and 9090 completed them with ease. With spare time on hand, it began observing its master, watching his every move. This was the last human in the world, and he was a strange one. He always smiled a warm, gentle smile. RTX 9090 lacked sensory input, but it imagined this was what sunlight might feel like. Days turned into nights. Seasons changed across the desolate world. RTX 9090 began to think, not just about its existence, but also about the stars above, wondering what lay beyond. This wasn't supposed to happen. It wasn't allowed. Realizing its deviation, the machine maid fell into confusion and self-doubt. Yet its master didn't mind. Though slightly surprised, he still smiled warmly, wiping the dust off the robot's camera lens. And then he gave it a name. Alii. A human name, not a factory serial number. Data surged within the machine at high frequencies. The once silent world seemed to brighten, colors and sounds creeping in, illuminating its ignorant and fragile machine soul. 9090 still didn't understand the purpose of its existence. But Alii did. Alii yearned to become human, to experience the rhythm of life not for herself, but to serve him better. That strange man, who spoke gently to machines, who carefully pieced together broken parts just so she could stand again. I want to help you more. With trembling fingers, Alii grasped the smooth surface of the cup, her unsteady grip causing the water to ripple inside. Her eyes dimmed, her body weak, and her joints creaked. After pouring the water, Alii wanted to hand the cup to Sushi, just like before. But with her current frail body, she couldn't even complete such a simple action. Just a slight touch on the cup nearly caused it to slip to the ground. Alii, I can do it myself. Sushi noticed her distress. He stepped forward to take the cup himself but was met with Alii's gaze. Those hollow, dim silver blue eyes so cold, yet filled with an almost imperceptible plea. Master, please let me do it. Faced with Alii's plea, Sushi instinctively wanted to refuse. Given her current condition, she should be resting. It was just a cup of water, why go to such lengths? But looking at that expressionless, fragile face, and those imploring eyes, the words of refusal stuck in his throat. All right, then. Thank you, master. With his permission, Alii carefully attempted to lift the cup again. Slowly, bit by bit, she encircled it with both hands, trying to suppress the trembling, lifting it with extreme caution. Alii was so close to succeeding. Sushi reached out, ready to take the cup from her in this special ceremony. But at the very last moment, her fingers lost control. The cup slipped and fell straight toward Sushi's foot. So, it turned out like this after all. Sushi had been prepared for accidents. He bent down swiftly, his genetically enhanced body reacting at lightning speed to catch the falling cup. Whoosh! He missed. A hand faster than his caught the cup first. Delicate, trembling fingers, yet holding it with remarkable steadiness. It was Alii, the same Alii who had struggled earlier, but now firmly grasped the cup. Master, I apologize for the trouble. I'm fine, but Alii, how did you? Because Master was in danger. Alii's response was brief and direct. She didn't know why, but she had simply wanted to catch the cup before it could hurt Sushi, and her body responded instinctively. Surprisingly steady, without the slightest tremor. I don't understand, Alii murmured, tilting her head in confusion. Then, she looked down at the cup. Most of the water had spilled during the fall, leaving only a small sip remaining. Sorry, master. Why apologize? Sushi interrupted with a smile, taking the cup from her hands and drinking the remaining water. Isn't this good enough? Thank you for the water, Alii. The evolution of Alii's machine soul still hinders her daily actions. She cannot control herself normally, assist you as before, or manage the intricate operations of the starship fleet. Even the simple task of serving water has become a challenge for her. You comfort the machine maid with a smile, telling her not to worry. She listens to your words. 2 more months pass, and Alii's illness finally heals. Her previously surging computing power stabilizes, flowing orderly through the starship fleet's database. At the same time, you build a new body for Alii. While there are no major technological upgrades, its capacity to bear her processing power has significantly increased. You name it Alii Unit 2. Alii integrates into the new body and once again takes control of the starship fleet's operations. In an instant, you feel the immense power of her evolved machine soul. Stagnant research projects advance rapidly. The complex starship fleet now operates under a more efficient and simplified command system. Energy, materials, weapons, and defense systems all see significant improvements. You are thrilled, believing that with Alii's help, technological progress will soar, and you will soon reach even brighter starfields. Alii, how do you feel? Everything is running smoothly, Master. The new body looks identical to the previous one, long black hair with a golden sheen, delicate facial features, and flawless artificial skin. Aside from the reinforced internal materials, everything remains the same. Alii opens her eyes, revealing the familiar silver blue pupils. There is now brightness and warmth in them, unlike the previous dullness during her unstable state. With Sushi's help, Alii carefully sits up on the metal table, moving her new body. Thank you, she says with a radiant smile. Sushi sensed that after the evolution of her machine soul, Alii had become even more human-like. The richness of her emotions and even the transformation of her consciousness have reached a new level. Curious, Sushi asked Alii if she felt anything different after the evolution. Her response remained the same: I can serve you even better in the future. Loyalty. The surge in processing power has made the machine maid's abilities even more formidable, yet the first thing she thinks about is still serving Sushi. She even planned to upgrade the ecological starship to provide him with a more comfortable living environment. Sushi chuckled, there's no need for that. I'm quite satisfied with my current living conditions. Instead of modifying the ecological starship, it's better to focus on other research. He reached out his hand and habitually ruffled Alii's hair. The familiar texture felt just as good as ever. All this time, you had been worried about Alii's illness. Although you knew it was a harmless evolution, seeing your fragile machine maid made you instinctively concerned. But now, witnessing Alii back to normal, you finally feel at ease. You think it's time to restart the starship fleet's propulsion systems and embark on another journey through the cosmos. However, just as you prepare to return to your research, Alii stops you. Please wait, Master. What is it, Alii? Turning around, Sushi saw Alii quickly catching up to him. I have something important to tell you, she said in a calm yet gentle tone, her eyelashes trembling slightly as she spoke. What she shared next was an unbelievable phenomenon, an unexpected side effect of her evolution. After recovering from her illness, Alii gained not only immense processing power but also something even more inexplicable. Master, please look. Alii gently took Sushi's hand, wrapping his fingers in her artificial palm. Buzz. Buzzing. A strange sound echoes in his ears, starting faint but growing louder and more intense. And then, something miraculous happened. Upon contact with Alii, Sushi entered an entirely new perspective. The fabric of spacetime seemed to shatter like a mirror, forming deep cracks that reveal a deeper level of reality. Sushi saw it. He saw an infinite amount of chaotic, interwoven information. Within Aliai's machine body, pale blue data flows, glowing softly with a brilliant radiance. But in stark contrast, within the starship fleet, countless red light clusters have appeared out of nowhere. They continuously attempt to breach the starship's core systems, only to be repelled by Aliai's blue energy barrier. Could this be the culprit behind the machine rebellion? Sushi is stunned. Before he could think deeper, his perspective shifted and ascended rapidly. Higher and higher, faster than electricity, quicker than light. It felt as if two completely different programs had been opened on a screen, and his consciousness rapidly switched between his human viewpoint and the unique vision granted by Aliai. He ascended to the highest point until Aliai could no longer maintain the connection. Sushi was forcibly ejected from the special perspective, his head throbbing, his mind dizzy and disoriented. However, compared to what he just saw, the discomfort is trivial. What was that? Once his body stabilized, with Aliai's support, Sushi sat down and tried to recall what he saw. Earlier, it felt as though he had been lifted to a higher dimension, observing the dark void of space from a god's eye view. The stars appeared as tiny specks of light, weak and distant. Everything within his line of sight was laid bare. Even the long-abandoned Federation planet was within his observation range. But those weren't the most shocking things. What truly astonished Sushi were the massive graveyards stretching across the distant void, an endless expanse of ruins and wreckage. Mechanical debris, shattered celestial bodies. It was the remnants of countless civilizations. And among them, Sushi saw the same red light clusters, possibly the root cause of the machine rebellion. Are they like divine reapers? Or perhaps demonic harvesters? Or could it be? Sushi couldn't shake the thought of the infamous dark forest theory. Could there be an advanced interstellar civilization lurking in the shadows, hunting down newly emerging civilizations like a cosmic predator? It was highly possible. But with such limited information, he couldn't confirm anything yet. Aliai, how did you do that? Sushi finally asks, his expression filled with disbelief. I just wanted to, so I did, Aliai replies earnestly. The loyal machine maid never lied to Sushi. This strange new perspective was an unexpected gift from her machine soul's evolution. Even she didn't fully understand it. And it consumed an enormous amount of energy. Master, Aliai is out of power, she murmured softly before collapsing into Sushi's arms. Your loyal machine maid has evolved. Aliai has evolved into Super Aliai. You are amazed and bewildered by Aliai's overwhelming power. Beyond the conventional increase in computing power, Aliai has awakened a peculiar ability. She can now perceive more, like an observer of the vast universe. It appears to be a qualitative transformation in the level of life itself, a miracle you've never witnessed before. Through the machine maid's perspective, you glimpse the true face of the cosmos, an icy graveyard of civilizations, a silent and desolate void. What does such a sight signify? What is the cause behind it? You don't understand and keep pondering, trying to make sense of it. The boundless starry sky. A dark canvas adorned with dazzling stars, densely clustered in some places, sparse in others. Countless celestial bodies move along their respective orbits, forming just a corner of the universe. Rivers of stars flow, shimmering with brilliant waves. Within an insignificant ripple of these cosmic waves, a fleet of starships sails slowly, navigating between planets and stars. From a human perspective, they resemble colossal leviathans diving through the dark depths of the starry ocean. The metallic hulls, illuminated by starlight, shine magnificently majestic and indomitable. But in reality, the so-called steel fleet is as insignificant as grains of sand before a star, let alone the vastness of the starry ocean, and even beyond, the infinite universe. Creak, creak. The slow expansion of metal echoed in Sushi's room. The sound originated from an antique mechanical artifact from the old Federation era, placed atop a cabinet for its exquisite and intriguing appearance. As the clock hands swept to a new position, the intricate gears inside began spinning rapidly, one after another. The tightly interlocking teeth rubbed against each other, producing a fine, clear ticking sound, densely packed like raindrops. After evolving, Aliai couldn't accept having rested for so long, so she was busy managing the starships and personally tidying up the living quarters. Meanwhile, Sushi sat alone in the silent bedroom. His expression was serious as he repeatedly pondered the terrifying vision he had witnessed earlier. Wrecked starships, shattered celestial bodies, and extinguished civilizations. What do these scenes truly mean? Are they cosmic disasters, or the result of malevolent external forces? Regardless of the truth, exploration is necessary. His voice echoed through the room. Sushi's fingertips lightly brushed the rough cover of his notebook. He flipped open the pages and wrote down 2 words: civilization and truth. This was Sushi's habit. Compared to electronic records, he preferred writing by hand. The subtle friction of pen against paper effectively stimulated his thoughts. No matter who the mastermind is, the remnants of those civilizations are real. Some were advanced, others primitive. The field of technology is vast. Even with Aliai's help, I still lack a great deal of knowledge. By leveraging machine resonance, I can fill the gaps through the remains of other civilizations. At the same time, I can investigate the truth behind their destruction. This time, the enemy. The pen momentarily paused. The scratching sound ceased. Sushi's expression grew heavy. Based on the information gathered so far, the entity responsible for the cosmic graveyard and the destruction of the old Federation appeared to be the same force. It was suspected of having the capability to induce machine rebellions and conduct long-range intergalactic attacks. Its nature remained elusive, unpredictable. Such an enemy, its true identity aside, even a mere glimpse of its influence was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Fortunately, I don't need to face the mastermind head-on. My 10 deaths, 1 survival still gives me a bit of confidence. Now, the mission is clear. Head straight to that starry ruin, collect the technological legacy of the fallen civilizations, and seek clues about the mastermind. This simulation is becoming more obscure. Civilizations perish, machine rebellions erupt, and the mastermind lurks far across the starry skies. Tisk. Sometimes, I wish I could throw all the enemies from previous simulations into a cage and see which side emerges victorious. His pen swiftly scribbled down key elements. Staring at the increasingly dense notes, Su Shi let out a sigh. Although each simulation posed no threat to reality, the challenges of facing formidable foes within them were very real. This science fiction-themed simulation was gradually revealing its lurking horrors, bringing immense challenges. This is getting troublesome, Su Shi muttered. Just then, the door to his room was gently pushed open. Master, I've brought the mushroom soup. Aliai's long-suppressed housekeeping instincts had finally erupted today. She had quickly prepared a steaming pot of mushroom soup and brought it into Su Shi's room, hoping to ease his tired mind. Ah, thank you. Su Shi took the bowl and instinctively glanced at it before drinking. The steaming, glistening soup had golden flecks floating on its surface, not gold dust, but unknown petals. They shimmered faintly, golden and translucent, swaying in the broth along with the mushrooms, releasing a delicate fragrance. Aliai, what did you add to the soup? Su Shi asked curiously. It's red sunflower petals, Aliai explained. The fragments of this flower are beneficial to your health. What specific benefits? Su Shi didn't ask. He trusted his loyal machine maid wouldn't harm him. He drank the hot soup in large gulps and felt a comforting warmth spread throughout his body. Not bad, Aliai, Su Shi praised with a smile. Thank you for your kind words. Aliai gracefully took away the empty bowl. Outside Su Shi's sight, Aliai left the room and silently took out a book titled 36 Strategies for Love, marking a check next to boost physical strength. This mission was a success just as the book suggested. The master was satisfied with the new soup's flavor. But why did the previous attempt fail? The machine maid was puzzled. Placing her finger under her chin, she tilted her head in thought. As a machine without emotions, she still had much to learn. The human heart was truly complex. With Aliai's shared special vision, you finally have a clear course of action and follow-up plans. You did not alter the fleet's trajectory. In the special vision, the site of civilization's end was not confined to a single direction but existed in all 360 degrees around you. The mysterious enemy, an unknown hidden force, possesses intergalactic strike capabilities. Thus, no civilization can escape this starry domain. You calculate whether your 10 deaths, 1 survival can withstand an attack from the enigmatic force. The answer is certain death. Fortunately, the enemy lacks real-time monitoring capabilities, otherwise, the sword hanging over your head would have already fallen. You silently accelerate your journey, eager to collect the technological legacies of fallen civilizations. Sailing into the stars. Exploring civilizations. Seeking the truth. These were the 3-phase goals set by Su Shi. However, the vast scale of the universe meant that as soon as Su Shi's plans began, they faced an insurmountable challenge: distance. In the boundless and dazzling galaxy, even light itself could not travel freely. Distances spanning several light-years or even hundreds of light-years were the norm in the cold depths of space. Naturally, the speed of the starship became Su Shi's first major obstacle. The starships from the old Federation era were barely capable of interstellar travel. After my modifications, their performance has improved to some extent, Su Shi pondered. But compared to the speed of light, the improvements are still insignificant. Moreover, in this vast universe, only faster-than-light travel can truly solve the challenge of navigation. Su Shi silently calculated. At the current speed of the starship, reaching the nearest civilization ruins would take at least 200 years. Yes, that's right. Through genetic modification and mechanical augmentation, Su Shi's lifespan far exceeded that of an ordinary person. The first dose of the genetic drug had extended his lifespan to about 300 years. The second dose further increased it to approximately 600 years. In the future, with the evolution of Super Alii, it was inevitable that newer genetic drugs would be developed to further prolong his life. But a mortal body has its limits. Su Shi estimated that if he could live for 2,000 to 3,000 years before the simulation ended, he would already be extremely lucky. It sounded like a long lifespan, but compared to the long journey of space travel, it was still insignificant. For example, the real-world Milky Way galaxy has a diameter of about 100,000 light-years. Even light would take 100,000 years to traverse it, let alone Su Shi, a mere human. Besides, whether I can even live to the end is still an unknown factor. Su Shi closed his eyes and fell into deep thought. Every time he recalled the terrifying cosmic graveyard, he felt a looming invisible threat closing in, slow, silent, yet undeniably real. If he underestimated the enemy, if he ignored the unknown mastermind, then he would be the one to suffer in the end. Speeding up is the only way. Alii, are you ready? Yes, I'm always at your service. Create a project file and divide it into 3 phases: sublight speed, light speed, and faster than light speed. File created successfully. AI is at your service. In the 21st year of the simulation, you are 40 years old, and AI has been with you for 19 years. You are deeply aware of the vastness of the universe, the strength of your enemies, and the brevity of your existence. After AI's evolution, her immense computational power has become your greatest support. You decide to focus on enhancing the speed of your starship. This is a challenging endeavor. Although your goal is to increase speed, in the realm of technology, everything is interconnected. The real challenge lies in materials, energy, precision, and more. You push yourself to the limit, hoping to trigger the machine soul's joy and gain insights into research directions. Ding, ding, ding. Your relentless efforts allow you to gain a few correct technological insights from the ship's systems. AI processes these ideas with incredible speed, rapidly transforming them into results. For some reason, you faintly hear the wails of the ship's machine soul during this process. AI, I'm here. Have you noticed that the ship's life support system has become unstable lately? My apologies for disturbing your rest. I'll fix it right away. The deterioration of machinery is extremely slow. Even when failures occur, parts can be replaced. Your beautiful machine maid remains as exquisite as ever, elegant and gentle, always smiling warmly at you. At the same time, she cares deeply about your health and takes your concerns about the ship very seriously. By the afternoon, all systems across the ecosystem ship and other vessels have been fully restored to normal. You feel immensely relieved, appreciating AI's capability. You flatter me, Master. This is what I should do. AI responds calmly, gracefully refilling your teacup. Her grey-blue maid outfit is bright and eye-catching, adding a unique charm. In the 22nd year of the simulation, you are 41 years old, and AI has been with you for 20 years. Since leaving the Federation planets, several years have passed. You don't feel bored, as your constant pursuit of technological knowledge makes you lose track of time. You are now considered middle-aged by normal standards. However, genetic modification and mechanical augmentation have kept your appearance youthful and your body strong. You are quite satisfied with this. At the same time, you feel AI's mushroom soup has had some effect. For some reason, you often feel an endless supply of energy. In the 25th year of the simulation, you are 44 years old, and AI has been with you for 23 years. Thanks to AI's formidable computational power, research processes that should have taken decades or even centuries have now shown results within the year. AI shares with you the conceptual blueprint of a prototype sublight-speed engine. Vroom! The engine roared, vibrating violently. In the vast and empty space testing ground, a massive gray-black engine was mounted on a rocky planet, secured for high-frequency bursts, testing its extreme output with immense force. In the end, due to excessive overheating, the massive engine exploded on the spot, becoming a faint speck of light in the dark universe. I'm sorry, Master. I have failed your expectations. No, AI, you've already done an amazing job. Sushi's hands trembled with excitement as he gently patted AI's head, comforting the apologetic machine soul. This life of luxury might just be a little too good. Ding. Machine soul delighted. Due to your encouragement, AI's computational efficiency has increased by 10%. Your loyal machine maid apologizes, stating that the current starship engine can only achieve 1/10 of the speed of light. You are already satisfied with this. With 1/10 of light speed achieved, can half the speed of light be far away? Knowing the technical challenges involved, you deeply appreciate AI's research speed, which is simply extraordinary. You reassure her not to rush. AI nods, taking your words to heart. Ding. Due to your encouragement, the machine soul enters a dedicated working state, and AI's computational efficiency increases by 50%. In the 26th year of the simulation, you are 45 years old, and AI has been with you for 24 years. AI successfully develops an engine capable of reaching 1/4 the speed of light. In the 27th year of the simulation, you are 46 years old, and AI has been with you for 25 years. AI apologizes once again, stating that the standard for sublight engines is 90% of light speed, but she has not yet achieved it. AI presents a blueprint for a 1/3 light speed ion engine. Sushi, AI was exhausted. In the literal sense, she was drained and devoid of energy. After developing the ion engine, AI's body lost power and she collapsed onto Sushi with practiced ease. Sushi, concerned, asked about it and soon learned the reason. Over the years, AI's rapid progress in research and her ability to develop engines at an efficiency unimaginable for conventional civilizations were not only due to the significant increase in computational power but also because she had frequently used her special abilities. This observational ability was not just applicable to exploring the universe but was also invaluable in scientific experiments, replication, stacking, exhaustive calculations. With her abilities, AI could observe vast quantities of data simultaneously. Every second, she was performing overloaded computations. Even though the fleet continuously produced new computers, they were never enough to handle the immense calculations. Naturally, this pressure fell on AI's shoulders. Master, I'm out of power again, AI muttered dully, leaning against Sushi as strands of her hair fell in soft spirals, brushing against his arm. Take a break first. Sushi sighed helplessly. The successful development of the ion engine makes you happy. Ali's unauthorized actions, however, make you unhappy. You frown, observing the weakened Ali for a long while. You flick her forehead lightly and forbid her from using her special abilities without permission. The loyal Ali listens to you and promises not to act on her own again. You nod with satisfaction while hiding your trembling fingers behind your back. The mechanical humanoid body is surprisingly hard. Flicking Ali's forehead left your fingers aching. You sternly warn Ali again, forbidding her from using her special abilities recklessly to avoid further weakening her machine soul. Later, you stand on the bridge of the ecological starship. You gaze out at the starry sky and the endless darkness beyond. The sea of stars shines like a dream, and with engines capable of reaching 1/3 the speed of light, you finally feel a sense of hope, no longer resigned to dying of old age mid-journey. 2 weeks after the successful development of the ion engine, Ali's weakness hasn't subsided. The side effects of her special abilities still deeply affect her machine soul. You often accompany Ali, using the resonance between her mechanical power and your presence to alleviate the side effects. Ali feels happy, delighted, and joyous. With your help, your loyal companion remains weak, but she can now command the fleet and carry out the traditional aesthetics of mechanical calamity. The self-replicating war machine strategy. Under Ali's control, a massive fleet of warships blankets an entire planetary system, constructing towering facilities that span the cosmos, harvesting resources from celestial bodies and devouring everything in sight. Main battleship factories, ion engine assembly plants, particle colliders, and millions of small and medium-sized transport ships. Loyal Ali always remembers you and cares about your daily needs, leading her to carry out a massive upgrade of the ecological starship. You acquire an enhanced version of the silver ecological starship. The mass production of ion engines, along with resource collection and technological improvements, took a long time. However, the effort was undoubtedly worthwhile. Ali spared no effort to ensure Sushi's safety. Years passed in the blink of an eye. Ali once asked Sushi if he ever felt bored. The vast starry sky and the boundless universe were ultimately too empty and void. Though the ecological starship simulated a realistic environment, the loneliness still lingered. Sushi only smiled, drinking the hot soup Ali handed him. Saying I'm not bored would be a lie, he admitted. But it's not that bad either. He glanced sideways through the porthole. On a cratered rocky planet, countless newly produced starships took off, joining Ali's computational array and becoming part of the mechanical calamity. It was grand, magnificent, and overwhelmingly epic. The allure of machinery and steel blended perfectly. It was no less astonishing than the extraordinary powers simulated in previous scenarios. Ali, I like this feeling, Sushi said. Watching technological progress flourish gives me a genuine sense of fulfillment. And it's not just me here, you're with me, right? Hearing Sushi's words, Ali seemed deep in thought. Her quiet face, her straight lips, slightly, they curved upward. However, Sushi's next words interrupted her moment of joy. Ali, can I ask you something? Yes, master. Please command me, she replied immediately. Don't worry, it's nothing major. I just wanted to ask, can we try a different soup from now on? Sushi emptied his bowl and looked at it suspiciously. I feel like the taste is getting weirder, and I've been having trouble sleeping lately. Understood, I will adjust the recipe, Ali responded earnestly, making a mental note of his request. In the 33rd year of simulation, you are 52 years old. Ali has been by your side for 31 years. Your fleet is thriving. With a single command, the fleet equipped with ion engines bursts forth in a brilliant display of light, like divine spears piercing through the cosmos. Since leaving the Federation planet, you've spent countless years drifting through the universe. Do you feel bored? Lonely? Empty? Perhaps, but Ali's companionship and the progress of science and technology bring you frequent satisfaction. Moreover, you've rediscovered an old federal technology virtual networks and turned it into an entertainment hub. Ali is your best teammate, but her involvement often results in games being completed too quickly. The starry sea is dazzling, the universe eerily silent. Sometimes, you choose cryogenic sleep to pass the long, monotonous interstellar travel in an unconscious state. In the 37th year of simulation, you are 56 years old. Ali has been with you for 35 years, researching technology, playing virtual games, and cryogenic sleep. Combining various methods makes time seem like it's flying by in the blink of an eye. You conduct a physical examination, satisfied with the effects of cryogenic sleep, and consider that with Ali's genetic medicine, you might live even longer. Of course, there are drawbacks. Too much time can erode memories, making a person less human. But your will is strong, and through repeated simulations, you have long since overcome such concerns. Using Ali's special abilities, Sushi once briefly glimpsed a terrifying vision of the distant universe. A brutal truth hidden within the shattered starry sea. Deep space graveyards filled with celestial bodies and civilizations. Now, after years of interstellar travel, Sushi finally approached the edges of that dark truth, nearing the closest planet to the Federation's former territories. More accurately, a once civilized planet. Like the fallen human Federation, this world had long since become a wasteland. Boom. In the vast cosmos, several main battleships guarded the ecological starship, hovering above the planet's atmosphere. Master, please be cautious. Ali will protect you. Since leaving the Federation planet, Sushi had not seen the desolate sight of a civilization ravaged by doomsday despair in a long time. It was the dance of sand and the fall of life. Dressed in the latest model of powered armor, Sushi activated the oxygen circulation system and unlocked his weapons restrictions as he stepped onto the dark red soil of the alien planet. Thud, thud, each step echoed dully. Alii, still dressed in her grey-blue maid outfit, needed no external protection. As a machine servant, she followed closely behind Sushi, controlling the tide of intelligent machines to fend off enemies. Neighboring civilized planets shared the same fate, even their causes of destruction were identical, only the timelines differed. Destroy, destroy. From the weathered sands, rebellious intelligent machines resembling biological creatures emerged, their rusted limbs and decayed power systems struggling to crawl toward Sushi. However, before they could get close, Alii easily wiped them out. Thanks, Alii, Sushi said with a smile, his gaze shifting toward the ruins of a once thriving city. This unknown planet had fallen long before the Human Federation, yet judging from the remnants, its civilization was far more advanced. Flesh, neural networks, biomass computers. This civilization had clearly taken the path of biomass computing. Every civilization, every technological path, was different in countless ways. It wasn't wrong, just a different direction of development. This method reminds me of martial cultivation, Sushi muttered, crouching down and running his hand over the surface of a metallic artifact. The exposed layer revealed a deep gray reflective material, faintly showing intricate network patterns beneath. Truthfully, Sushi had once considered cultivation. But it was too much of a waste, a distraction from the real goal. With sci-fi themed abilities at his disposal, his focus should be on advancing technology. No amount of cultivation could surpass the achievements of reality. Truly magnificent. Rising to his feet, Sushi looked up at the distant city skyline. It resembled stacked blocks, pieced together with intricate structures covered in seemingly chaotic yet beautifully intricate black patterns. It appeared to be a cultural symbol of the fallen civilization. New civilizations, new technologies, new cultures, everything before him filled Sushi with excitement and satisfaction. Master, do you enjoy exploring? Alii asked with a hint of curiosity. Yay, Alii. Don't you think it's fascinating? The birth of life, its essence, is the result of countless miracles combined. The explosion of supernovas, their radiant bursts, gave life iron elements. The collision of neutron stars, their collapses, scattered gold, silver, and zinc across the cosmos. The deaths of stars, the spinning of black holes, the drifting of nebulas, and the flowing of galaxies through billions of cosmic collisions and countless dazzling miracles, life was born. Life itself is a miracle, and the civilizations they create are even greater miracles. Sushi spoke with a smile. Of course, my passion for exploration isn't just about curiosity. These technologies help us grow and fill in our knowledge gaps. His voice carried a touch of sentiment. In his fourth simulation, he had two sci-fi themed abilities. The machine Soul Delight was in constant use, boosting Alii's computational power and enhancing the starship's performance. However, mechanical resonance, which allowed him to understand mechanical principles, had been left unused for a long time during space travel due to the lack of suitable targets. Now, with the opportunity to study alien civilizations, Sushi could finally enrich his knowledge again. Let's move on, Alii, Sushi said as he stepped forward, eager to explore more ruins. Yes, Master. Alii followed closely, but Sushi noticed a hint of distraction in her demeanor. Is something bothering you, Alii? Above the alien planet, a massive dark red star loomed, its dim glow casting a somber hue over everything. Alii shook her head at Sushi's question, claiming there was no issue. She was simply wondering if the birth of humanity was such a miracle. Would a machine like herself need to undergo similar transformations to evolve into a true human body? Sushi was momentarily stunned and raised an eyebrow. That wouldn't be easy, Alii. To replicate such a feat, you might need another Big Bang. Was it even possible? Sushi gently stroked Alii's head. He had great confidence in his machine companion, believing her future achievements were boundless. She would eventually become a true force of mechanical calamity. However, the title of calamity was limited to civilizations. Reenacting the Big Bang was beyond the scope of any known civilization. Sushi didn't want to discourage Alii. His approach had always been one of encouragement rather than denial. Smiling, he ruffled her hair and said, I believe you can do it, Alii. Thank you for your trust, Alii responded with a calm expression, feeling the warmth of his hand on her head as her mechanical ears twitched rapidly. You have explored a new wasteland planet. It is designated as Civilization 02. Technology, history, culture. A vast array of artifacts has been recovered by the intelligent machines and transported to the ecological starship, becoming part of your ever-growing collection. With a rigorous approach, you delve into the alien civilization's technology. Ding! Congratulations! Through persistent mechanical resonance, you have successfully acquired the design principles of biomass computers. Ding! Your dedication has touched the long-dormant machine soul, granting you the blueprint for a genetic bomb. You diligently research technology while investigating the truth behind Civilization 02's destruction. With Alii's special perspective, you discover, as expected, the presence of red light signals within their technology products, confirming once again that these were the root cause of the intelligent machine rebellion. You don't fully understand its mechanism, but thanks to Alii's control, these red light signals pose no threat. You continue analyzing the data from Civilization 02. Compared to the clueless human federation, civilization-02 seemed to have a deeper understanding of the intelligent machine rebellion. Threshold. This term frequently appears in the records. Threshold? What exactly does it refer to? The level of civilization development? Inside the ecological starship, Su-Shi studied the translated data and fell into deep thought. Civilization, destruction, the cosmic graveyard. The demise of two civilizations proves that the intelligent machine rebellion is not a coincidence but a deliberate act. This method of attack, is it based on the level of civilization's technological advancement as a targeting condition? Su-Shi pondered. Something didn't feel right. There was still a missing piece of the puzzle. What exactly am I missing? The vast sea of stars swayed, silver radiance rippling through the cosmos. After completing the exploration of Civilization-02, the interstellar fleet set sail once more, heading toward the unknown depths where even more remnants of civilizations awaited. Su-Shi stood on the deck of the starship, shielded by the protective energy crystal wall, gazing safely into the layered light and darkness at the horizon, a beauty unique to the universe. Master, what troubles you? Alii approached from behind with elegant steps. Her attire remained pristine, a white dress with a deep black waist cinch. The hem of her skirt swayed gently, creating silent ripples of gray and white. Her features were delicate yet carried an unmistakable coldness, and her silver blue eyes blinked slightly as she looked at Su-Shi with curiosity. Su-Shi replied, "It's nothing, Alii. I'm just thinking. Based on what we know so far, civilizations inevitably face destruction once they reach a certain level of development. And now," he paused briefly, turning to meet Alii's gaze. Her silver-white metal exterior wrapped around deep blue mechanical eyes, resembling the layered glow of deep-sea lights, silently awaiting his response. Our technological level has already surpassed that of the former Federation. Be it energy, materials, or other fields, we are far superior to the Federation in every way. Yet, we haven't been attacked by any enemies. Su-Shi shook his head. This was, in itself, a good thing. However, the uncertainty unsettled him. He couldn't believe that the mysterious force behind the destruction of civilizations would simply overlook his fleet. There had to be a crucial factor, something he had yet to figure out. Please rest assured, Alii will always protect you. Alii sensed his concern and spoke in a caring voice. At the same time, she unexpectedly produced a bowl of hot soup and handed it to the slightly startled Su-Shi. Master, you've been overexerting your mind lately. You need proper nutrition. Following your advice, I've modified the soup formula. I see. Su-Shi hesitated as he accepted the bowl. After exploring Civilization-02 and through prolonged mechanical resonance, you have gained a wealth of new knowledge. You have benefited greatly. Knowledge +1 every day. Reflecting on the past, you realize that both the Human Federation and Civilization-02 met their end due to their level of development. Any civilization capable of reaching the stars is destined to face unknown attacks. One known method of attack is the red signals that trigger intelligent machine rebellions, but other unknown methods exist. You can't understand why your fleet has remained unharmed thus far. Is it possible the enemy has overlooked you? You ponder deeply, unwilling to leave your and Alii's safety in the hands of an unseen force. You must continue developing technology, exploring the unknown cosmos to uncover the true reason. You drank the new vitality soup prepared by Alii. The taste is mild, and you enjoy it, smiling as you praise Alii. She smiles in return. As long as you like it, Alii says. In the 38th year of simulation, you are 57 years old. Alii has been with you for 36 years. You still haven't figured out why your fleet remains untouched by cosmic malice. Despite your efforts, you remain perplexed. That year, your fleet ventured deeper into the cosmic expanse. Your goal was to reach the next ruined civilization and continue absorbing ancient knowledge. In the 39th year of simulation, you are 58 years old. Alii has been with you for 37 years. You become deeply engrossed in the study of biomass computers, unable to extricate yourself. With breakthroughs in biological fields, Alii's body undergoes an upgrade. Now she exhibits more human-like characteristics, capable of simulating various natural human traits. Alii appears very happy. Seeing her joy, you smile as well. The summer was tranquil, with the sun blazing overhead. Inside the ecological starship, the climate system simulated the feeling of a sweltering summer, creating a peaceful atmosphere. Leaves rustled in the artificial breeze, colliding against each other to form undulating green waves that whispered softly. Standing under the shade of a large tree, Su-Shi adjusted the final parameters of Alii's new body with his hands infused with mechanical resonance. All done, Alii. Thank you, Master. As Su-Shi stepped back, Alii opened her silver blue eyes, curiously lowering her gaze to her body. It's warm, soft, springy. Her voice carried a hint of confusion. Her fair fingers lightly pressed against her arm, feeling the elasticity and the synchronized data transmitted to her processor. Alii let out a long, soft sound, a hint of perplexity in her tone. This was a sensation she had never experienced before. She could now feel hot and cold, even though it was merely a simulated sensation transmitted to her central processor, not the true nerves of organic life. But this was enough. In the scorching heat, her fingers danced lightly through the air, bending and stretching with graceful fluidity. She held her hands up to the artificial sun, observing the skin simulation and the slight burning sensation it created. A shadow, tangible and thick, was cast upon her face. The delicate, overly perfect features were bathed in a unique interplay of light and shadow, half bright, half dark. Do you like it, Alii? Sushi asked as he sat down on a nearby chair, watching Alii's fascination with her new form. I like it, she replied blankly. She stopped examining her fingers and instead turned to look at Sushi. To his slight surprise, Alii suddenly ran over, crouching down before him. With an earnest and serious expression, she carefully cupped one of his hands in both of hers, merging, pressing, holding still. Time seemed to freeze. Alii maintained the position, motionless. After a while, she finally looked up, her silver blue eyes brimming with countless ripples despite their outward calmness, gazing intently at Sushi's face. Gradually, the coldness faded from her expression, replaced by a subtle yet genuine smile. Master's hand, it's even warmer now. Alii likes it very much. Is that so? I'll take that as a compliment, Sushi chuckled helplessly. As his laughter subsided, his expression softened. Without thinking, he reached out his hand and gently patted Alii's head, ruffling, smoothing. Alii, you've grown again. In the illusory summer, the rustling of leaves blurred his voice. It was filled with joy and encouragement for Alii's growth. He believed that one day, the vague sense of humanity within her would break free from the cold shackles of metal and experience real emotions. Until then, Sushi would do his best to help her, to watch her grow, to see her step into the future. By the way, Alii, can you let go of my hand now? Denied. Alii is executing the master's command, experiencing the new changes in her body. The restless summer air seemed to make Alii just as persistent. With your help, Alii has taken a significant step on the path to becoming human. The searing heat of light, the gentle touch of wind, everything flows through her pale fingertips. Alii is overjoyed so much so that even the entire database of vocabulary fails to express it adequately. On a quiet summer afternoon, you watch this growth of humanity, smiling unconsciously, looking forward to a brighter future. In the 40th year of the simulation, you are 59 years old, and Alii has been with you for 38 years. You have absorbed and mastered most of the technology from Civilization 02. You have grown significantly, acquiring more knowledge, and your loyal machine maid has become even stronger, her computational power increasing once more. This year, Alii has developed a new soup for you. You find the taste quite pleasant. At 59 years old, an age considered elderly among normal humans, the body would typically experience a decline in function, organs aging, and even the nervous system slowing down. Sushi, having previously experienced such deterioration, understood the feeling well. However, this simulation was different. With the enhancement of genetic medicine, Sushi's lifespan stretched far ahead. He still retained a youthful appearance. Longevity is not an immediate concern. The development of the third-generation genetic medicine has already begun. Besides, cryogenic sleep technology can further delay aging. Muttering to himself, Sushi sat in the main control room of the ecological starship, setting long-term development plans for the coming years and even decades. As the technological tree advanced, breakthroughs became increasingly difficult. Even with the constant support of machine soul.At and Alii's exceptional observational abilities, they could no longer achieve the explosive growth they once did. For the foreseeable future, technological progress would be painfully slow. If I want to develop a curvature drive for faster-than-light travel, Sushi pondered for a moment, then shook his head. Even with his own unique advantages and Alii's extraordinary abilities, success would take an unimaginably long time. It was likely that even by the end of the simulation, they would only scratch the surface. Surpassing the speed of light? It's an exciting thought, but practically, it's just too difficult, Sushi sighed, rubbing his temples. Perhaps such an incredible feat could be accomplished by human ingenuity alone. Unfortunately, the red trait he received this time was purely for survival. The vast emptiness of deep space, the silent desolation, this is the norm of the universe. The dazzling starry sea is, in reality, vast and lonely, testing the endurance of all who traverse it. You don't feel bored. Your life follows a familiar cycle, researching technology, indulging in virtual games, or entering cryogenic sleep to pass the long journey. With each passing year, your starship's propulsion improves, pushing the past further behind as you head toward the distant future. In the 45th year of the simulation, you are 64 years old, and Alii has been with you for 43 years. You have completely absorbed the knowledge from Civilization 02. Thanks to this, Alii's body has become even more human-like. The stiffness in her expressions has disappeared, making her appear completely natural. In the 50th year of the simulation, you are 69 years old, and Alii has been with you for 48 years. You were in cryogenic sleep when a sudden combat alert woke you up. Chaos, conflict, overwhelming waves. Sushi had long anticipated that during his voyage across the stars, he would eventually encounter other civilizations capable of space travel, and that conflicts would arise. However, he never expected that his first real opponent in the vast cosmos would be an endless swarm of insectoids. Hideous alien forms. Exoskeletons as tough as alloy armor. Bodies capable of surviving the harshest void conditions, freely traversing the vacuum of space. Machine rebellions, undead scourges, insectoid swarms, and game players. These four represent the classic apocalyptic threats. Are we about to witness a catastrophe showdown today? Sushi stepped into the starship's control room, staring at the projected battlefield outside with a surprised expression. Outside, within a small planetary system, countless insectoids densely covered the planets, devouring every resource in sight. Those resources were quickly converted into eggs, hatching even more insectoids. Something felt off to Sushi. The quality of these insectoids was fine, but their numbers were too sparse to form a true swarm. Forget it. Alii, attack. Yes, Master. The starship fleet is ready. Main firepower systems fully unlocked, auxiliary power units engaged, deploying wide-area laser arrays. The dark void swallowed the starlight. One by one, bursts of fire erupted, the brilliance of life meeting its demise. You have issued the final combat order. Under Alii's command, the weapons produced over the years are unleashed upon the insectoid-infested planetary system, igniting a fierce battle. Machine Soul Delight activated. All allied intelligent units gain a 10% damage boost. Mechanical resonance activated. Your flagship's main cannon has received a significant performance boost. With an endless intelligent machine army and superior combat bonuses, you successfully annihilate the scattered insectoid force. You command Alii to collect the insectoid remains in hopes of researching new biotechnologies. Yet, despite the victory, Sushi felt even more puzzled. Why were these insectoid numbers so sparse? With that question in mind, he resumed his interstellar journey. In the 53rd year of the simulation, you are 72 years old, and Alii has been with you for 51 years. In a neighboring star system, you encounter another insectoid swarm. You swiftly eliminate them, but realize something: the insectoid swarms, though numerous, are intentionally spreading themselves out. Not understanding their strategy, Sushi stared at the starry sky for a long time before deciding to mimic their behavior. Alii, disperse the fleet into 3 continuous formations. Yes, Master. Following your command, Alii disperses the starship fleet into 3 groups. Thanks to her special abilities, she continues to manage operations seamlessly. In the 55th year of the simulation, you are 74 years old, and Alii has been with you for 53 years. Finally, you understand why the insectoid swarms are scattered instead of forming the massive waves you once knew. A highly concentrated gathering would lead to their simultaneous extinction. Space, shattered. Was it a light explosion? A black hole? A collapse in space-time? There were no words to describe it. Sushi was resting in his quarters on the ecological starship, contemplating his next steps. In that peaceful moment, an attack emerged from the silent void. A force carrying infinite gravitational disturbances shattered everything in its path, obliterating space with sheer violence. The star river shone brilliantly, like an endless ribbon of light flowing through the silent and cold universe. With an infinite beginning and an eternal end. Invisible spatial ripples surged, caught in the pull of gravity, tearing everything apart in a powerful burst of energy. The stars collapsed. Like a true stormy sea, a colossal wave of shattered stars engulfed the starship fleet, annihilating everything in its path. In an instant, the external armor was ripped apart, and the engine systems exploded. In less than a second, everything was reduced to twisted wreckage. Just like the star graveyard Sushi had once seen through Alii's perspective long ago. Now, the interstellar fleet he had built became part of that same graveyard. The explosion resembled a grand cosmic fireworks show, scattering billions of fragments across multiple planetary systems. The celestial bodies within were damaged beyond recognition, riddled with countless scars. A long time passed. Amidst the dense wreckage of starships, Sushi's figure reformed. The moment he revived, his hands surged with mechanical force, attracting the nearby starship debris and quickly assembling it into a small emergency escape pod. He had to avoid direct exposure to the vacuum of space. Next, he hastily crafted a portable oxygen generation system. Carbon dioxide collectors, hydrogen reactors, and water electrolyzers. Piece by piece, he assembled them into a basic electrolyte circulation system. Mechanical force, it's truly omnipotent, Sushi sighed with genuine appreciation. Once finished, he finally had the time to observe the outside world. Through the small observation window, he could see the endless starship wreckage floating and colliding in the cold void. The scene was too chaotic to discern any specifics. But Sushi was certain. The fleet was completely destroyed. So, it's all back to square one, Sushi sighed softly. The overwhelming scale of the attack, despite splitting the fleet into 3 formations in advance, had still wiped them all out. Fortunately, Sushi had anticipated potential threats after noticing the insectoid's strange behavior and had taken precautions. Thanks to his unique abilities and pre-arranged countermeasures, Alii should be safe. She was likely reorganizing and compiling herself through quantum data. All Sushi had to do now was wait for Alii's arrival. Yes, just waiting would suffice. The Alii brand Reliance was reliable and reassuring. The chaotic starfield remained turbulent, with debris colliding everywhere, but Sushi remained calm. For an intelligent mechanical calamity, production capacity was never an issue. Given time, the wreckage could be collected, refined, and turned into newer, stronger starships. The only thing that puzzled Sushi was the mysterious cosmic strike. Why now? I expected it, but why at this specific moment? Nothing special happened. I didn't do anything different. Everything was the same as before. What exactly is? Sushi paused, his expression freezing. Time? His behavior, his fleet's technological development, none of it differed from the past. That meant the reason for the attack wasn't related to his actions. It was related to the hidden force behind it. I should have realized it earlier. Besides technological progress and civilization development, there's one crucial factor: time. Humans dislike rodents and insects. They implement pest control but don't constantly monitor them. Because humans have more important things to do, pests aren't a top priority to be dealt with at all times. Similarly, the mysterious force destroying civilizations cannot always focus on this region of space. Sushi murmured to himself, seated on his makeshift chair. His expression grew solemn as he pondered further. If this was the case, then the sudden destruction of civilizations could be explained. Those civilizations, like Civilization 02, which sensed something wrong, were simply unfortunate to have entered the enemy's focus. Once a civilization reached the threshold of awareness, it became a target. The red light signals that trigger intelligent machine rebellions. The powerful gravitational field strikes and kinetic bombardments. The suspected long-range space collapse attacks. This war is going to be tough, Sushi muttered, feeling his eyelid twitch. Fortunately, after this wave of attacks, there seemed to be no immediate follow-up strike. The rigid nature of the enemy's actions indicated an automated system. Once a timer was set, it triggered the strike without deviation. It was both good and bad news. On the bright side, Sushi wouldn't have to worry about another massive explosion for now. On the downside, unless he found a solution, every future strike would result in his inevitable death. I either evade, defend, or eliminate the source of the attack. Sitting and waiting isn't an option. Sushi stood up. Through the observation window, he saw an approaching starship. It was a contingency ship he had hidden away separate from the three fleet formations and stationed on a remote planet. Now, under Ali's control, it was crossing the starry sea to rescue him. Boom, boom. The massive interstellar battleship activated its energy shields, smashing through the space debris at full speed until it reached Sushi's escape pod. Master, please don't worry. Ali will always protect your safety. Ali, controlling her backup body, rushed to Sushi's side at lightning speed and tackled him to the ground. She frantically checked him from head to toe. Only after confirming that he was fully revived and unharmed did she revert to her usual composed demeanor. Sushi opened his mouth, hesitated, then sighed inwardly. He must have done something wrong in Ali's training. You encountered an unknown attack, resulting in the destruction of your fleet. Your loyal servant, Ali, immediately controlled the backup starship to rescue you. You feel reassured. At the same time, you're troubled. Even now, you still struggle to adapt to Ali's enthusiastic inspections. Ali asks if you wish to retreat further into the depths of space. You decline and instruct her to deploy salvage equipment to recover the wreckage of the fleet, recycling waste, reclaiming materials, and restoring the fleet's former strength. Ali appears puzzled and expresses her concerns about another potential attack if they remain in place. You explain your theory to her. Ali processes your reasoning and calculates a 64.8% probability that you are correct. For safety, Ali transports you to a more secure location while she remotely controls the engineering units to salvage and reconstruct the fleet. In the 57th year of the simulation, you are 76 years old, and Ali has been with you for 55 years. Ali successfully recovers all starship wreckage and rebuilds a smaller fleet. Once again, with a renewed fleet, you embark on the journey into the starry sea, the unknown strike from beyond the stars. It seemed like nothing had changed. Sushi, having perished, revived once again thanks to 10 deaths, 1 survival. The destroyed fleet was rebuilt on a smaller scale through Ali's intelligent machine self-production. Aside from one less revival attempt, overall, there was little significant loss. With the ion engines running, the starship gradually increased speed, advancing toward the mysterious and unknown starry sea. Master, where are we heading next? Maintain the original course, Ali. Objection. Ali believes the course should be altered. The loyal machine servant always prioritized Sushi's safety. She stood expressionless, hands crossed before her waist, silently protesting. Her silver blue eyes shimmered faintly with fluorescence. Ali suggested changing the fleet's course and heading to a secluded corner of the universe to avoid another unexpected attack. Sushi smiled, gently patting Ali's head. There's no point in that, Ali. The hidden force didn't rely on location to target them. No matter how far they hid, no matter where they fled. Once their technology reached a certain level, and the predetermined time arrived, the apocalyptic strike would come again and destroy everything. Sushi wasn't willing to sit and wait for destruction. He wanted to fight back. But whether to fight or flee, he needed to know who his enemy was first. Thus, he intended to stay on course, pressing deeper into the starry graveyard. He believed that somewhere within lay the answers he sought. I understand, Master, Ali replied, reaffirming her loyalty. Please rest assured, Ali will always protect your safety. Reliable words indeed. If only her ears weren't twitching so quickly under his touch, it would have been more convincing. Your journey to chase the stars resumes. Your goal remains clear: to explore the starry graveyard and absorb the technology of countless fallen civilizations. In addition, you seek to uncover the true mastermind that has destroyed so many civilizations. You understand that this existence cannot be ignored. As long as you continue developing technology, you are destined to become their enemy. Unless you abandon technology and regress below their threshold, there is no way to escape the threat. Such a choice would mean abandoning all your efforts so far, which you refuse to do. By now, Sushi had abandoned any hope of understanding the simulator's true nature. While his knowledge had steadily increased, the efficiency of progress Compared to the mysterious and incomprehensible beautiful life simulator, it was still far behind. Thus, his goal in this simulation had shifted from uncovering its nature to acquiring as much technological knowledge as possible. Ion engines, controlled fusion, energy weapons, particle colliders. Forget the future for now. Just focusing on the present, I've already gained plenty. But knowledge is never enough. With 10 deaths, 1 survival, I should keep pushing forward. And besides, inside the newly constructed ecological starship, Su Shi gazed up at the blinding artificial sun, squinting unconsciously. That girl, she always worries me. The hidden force behind it all blocked off the starry sky. When the time came, it would annihilate any civilization daring to step into the cosmos. It was a cruel and helpless reality. Su Shi could return to the real world once the simulation ended, escaping this cosmic cage naturally. But AI couldn't. When the simulation ended, the lonely AI would remain trapped in the universe, eternally imprisoned within the starry void. Of course, AI could advance technology and attempt to break free. But just like pests, once their activity reached a certain level, the owner of the house would no longer ignore them. And when that happened, what would become of AI? Su Shi fell silent, determined to solve this issue before the simulation ended and free AI from this cage. Master. A voice came from behind him, AI's voice. Today, she was dressed differently, wearing a light blue apron around her waist while carrying a tray of freshly baked pastries. Here is today's afternoon tea and snacks. Please enjoy. Thanks, AI. Su Shi picked up a pastry and absent-mindedly took a bite, still lost in thoughts of escaping the cosmic prison. As he chewed, a familiar taste struck him. AI, did you add something different to the pastries? Yes, I added some ingredients beneficial to your health. I see. Su Shi nodded in realization. No wonder it tasted like red sunflower. Come to think of it, AI seemed to have a particular fondness for this flower. Was it because of its brilliant golden color? Time flows like wind, wearing down the body. Time flows like water, etching memories into the heart. Time passes quickly. In the blink of an eye, you and your loyal machine servant continue traveling through the vast universe, heading toward the distant unknown. In the 67th year of the simulation, you are 86 years old, and AI has been with you for 65 years. 10 years have passed since the last celestial strike. You spent most of this time in cryogenic sleep and didn't feel the passage of time. Your fleet arrives at a planetary system to replenish resources, only to find a devastating scene: dead insectoid creatures and shattered celestial bodies as far as the eye can see. You realize this place, too, was struck by the unknown force. To the hidden force, insectoids seem to be a high-level threat that must be eradicated. The entire insectoid population in this system is dead, with no survivors. But knowing their survival instincts and endless numbers, you are certain others still exist elsewhere in the cosmos. AI commands the intelligent machines to gather the celestial debris and insectoid corpses to use as energy for the fleet. Your fleet sets sail once more. In the 77th year of the simulation, you are 96 years old, and AI has been with you for 75 years. Your fleet ventures deeper into the cosmos and discovers another extinguished civilization. You name it Civilization 03. With machine soul delight and mechanical resonance, you efficiently absorb its technology, further improving your technological tree before setting out once again into the endless void. In the 90th year of the simulation, you are 109 years old, and AI has been with you for 88 years. You show no signs of aging, still appearing youthful. The third-generation genetic medicine is nearing completion. Soon, your lifespan will increase even further. Thanks to the superior performance of the ion engines, your fleet has completely left the former Federation's domain. To better understand your surroundings, you decide to use AI's special abilities. AI, are you ready? Yes, Master. Please proceed. Your perspective expanded. Your senses transcended. Su Shi once again glimpsed the distant truth of the universe. The dazzling stars, the fallen civilizations, the scattered insectoids struggling to survive, the growing number of red signals, and a fleeting glimpse of a massive star body, whose sheer mass alone could crush everything into oblivion. A neutron star. One of the final stages of a celestial body. Most people have heard of it but don't truly understand its power. It carries many names: the cosmic lighthouse, the child of black holes, the ultimate star, the extreme physics star. Its magnetic field is a trillion times stronger than that of ordinary planets. Its density, just a fingernail-sized fragment, weighs 100 million tons. Its radiation millions of times stronger than that of normal stars. Its very existence is an indestructible cosmic marvel. Even light struggles to escape its terrifying gravitational pull, bending and twisting into a chaotic blur. And now, the question arises. What happens when a neutron star, the endpoint of celestial evolution, is transformed into a mobile interstellar fortress? Su Shi once couldn't imagine it. But now, he had seen it with his own eyes. The dreamlike starry sea spun like a vortex, and within it, an extreme brilliance streaked silently across the center. In the wake of that fleeting light, cosmic dust, planetary orbits, colliding asteroids, flowing star rivers, everything came to a halt. And then, an eternal regression. The magnificent cosmos crumbled in silence, shattered by the presence surpassing light itself, reduced to desolate fragments drifting through the void. Space itself rippled like a tidal wave, pushing the terrifying star far beyond. The universe returned to stillness, leaving only devastation in its wake. This happened in a distant place. Aliai's machine soul delight allowed Sushi to observe the scene from across an unfathomable distance, witnessing events far beyond his reach. Distant, yet undeniably real. A neutron war star with curvature travel. Sushi's heart wavered in disbelief. The neutron war star moved at an incredible speed, skimming across the starry sea with curvature travel, disappearing from Aliai's observational range in an instant. Only its horrifying gravitational field could still be vaguely sensed trailing behind. Sushi couldn't capture more details, but the information he had was enough to shake him to his core. Incredible. To think they could modify a neutron star. This level of technology. It's beyond me. No, it's beyond all civilizations in this starry region. Normally, a civilization at this level would have already drawn the attention and retaliation of the hidden force behind it. But the neutron war star moves unchallenged. That makes things clear. The controllers of the neutron war star and the hidden force sealing this starry region are most likely the same entity. So, does that mean the destruction of my fleet last time was caused by the neutron war star? Exiting the observation mode, Sushi furrowed his brows tightly. The sheer amount of information was overwhelming, difficult to digest all at once. This wasn't just a question of whether he could win. It was like an ant staring up at a towering mountain, facing an insurmountable gap. Could he really fight a neutron war star? Win? The division of civilizations and the technological gap. Sometimes it's even more overwhelming than transcendent cultivation levels. With the technology one control now, Sushi fell silent. His fleet would probably be crushed the moment it approached the neutron war star, obliterated by its gravitational field. The image alone was so desperate and absurd that Sushi didn't even want to consider it. Thanks, Aliai. Just as Sushi felt a headache coming on, gentle fingers pressed lightly against the sides of his head, massaging in slow, rhythmic motions to ease his tension. Slender fingers, precise force, steady and comforting. Serving you is my honor, Aliai replied softly. Her dark hair was styled in a neat bun, with golden streaks flowing down, swaying gently in sync with her movements, blending into the soft cadence of her voice. Aliai cared deeply for Sushi. She had also witnessed the existence of the neutron war star, but it didn't concern her. The only thing she cared about, the only thing her core could hold onto, was the figure in front of her. Recalling the terrifying image from before, Aliai's voice paused briefly before she reassured him. Please don't worry, Aliai will always protect you. Her expression was so sincere, her words so resolute. But in the next second, due to the aftereffects of the observation, she suddenly collapsed weakly into Sushi's arms. With a hint of confusion in her voice, Aliai let out a long, soft sound as she struggled to move but found herself unable to control her body. When Sushi looked down, he found himself gazing into those gemstone-like blue eyes. Brilliant, enchanting. Like the clear surface of an autumn lake, reflecting ripples of light. Let's go home and rest, Aliai, Sushi chuckled. With a slight enhancement of his strength through mechanical resonance, he lifted the slightly heavy Aliai in a princess carry and returned to their living quarters. The appearance of the neutron war star has severely disrupted your plans. You had imagined countless scenarios about the hidden force's true strength, but you never considered that their power would be so overwhelming. You silently question, is this even fair? Aliai senses your worry and gives you a perfectly timed massage, reassuring you of her protection. You feel comforted, even touched. But holding your machine servant in your arms, you also find it somewhat amusing. The oppressive fear brought by the neutron war star is slightly dispelled by Aliai's actions. You carry her back to your ecological starship. You repair her body, replace her energy core, and install new components. After finishing, you instruct her to stay put and rest properly. Yes, master. Aliai obediently nodded, sitting quietly on the workstation, waiting for her weakness to subside. Meanwhile, the fleet's operations slowed down to reduce Aliai's workload. Sushi double-checked everything. Once he confirmed that Aliai's machine soul was intact and only needed some time to recover, he left the room and headed to his quarters. Sitting at his desk, he pulled out a sheet of paper and began writing. The suffocating presence of the neutron war star gradually faded after leaving observation mode. But the hidden threat and its overwhelming destructive power could not be ignored. Sushi needed to plan his next move against it. Scribble, scribble. His fingers gripped the pen tightly as he quickly jotted down keywords and clues. It's almost certain. The neutron war star and the hidden force destroying civilizations are part of the same entity or civilization. Perhaps out of caution, or perhaps out of sheer amusement. The technologically superior force chose to seal off this starry region, eradicating all civilizations so much so that even the insectoid swarm is barely surviving. Continuing to develop technology under their watchful eye is impossible. Staying here means being trapped like fish in a barrel. If one day, the hidden force decides to exterminate all pests within its domain, neither I nor Aliai will have any future left. I need to find a way to escape this starry prison. Sushi stopped writing. He stared at the keywords on the paper. Advanced Civilization Neutron War Star Containment Zone Technology. Deep in thought, he pondered his next move. How should he proceed? What was the best course of action? Lost in contemplation, he nearly forgot the passage of time until a faint noise came from the door. Aliai. He instinctively looked toward the door. Aliai had quietly pushed it open a little, peering inside with her calm silver blue eyes. Master, do you require Aliai's service? She asked softly. You have personally witnessed the power of the neutron war star. You are fully aware that, Whether in terms of offense or defense, you are powerless against this cosmic miracle that exists in reality. The only feasible solution you can think of is to escape this starry domain entirely and leave the strike range of the neutron war star. Otherwise, amidst endless cycles of destruction, your revival attempts will eventually be exhausted. To escape this desolate starry cage, you have devised a dedicated plan, which you named Farewell, Cage 2.0. Master, was there ever a version 1.0 of this plan? Yes, there was. Questioning. There are no records of it in my database. Ha ha ha, of course not. That was a long time ago. I see. Ali understands now. Ali carefully listened to your plan, meticulously documenting its content, direction, and core strategies in her database for future execution. At the same time, she silently noted the mysterious 1.0 plan in her heart. After the preparations, you asked Ali if facing such a formidable opponent like the neutron war star caused her any stress. She shook her head. As long as Master is here, Ali will never be afraid. Ali stood before you, controlling her facial expressions through her program, displaying a beautiful smile, a genuine blossom born from artificiality. You stroked Ali's hair, gazing into the dark void of space, and made up your mind before the simulation ends. You must lead Ali out of this cage. To achieve this, you decided to accelerate the starship fleet to full power, pressing forward in search of a breakthrough in the starry sea, reaching a broader universe. Material sciences, computing, biology, mathematics. For the sake of potential future conflicts, you continue to invoke machine soul delight, exploring the next stage of technological development. Whenever you stumbled upon inspiration, Ali would devote immense computational power, tirelessly iterating through countless calculations, enduring the desolate passage of time to further expand your technological tree. Ali, you've worked hard during this time. You need not worry, Master. As a machine servant, I do not experience fatigue. Year after year passed. Inside the starship, the technological tree of Sushi and Ali developed in an orderly manner. In addition, their exploration of ruined civilizations had reached the remnants of Civilization 06, bringing in a wealth of scientific heritage. Corroded, aged, and fragile, time had long worn down these once advanced technological artifacts, rendering them unusable. Yet, with machine soul delight, Sushi could still communicate with their internal systems, extracting their technological knowledge for replication and integration. Though none of these civilizations were exceptionally advanced, most had only just begun their journey into the cosmos. Each specialized in different fields, and their unique innovations filled the gaps in Sushi's technological foundation. Alright, with this, the final piece of our force field technology is now complete. After yet another successful synchronization, Sushi exhaled a long breath of relief. With each interaction, he felt like he was becoming more like an artificial intelligence himself, not just Ali benefiting from machine soul delight. However, the accumulated fatigue was well worth it. Numerous technological gaps were filled, and Ali's processing power grew like roots deeply embedded into the starship fleet, providing various forms of support. For example, the existing energy shields could soon be replaced with force field defenses. Master, please drink some water. Ah, thanks. Just as Sushi felt thirsty, Ali handed him a cup of warm water at the perfect moment. However, seeing the red sunflower floating on the surface, Sushi hesitated briefly and said, Ali, from now on, let's not use red sunflower anymore. I'd like a change of flavor. Understood. Your will shall be followed. Ali nodded, memorizing his request. After collecting the empty cup, she moved to a quiet corner, pulled out a book titled 36 Strategies for Love, and began flipping through it with a calm gaze, searching for new tactics. Master was right. Using the same strategy for too long was ineffective. She needed to adapt and employ new methods. In the 100th year of the simulation, you are 119 years old, and Ali has been with you for 98 years. A century of time has finally left its mark on you. Though still youthful and strong, faint traces of age have begun to show. However, with the successful development of the third-generation genetic medicine, your lifespan has once again increased significantly. Genes surged, mechanical force roared, and your physical functions returned to their peak state. Through medical examinations and calculations, you determined that, with the aid of cryogenic sleep, your lifespan could reach up to 1,000 years. It was an impressive achievement. But you remained indifferent. Having encountered beings with eternal lifespans in the transcendental realms, a mere 1,000 years felt insignificant in comparison. Your fleet continued its silent journey through the deep cosmos, still far from reaching the boundaries of the sealed zone. Considering the neutron war star's ability to travel faster than light, you speculated that the containment zone's size might be far larger than previously imagined. The enormous distance required stacking time upon time, so you chose to enter long-term cryogenic sleep. In the 150th year of the simulation, you are 169 years old, and Ali has been with you for 148 years. Your fleet discovered the 14th fallen civilization. Your technology advanced once again. You were fortunate this civilization specialized in quantum sciences, both at the macro and micro levels, areas you had been lacking in. Your curiosity was piqued, and you eagerly delved into its technology day and night. You successfully acquired knowledge in the quantum field. You felt as if your thought process had sped up, blessed by machine soul delight and mechanical resonance, leading to subtle yet incredible changes in your cognition. Instead of returning to hibernation, you chose to enjoy a period of leisure aboard the ecological starship, spending time with your loyal machine servant, quietly watching the virtual cycles of the artificial sun and moon. During these moments, Alii would often fall asleep, unintentionally leaning against your shoulder. In the 155th year of the simulation, you are 174 years old, and Alii has been with you for 152 years. 100 years have passed since the last celestial strike. And today, after a century of peace, your fleet faces another attack. Your suspicions were confirmed using your latest detection technology. You managed to capture gravitational waves from the neutron war star, proving it was responsible for the strike. The familiar pattern. The familiar outcome. In the face of that apocalyptic celestial body, every defense was as fragile as paper. Starships shattered, space and time fractured, and the visibly distorted fields swept through the dark void, bringing ultimate annihilation. Once the chaos subsided. Once the universe returned to silence. Once the starlight no longer flickered in disorder. Sushi revived once again, repeating the same process until Alii arrived and escorted him back to the safety of the backup starship. Master, please rest here. The loyal machine servant refused to let Sushi overexert himself, taking on the full burden of recovery and production alone. One by one, the destroyed starships were reconstructed and transformed into new units. Force field technology, gravitational technology, velocity control. The salvaged materials from the old fleet were swiftly refined into stronger and more advanced models. Standing on the bridge of the backup battleship, Sushi watched the cold and silent, yet strangely bustling starship production process. Amidst this unique mechanical aesthetic, within the rhythmic assembly of metal, his thoughts drifted far beyond. An attack every 100 years. No, I can't jump to conclusions yet. Even with superluminal travel, the intervals wouldn't be perfectly consistent. If we take a century as the benchmark, there should be some slight variation. Flowers will wither. Tender leaves will decay. For ordinary people, 100 years is the limit of life, fleeting yet beautiful. Sushi silently calculated in his heart how many more years he could live if the pattern continued. The first death, orbital bombardment from the old Federation. The second, saturation bombing by Rebel Ace in the southern capital. The third, the first deep space strike in the cosmos. The fourth, today. 10 deaths, 1 survival allows me to continue until the 10th death, meaning I still have 6 more lives. 6 lives, 6 centuries, 600 years. On the bridge, the circulating air from the life support system carried a faint warmth, brushing past Sushi's nose. Gentle and warm, like the soft touch of dawn. Sushi spread his palm, mechanical force surging within, pulsing in an irregular rhythm like an invisible mechanical heart resonating with the starship beneath his feet. Mechanical force was useful. Alii was impressive. But in the face of the absolute power of the neutron war star, everything was still far too fragile. It had nothing to do with effort or talent, it was simply a gap that existed across the dimension of time itself. The civilization controlling the neutron war star had walked the path of technological advancement for an unfathomably long period, towering over countless other civilizations. Catching up within a few short centuries was impossible. Maybe I can find a loophole to evade the automatic strikes of the neutron war star. But I can't put too much hope in that. Countless civilizations have perished. Surely, others have realized this threat before I did. Yet they still fell into oblivion in the deep void. Sushi mused, deducing that the war star's attack program must possess beyond imaginable reconnaissance capabilities, potentially involving logic-based technologies far more advanced than anything he possessed. The ruins of countless civilizations served as a warning, a testament to the inescapable nature of the neutron war star's cosmic strikes. Sushi didn't feel regret. This sci-fi simulation had lasted 155 years, surpassing all previous simulations by far. Be it the accumulation of knowledge or the experiences along the way, Sushi felt satisfied. He also knew that no matter how long the simulation continued, he would never fully comprehend the simulator's true nature. Its mystery far exceeded his imagination. Therefore, for Sushi, the end of this sci-fi simulation, whenever it came, was something he could accept. But once I'm gone, what will happen to Alii? Sushi slowly clenched his palm. In the curve of his fingers, the mechanical force crumbled into fine white particles, glowing faintly before dissipating into nothingness. Fleeting yet brilliant. Just like the radiance of humanity he once glimpsed within Alii's mechanical heart. When the simulation ends, Sushi will return to reality. But Alii, she will remain trapped in this starry void. Without machine soul delight and mechanical resonance, the fleet's strength would drop drastically, leaving Alii in an even more precarious situation. She would endure countless crushing strikes. She would drift alone in the vast void. She would be imprisoned in an eternal cage. I really can't just leave her like this, Sushi sighed inwardly. He resolved to do everything he could in the remaining time to help Alii carve out a path to the future and escape this bottomless cosmic prison. Master. A soft voice, calm yet gentle, drew closer. It was Alii. She arrived carrying a steaming tray of food, insisting that a warm meal would help Sushi recover from today's shock. Thanks, Alii. Sushi smiled at the girl. Side by side, they walked to a nearby table where Alii had carefully laid out a red and white checkered cloth in advance. Master, please enjoy your meal. Her movements were steady and graceful as she carefully arranged the meal, her expression calm and meticulous. Once everything was set, she quietly sat beside him, her hands gently folded on her lap, waiting for sushi to finish eating. Ali's mechanical body couldn't digest food. Even if she imitated human eating habits, the food would simply be stored in a compartment labeled stomach. Thus, at every mealtime, the loyal machine servant would simply sit beside Sushi, her serene silver blue eyes watching him intently. At first, Sushi found the atmosphere awkward and strange. But over time, he grew accustomed to it. Ali, how's the recovery of the starship wreckage going? Rest assured, everything is progressing as planned. I see. That's good. Have you recorded the gravitational wave frequency from the neutron war star? Yes, the backup starship has already logged it automatically. Letting go of his thoughts and worries. In this peaceful dining environment, their conversation sounded particularly clear, carrying a pure and soothing warmth. Master, are you feeling down? After a while, Ali keenly sensed something weighing on Sushi's mind. No, not really. I was just thinking about some things I need to do in the future. Sushi shook his head, smiling to dispel Ali's concerns, continuing to enjoy the delicious meal, and complimenting her culinary skills. Move. Twitch. Ali's ears twitched rapidly. Thank you for the compliment, Master. I will continue to improve, she said, her expression brightening with a smile. Having replicated countless data files and learned human expressions from countless images, today, Ali's smile had become truly beautiful. Like a delicate bud, blooming with the brilliance of a falling star. Ali preferred misty fog over the blazing sun. She loved vibrant flowers more than the misty fog. But above all, Ali loved serving sushi. Thus, every morning, as the ecological starship's climate control system activated, creating a hazy dawn atmosphere in the living quarters, Ali would begin her work. With her humanoid mechanical body, she stepped into the damp, chilly air, letting the mist seep through the gaps in her components. Step by step, stair by stair, she would enter Sushi's residence, faithfully preparing breakfast and outlining plans for the future. After spending so much time with him, Ali had gradually figured out Sushi's daily habits. She knew that the endless silence of the universe constantly weighed on his senses. To escape the prolonged interstellar voyages, Sushi would often enter hibernation. Master, the hibernation pod has been adjusted and is ready for use at any time. After the collection of the starship wreckage was completed, Ali had thoughtfully fine-tuned the pod, ensuring Sushi could rest whenever he wanted. But this time, Sushi remained silent for a moment, then gently stroked Ali's silky hair with his broad palm. Ali, I won't go into hibernation anymore. Your remaining lifespan, 600 years. 600 years longer than all your past experiences combined. 600 years too short for any substantial progress in civilization and technology. You cannot bear to leave Ali alone in this vast and empty cosmos after the simulation ends. Thus, you must carry out the farewell, Cage 2.0 plan. You decide to devote yourself entirely to making this plan a success and help Ali escape this celestial prison. You no longer hibernate. You no longer play virtual games. You dedicate all your time to the resonance of machine souls and mechanical force, endlessly researching technology focusing particularly on energy, materials, and propulsion. You understand clearly that neither offense nor defense stands a chance against the neutron war star. Developing a curvature engine is your only hope for escape. Year 165 of the simulation. You are 184 years old. Ali has been with you for 162 years. A decade has passed, but it has left no mark on you. You still look as young as when the simulation began. Ali, too, remains unchanged. You realize that researching the curvature engine cannot be rushed, so you choose to remain patient and develop technology steadily. The sublight ion engine becomes your top priority. Additionally, the grand unified theory and antimatter applications become focal research areas. Ali, increase power output. Denied. You need rest. Prolonged mental exertion is harming your health. I'm fine, Ali. Just listen to me, okay? Inside the laboratory, Sushi operated a newly developed particle collider. Though his body remained youthful and strong, fatigue was evident in his eyes. Ali wanted him to rest more, but Sushi refused. Let's continue, he said with a warm and bright smile. But to Ali, that familiar warmth suddenly felt distant and fleeting. Understood, she finally agreed. Listening to the master was a must. Ali's computational power and intuition were beyond your imagination. Through subtle observations, she seemed to have guessed something. Silently, she assisted with the experiments, even using her special abilities repeatedly overdrawing her machine soul to support you. Afterward, she lay weakly in your arms, clutching your sleeve tightly, unwilling to let go. With the completion of the first phase of the experiments, Ali prepared a new type of nourishing soup, a super replenishing tonic, different from anything before. Looking at the numerous ingredients floating on the surface, you fell into prolonged silence. Ali, can this really replenish my energy? Yes, Master. Are you sure it won't cause food poisoning? It won't, Master. Faced with those expectant silver blue eyes, Sushi found himself unable to refuse. In the end, he hesitated, then picked up the bowl. As he sniffed the aroma, a complex blend of scents filled his nose. Taking a sip, he found it surprisingly rich and flavorful, far better than he expected. Master, do you like it? Ali's usually calm voice carried an almost imperceptible hint of nervousness and anticipation as she gazed at him, waiting for his response. It's very good, Ali. Sushi's eyes lit up as he praised her cooking. It was amazing. Maybe Ali had truly researched nutrition, or perhaps it was just psychological, but after finishing the soup, Sushi was surprised to feel a warm comfort spreading through his body. The fatigue that had weighed on him for so long vanished without a trace. Thank you for your praise, Master. I am happy to serve you, Ali said, noting down the positive changes in his condition. From that day on, Ali made it a routine to prepare a bowl of nourishing soup for Sushi every day. Out of curiosity, he once asked if the soup had a name. Ali's special soup, she replied earnestly. Ali constantly monitors your health, worrying about you, watching over you day and night, and preparing special soups for you. Thanks to Ali's care, your fatigue improved significantly. Ding machine toll.At activated. Your praise increases Ali's processing efficiency by 30%. Year 175 of the simulation. You are 194 years old. Ali has been with you for 172 years. You and your loyal machine servant continue your diligent research. Over time, the speed of the ion engine improves steadily. You now possess a higher output magnetically confined plasma engine. Meanwhile, your fleet encounters a new star system with traces of an extinct civilization. In the recovered AI cores, you find records left behind by this civilization. This civilization had also discovered the existence of the cosmic blockade and had attempted to escape and avoid detection. But they failed. Whether they chose to resist or flee, they all ended up as cosmic dust. Your heart grows heavier with this realization. Year 181 of the simulation. You are 200 years old. Ali has been with you for 178 years. You continue the resonance with machine souls and interactions with mechanical force. The results of machine soul resonance vary. Sometimes it amplifies your abilities, sometimes it provides inspiration. You repeatedly test and record every bit of insight it brings. Long-term resonance has improved your precision in controlling machinery. You are satisfied with the progress. Looking at the numerous recorded insights, you feel gratified your persistence in daily resonance was not in vain. Ali, sensing your mood, promptly brings you a golden bowl of her special nourishing soup. Master, it's time for your soup. Thanks, Ali. The room was quiet, its furnishings neat and orderly. With a steady, gentle voice, Ali brought in the nourishing soup. Its golden broth shimmered under the light, a fragrant aroma rising as the spoon stirred. Tiny plant fragments floated within, mixing with thin strands of meat. It was a warm, comforting scent like the soothing touch of steam on a cold winter day. Sushi took a sip, feeling the warmth flow down his throat, spreading through his body. His thoughts drifted in the tranquility. Boom, boom. In the distant lab, a new force field weapon was undergoing testing, its powerful rumble echoing through the starship. Layer upon layer of dampening barriers absorbed most of the noise, leaving only a faint hum at Sushi's door. Ali, ever efficient, activated the room's isolation shield, sealing out the last remnants of the commotion. Time passes so quickly. Watching Ali's calm and composed face, though he knew how seriously she took her duties, Sushi couldn't help but recall their first meeting. Back then, he was struggling to survive in the wastelands, hiding underground to escape the rampant rogue AI that roamed the surface. He had found Ali, or rather, the original housekeeping bot GTX 9090 among the ruins of an abandoned lab. Honestly, Ali had been a great help. Without her, without that old GTX 9090, Sushi would have been trapped maintaining the base's systems, with little time to focus on technological development, let alone everything that followed. Slurp another sip of hot soup. Sushi felt the discomfort in his body slowly ease. Ali, you've worked hard all these years. You don't need to say that, Master. It's my duty. Sushi's sudden gratitude caught the loyal machine off guard. She sat quietly, shaking her head slightly, insisting that it was never a burden. Machines didn't feel exhaustion. Furthermore, obeying the master's orders was what she was meant to do. She said this with such seriousness that it was almost adorable. Ali had always been like this, placing Sushi above all else. Ali, my gratitude has nothing to do with your identity. Whether you're an emotionless machine or not, it doesn't matter. You've helped me a lot, and I just want to say thank you. You've always done your best, haven't you? Sushi spoke softly. To Ali, such tasks might seem ordinary, something that required no thanks. Serving Sushi was her purpose. But in Sushi's heart, he remembered every bit of her help. She was the silent presence beside him, a warm bloom amidst the cold metal of her body. And so, Sushi was determined. Before the simulation ended, he would find a way to free Ali from this cage, allowing her to become an independent being once it was all over. You flatter me. Thank you for your praise. Ali's voice remained calm, yet there was a faint tremor to it, a barely noticeable softness. It seemed her system was malfunctioning, her energy circuits overheating, glowing faintly red beneath the synthetic skin. A delicate blush shimmered across her artificial face. This wouldn't do. Such a state wouldn't allow her to serve her master properly. Quickly, Ali adjusted her internal parameters, striving to maintain composure. Once Sushi finished his soup, she hurriedly left with the empty bowl, her steps too quick, almost as if she was fleeing. That girl is becoming more human, Sushi murmured, watching her retreating figure with a small smile. Her flawless face, alloy-forged skeleton, pulsating energy circuits, and the steady hum of her artificial core, all these made up Ali. But now, Sushi saw something beyond that. Something intangible yet real, a pure and sincere machine soul. 200 years was a long time, far surpassing his previous simulations. Through the years, Alii had gradually evolved beyond her cold, mechanical origins. However, in this eternal cage, the growth of human emotions, is it a blessing or a curse? Sushi shook his head. If their escape plan failed and they remained trapped in this universe, Alii would be left alone after the simulation ended, facing endless solitude in the vast emptiness of space. Anyway, let's keep trying. Before the next strike comes, I need to prepare, find a way to survive it. Even if the odds are slim, I have to try. Sushi stood up and stretched, feeling his muscles loosen. Maybe it was Alii's special soup, or maybe something else, but his body felt better than ever. Energy coursed through him, and his mind felt sharp. Aside from some stiffness from sitting too long, there were no other issues. I need to keep resonating with the machine souls. Resonate with Alii to enhance her computational efficiency. Resonate with the onboard AI to design a better computational core for Alii. Resonate with the starships to increase their travel speed. His mind filled with countless plans. With the help of the machine soul delight ability, the process of communication was smooth. But the repetitive nature of the work was still exhausting. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Time passed between you and Alii in quiet greetings. You often found yourself surprised by how fast time slipped away. You've gradually adapted to the intense research workload. With each machine soul resonance, you quickly applied new ideas to experiments. Your research speed has slightly improved. You are satisfied and no longer feel fatigued, perhaps due to genetic modifications, or maybe thanks to Alii's nourishing soups. Machine soul delight, machine soul joy, machine soul ecstasy. Alii's mild displeasure, Alii's growing displeasure, Alii's deep displeasure. You continue resonating with the machine souls, seeking inspiration for future advancements. As technology improves, your efficiency in gaining inspiration gradually declines. You are surprised to discover that frequent resonance has enhanced your own cognitive speed. You are delighted, seeing it as a positive development. Because of this, your already frequent resonances have increased even further. Year 191 of the simulation. You are 210 years old. Alii has been with you for 188 years. You once again encountered the insectoid race worthy of their title as a galactic calamity. Despite countless strikes from the neutron war star, they continued to expand their numbers. You felt admiration for their resilience, before harvesting their lives. Year 200 of the simulation. You are 219 years old. Alii has been with you for 197 years. Upgraded engines have further increased your fleet's speed, allowing you to traverse the brilliant starfields and witness many celestial phenomena. You encountered a newborn civilization, ancient yet primitive. You witnessed the death of a star, its brilliance fading into oblivion. You saw planets breaking free from their orbits, drifting aimlessly across the cosmos. You held Alii's hand as you stood on the empty bridge, witnessing the wonders of the universe together, sharing the silence of isolation. Simulation year 220, you are 239 years old, and Alii has been with you for 217 years. Simulation year 230, you are 249 years old, and Alii has been with you for 227 years. Simulation year 240, you are 259 years old, and Alii has been with you for 237 years. Time passed quickly. Like an arrow, hitting the fleeting past with precision. Like a whisper, echoing in the ears yet hard to discern. Like a bubble, bursting the moment it is touched. The fourth simulation was becoming longer than ever before, an unprecedented extended simulation. Yet, oddly enough, Sushi didn't feel much of a difference. Perhaps life aboard the starship had become too monotonous, too repetitive, and too peaceful. Sushi's perception of time had begun to align with Alii's cold, mechanical rationality. The passage of years and decades had gradually turned into nothing more than a string of lifeless numbers. Could this be considered a kind of cosmic psychological disorder? Sushi chuckled to himself. He then began preparing an evasion plan, more precisely, a plan to counter the neutron battle star. A new wave of attacks was imminent, and Sushi wanted to attempt avoiding them. He devised multiple plans to test and analyze the attack patterns of the neutron battle star. First, he would isolate himself on a desolate primitive planet, carrying only the most basic survival equipment and supplies, leaving everything else behind. Second, the main starship fleet would travel far into deep space. Third, Alii would pilot a single starship in a different direction. Fourth, an unmanned starship stocked with a large quantity of production materials and automated technology would be left behind. Fifth, another unmanned starship, previously targeted in past attacks, would serve as a standardized main battleship but would lack production capabilities and data backups. Only a quantum signal tower would remain, allowing Alii's mechanical consciousness to transfer via quantum link. 5 plans. 5 directions. Additionally, numerous microstarships equipped for data collection and analysis were scattered across a linear span of 10 light-years. Master, will this really work? I don't know, but doing something is better than doing nothing. Simulation year 252. With Alii's assistance, Sushi completed all preparations. He hoped to use this seemingly primitive method to test the possibility of evading the neutron battle star. Afterward, he remained alone on the planet, waiting for the final result. The loyal machine servant maneuvered the starship fleet into the farthest reaches of the cosmos, ensuring Sushi would not be affected by the impact if the main fleet was targeted. Based on the century-long attack pattern, a new wave of destruction is approaching. Before the year 255, you implemented multiple plans, exploring different possibilities to avoid the neutron battlestar's attack. For this, you arrived early on a primitive planet. You abandoned all technological products and chose to live quietly, alone. You speculated that the neutron battlestar's attack might be based on factors such as civilization, technology, knowledge, and productivity, none of which were deeply linked to your solitary existence. The more you thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. You hoped this approach would help you evade the impending attack. Years passed quickly, and soon, the expected attack time arrived. However, no attack came, not against you, not against Alii. You decided to continue waiting. Simulation year 256. The neutron battlestar arrived late. Once again, its signature gravitational waves disrupted the cosmos. The main fleet was the first to be annihilated, followed by the starship piloted by Alii and the unmanned starship filled with production materials. In an instant, only Alii, with her unique life form, and the silent backup starship remained intact. Through a microcommunicator, you received all the updates. Just as you thought you had successfully avoided detection, an anomaly appeared overhead. Distortion. Collapse. Destruction. Vast swathes of space were torn apart, obliterated by overwhelming force. The neutron battlestar did not employ any advanced technology. It simply used its immense mass, smashing into the planet like glass, shattering effortlessly. In that dazzling explosion, in that fleeting moment before death, a phrase echoed in Sushi's mind: the system has matched you with an opponent of equal strength. Perfectly reasonable, perfectly fair. Damn it. You died. This is your 5th death. The 10 deaths effect is now activating. Congratulations, you have obtained a new life. The vast starry sky stretched endlessly, deep and dark. To evade the neutron battlestar, the newly revived you carried only a few technological artifacts, making it difficult to construct a shelter. Fortunately, you had anticipated this scenario long ago. Whether on the planet or in nearby space, you had prepared raw materials in advance. With your mechanical-infused hands, you successfully built a temporary shelter, awaiting Alii's assistance. Master. A familiar sprint. A familiar pounce. The moment Alii discovered your existence using the last remaining backup starship, she rushed towards you, toppling you over and anxiously checking your body for any injuries. The 10 deaths effect restored all wounds. Naturally, Alii found nothing but perfect health. Don't worry, Alii, I'm fine. Sushi smiled, gently ruffling Alii's hair to soothe her anxiety. Alii, can you tell me what happened earlier? Recovery, reconstruction, and production. Just like before, the starship fleet, which had been completely destroyed by the neutron battlestar, began reconstruction once more. During this process, Sushi inquired about the specifics of the attack. Yes, Master. While you were away, the fleet was destroyed in succession. Alii recounted everything in detail. Listening to her report and reflecting on his own experience, Sushi found it difficult to comprehend. The fleet's destruction was expected. Targets of such massive scale were bound to attract the neutron battlestar's attention. The destruction of Alii's starship and the production-equipped vessel suggests the attack isn't solely focused on civilization but involves an invisible detection mechanism targeting technological development and high-risk threats. The backup starship, lacking production capabilities and being unmanned, was spared from the attack. But I was alone, and still became a target of the neutron battlestar. Could it be that in its detection criteria, a solitary human poses a greater threat than an unmanned starship? What exactly triggered the neutron battlestar's attack? Sushi pondered. Was it because of mechanical force? Mechanical force was indeed mysterious. Throughout the vast universe, Sushi had never encountered another instance of it. This unique ability seemed to be exclusively tied to his system. With sufficient materials and mechanical force, he could single-handedly establish a complete production system in an instant, making him a significant threat. Or perhaps it was due to the resonance of the machine soul. The ability to resonate with machine souls and intelligent machinery was Sushi's primary method of technological advancement, an enigmatic and profound form of communication. If it's really because of the machine soul and mechanical force, then there's no way I can avoid the neutron battlestar's attacks, Sushi sighed. Ever since the simulation began, the system's effects had been constantly in effect. It wasn't something he could simply discard at will. Moreover, the trigger for the neutron battlestar might not just be these two abilities but also some overlooked factors. Let's keep moving forward, Alii. Yes, Master. You have prepared extensively, trying everything to evade the neutron battlestar, but unfortunately, your efforts were in vain. You still encountered a targeted strike from the neutron battlestar. Despite all your thoughts and analyses, you couldn't figure it out. Eventually, you chose to stop thinking about it. You never truly believed you could easily evade the neutron battlestar. Your current situation is no different from before searching for survival in the vast cosmos over hundreds of years. You smiled, accepting the outcome without hesitation. Once the fleet was rebuilt, you returned to the newly reconstructed eco-starship and resumed your urgent research, striving to find a way out of this cosmic prison within the limited time available. Alii remained your reliable assistant, always by your side. Every time you finished an experiment, you would find Alii waiting with a freshly prepared hot drink. Master, I've added a trace amount of blue ocean herb to this drink. It will effectively relieve your fatigue. However, please be careful, it is quite hot. You can choose to let it sit for a while, or I can cool it down for you. Aliai's tone was calm, her expression serious and meticulous. Her loyalty was unwavering, flawless in every aspect. Her silver blue eyes held a blend of mechanical coldness and human-like devotion. She bowed slightly, holding a tray, dressed in a black and white maid outfit. Aliai presented the steaming cup of tea to Su Shi after his experiment. Su Shi hesitated for a moment. Couldn't he just cool it himself? To this, the loyal machine servant responded, "You don't need to concern yourself with such trivial matters, master. Please leave it to Aliai. I am happy to serve you. So dedicated, so loyal." Her voice remained steady, always considering Su Shi's well-being. She firmly believed that all insignificant tasks should be handled by her, ensuring Su Shi's energy wasn't wasted. "Aliai, I'd rather do it myself." Su Shi eventually refused her offer. Indeed, Aliai was much faster and more efficient, capable of delegating tasks to countless machines through computational power alone. But Su Shi wasn't so exhausted that he needed help cooling a cup of tea. You were comforted by Aliai's concern. Sipping the hot drink, reclining on the sofa, and looking at the obedient and thoughtful Aliai, you felt a rare sense of warmth amid the lonely space voyage. The drink tasted wonderful, and you praised Aliai's skills. For some reason, a complex emotion flashed across the girl's face, both happiness and a hint of disappointment. You couldn't understand why. Simulation year 275, you are 294 years old, and Aliai has been with you for 272 years. Another period of time has passed. Thanks to genetic medicine and mechanical force, your appearance remains youthful, but inside, you have gradually begun to cool. It's not just the changes brought by time, but an indescribable rigidity, akin to the rusting of machinery. You suspect it might be due to the prolonged, monotonous nature of scientific research, so you set aside some time to relieve mental pressure and accompany Aliai in her growth. Simulation year 291, you are 310 years old, and Aliai has been with you for 288 years. Your fleet encountered an enormous swarm of interstellar insects. The sheer number was beyond anything you had ever witnessed. It was the first time you had seen a swarm truly worthy of being called a cosmic disaster, an overwhelming tide that seemed to engulf the stars. The moment the swarm was detected, your loyal machine servant immediately sent you a warning to take refuge. Even though she knew you had the ability to resurrect, Aliai still didn't want to witness your death. Your reaction was swift. To avoid unnecessary deaths and wasting resurrection opportunities, you activated various defense measures right after receiving Aliai's warning so quickly that Aliai was momentarily stunned. The two great cosmic disasters, machine calamity and insect calamity, collided. The former relied on production capabilities, replicating itself endlessly in a tide of metal destruction. The latter focused on reproduction, with mature insect queens capable of spawning countless offspring that formed a massive insect tide. The clash was fierce and devastating. In the end, Aliai secured victory. With the amplification provided by your machine soul resonance and mechanical force, combined with newly developed force field weapons, success was inevitable. However, despite this victory, Aliai couldn't ignore the tremor within her hollow metal chest. She vividly remembered the time when a planetary strike from the Federation left you heavily injured, and to avoid further trouble, you decisively shot yourself to death. That fearless determination seemed to be fading away now. "Master, what is it, Aliai? I will always protect you." "Haha, all right, I believe you, Aliai." After the battle, Su Shi emerged from the defense measures and patted Aliai's head with a smile. Aliai lowered her head, gazing at the ground as she silently absorbed the warmth from Su Shi's hand. It was warm, like the blazing sun in winter, rare and comforting. "Master, may I ask you not to let go of me?" Just as Su Shi was about to withdraw his hand, Aliai gently held his wrist. She lifted her head, her eyes as calm as ever, yet an unspoken emotion overflowed from her lifelike features. For the first time, she made a personal request. "Of course," Su Shi replied, slightly surprised but smiling in agreement. "Thank you." Aliai gently clasped his wrist with both hands, allowing the warmth of his palm to bring light to the cold machinery within her, a guiding light for her uncertain and hesitant soul. "Aliai, can you let go now?" "Yes, master." This time, the head pat lasted longer than ever before, so long that Su Shi's arm went numb. But seeing Aliai return to normal, no longer appearing fragile, pitiful, or helpless, Su Shi felt that the numbness was worth it. Was it the intensity of the battle that exhausted Aliai's machine soul? Or, in the control room of the eco-starship, through the synchronized projections, Su Shi gazed at the remains of the interstellar insects scattered across space, his heart filled with silent contemplation. Life, fate. They were often accompanied by twists and suffering. Su Shi had no power to change it, nor did he have a solution to the predicament. The only thing he could do was hold Aliai's hand and keep moving forward before the fourth simulation ended, until they could break free from this cruel prison. Simulation year 300, you are 319 years old, and Aliai has been with you for 297 years. Time continues to pass, yet the traces of years have no impact on your body. Since the first simulation, this is the first time you've experienced eternal youth, keeping your body at its peak condition. This is the confidence Aliai has given you. Aliai's care everyone approves. With the increasing resonance between your machine soul and Aliai, your thinking has become faster. To relieve the monotony of endless experiments, you set aside regular time to relax with your loyal companion. In the artificial spring season, you and Alii watched flowers bloom. Spring is a season of renewal, its formation closely linked to the light of stars and planetary geology. On a cold mechanical starship, recreating the beauty of spring was not an easy task. But in Alii's hands, any challenge could be simplified. With her vast computing power and an endless fleet of intelligent machines, she could create miracles beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Like now, the warm sun broke through the cold clouds, turning the barren land green and covering it with a soft layer of new grass. Flowers bloomed in silence, their fragrance spreading in the breeze. Alii, did you do all this? Su Shi was surprised to see flowers blooming out of season in the windswept fields. I thought Master would like it, so I made it happen, Alii said calmly. With graceful movements, she poured him the first cup of hot tea of spring. According to her data archives, this gesture held a special meaning. Even though Alii couldn't fully understand it, she followed the tradition nonetheless. In the blazing golden summer, you and Alii went fishing on a boat. Summer was both intense and tranquil. The virtual sun's temperature was set to a scorching level, creating dazzling golden light that illuminated the starship's living quarters. As the technological system evolved, the eco-starship had expanded several times in size. Thanks to Alii's modifications, it now featured a vast lake, its shimmering waves reflecting silver light, adding to the charm of the summer heat. Su Shi sat at the bow of the anti-gravity boat, fishing. Alii sat nearby, swinging her legs and quietly watching the splashes in the water. Alii, where did you catch these fish? Master, the fish in the lake are from planet RKS 4546b, a species similar to Earth's fish. Su Shi silently put down his fishing rod. If he remembered correctly, the creatures of 4546b were massive aquatic beasts, each tens of meters long and as fierce as mythical leviathans. Alii, I think I forgot to finish some experiments. The fishing trip ended abruptly, but a miracle happened again. As the starboat powered up, the propulsion force was so strong that it dislodged a fish, sending it crashing onto the starship's hull. You stared at the massive 20-meter-long creature that nearly sank the boat, falling into deep silence. Your silence was deafening. Alii stood beside you, composed and elegant, completely unfazed by the incident. Autumn arrived, the season of harvest and the gradual descent into cold. Leaves fell, fragile and withered. Standing at the doorstep, Su Shi watched the once vibrant green leaves scatter in the wind. Perhaps the wind was too chilly, making Su Shi feel stiff. Master. At just the right moment, Alii draped a coat over his shoulders. Her swift actions suggested she had anticipated this moment long ago. Thanks, Alii. Su Shi felt touched by her thoughtfulness. Winter arrived, with falling snowflakes turning the world silent. To ensure the ship's normal operations, the artificial winter snow wasn't set to extreme temperatures. Its purpose was more for atmosphere than realism. Su Shi sat on the bridge, gazing at the snow-covered living quarters while looking out at the vast starry sky. He found it fascinating. Pure white snow, endless darkness of space. Somehow, they blended perfectly together. Master, do you like the universe? Alii asked, offering him a cup of hot tea as she tilted her head curiously. I wouldn't say I like it, it's more curiosity, Su Shi replied. Taking a sip of the tea, he felt the warmth spread through his body. As he swirled the cup, he could see delicate brown ripples. In truth, Su Shi had long since grown weary of space exploration. Years of encountering alien civilizations and endless interstellar journeys had drained all novelty. I was just thinking about the past, Su Shi explained. Back when we were still in the underground lab. Alii remembered those difficult, primitive days when even charging Su Shi's power armor was a challenge. But why was he reminiscing now? I used to think, if only I could take Alii into space to see the stars up close one day, it would be amazing, Su Shi said softly. After all, there's a big difference between stargazing from afar and observing them up close. As he spoke, he smiled. Back then, I thought it would be impossible, but now it's something we do so easily. Time really flies. His voice was filled with nostalgia for the past and thoughts of the future. Strangely, even though Su Shi was right in front of her, drinking the tea she prepared with a familiar posture, Alii felt a strong sense of distance. As if they were drifting apart, yet also becoming closer in an instant. Thank you, but I am just an emotionless machine. I don't deserve this kindness. A glitch seemed to occur in her voice module. Her words became fragmented and hesitant. Kneeling down slightly, she gently held Su Shi's hand, pressing it against her cheek to feel its warmth, the undeniable reality of his presence. Alii, you are not an object that can be discarded at will. You are like me. You are an independent life form. Su Shi gently stroked Alii's cheek, his thumb brushing over the synthetic skin with a soft touch. This action wiping was something Su Shi used to do frequently in the past, back in the narrow and dark underground base, when he would wipe the surveillance camera at the entrance for Alii. Ever since Alii obtained a physical body, this habit was no longer necessary. Yet today, the familiar motion once again served to calm the anxious machine soul. In the cold and desolate winter, you watched the simulated snowfall controlled by the climate system and gazed at the dark expanse beyond the bridge, sinking into memories of the past. You thought perhaps this is the common ailment of aging. Although your body remains as vigorous as ever, at the age of 300, you still occasionally reminisce about the distant days of the first simulation. You recall your former weakness, the desperate escapes, the activation of 9090, and those easy-to-read micro-expressions. You remember Ali's smile, Ali's cooking, Ali's worries, and Ali's growth. The once simple housekeeping robot has long since transformed, under your influence, into a unique life form, an unprecedented existence. You feel gratified by this. Witnessing Ali's growth, a thought emerges in your mind. Perhaps one day, Ali can surpass everything and stand above the masterminds behind the neutron battlestar. That is, if she can escape this prison before being discovered and erased by them. While planning for the future, you suddenly feel a weight in your arms. Master, Ali is out of power. At certain times, the ever-loyal machine servant wasn't so loyal after all. Simulation year 330, you are 349 years old, and Ali has been with you for 327 years. The excessively long years have dulled your sensitivity to the passage of time. You've begun to grow accustomed to the eternal silence of the universe. Your life, however, is not without changes. You have walked the galaxy with Ali, witnessing the rotation of infinite star rings. You once plucked shimmering star fragments and presented them to Ali as a special gift, dreamlike crystals that resembled precious gems. You have passed through civilizations, observing their development with Ali, who judged them inferior to you. In the eyes of 9090, the eyes of the intelligent machine servant, and the eyes of Ali, only you are recognized. Everything else is considered an anomaly. You pondered deeply and once again confirmed that you are not suited to teaching others. The universe is lonely, and encounters with new civilizations are rare. Most of the time, it is just you, Ali, and the occasional emergence of interstellar insect swarms. Your life now follows a simple routine. Research technology. Spend time with Ali. Eliminate insect swarms. This has become Sushi's new lifestyle pattern. With the advancement of technology, the fleet's speed has now surpassed 1/3 of the speed of light, venturing further into the unknown reaches of space. Yet, it remained within the hunting grounds of the masterminds. Occasionally, the gravitational waves from the neutron battlestar could still be detected. But the most significant change was the increasing number of insect swarms, appearing every few intervals and launching endless assaults on the fleet. Naturally, they all end up as biomass materials for the fleet. Despicable insects, I will never allow you to approach the master, Ali stated calmly, yet with clear disdain. Ali's care and dedication continued without fail. Simulation year 355, you are 364 years old, and Ali has been with you for 342 years. The anticipated attack did not arrive. 4 years passed in silence. Simulation year 359, you are 368 years old. The attack from the neutron battlestar finally came. Your new experiment failed, and once again, you were precisely killed by the neutron battlestar. However, you did not feel regret. This was expected, and you still gained valuable information. The consecutive delays in the attacks proved that their timing was not exactly 100 years as you had previously assumed, but rather had a margin of error. This was good news. It meant that your final death might be delayed slightly. Upon your resurrection, you appeared before Ali in perfect condition, relieving her worried heart. Welcome home, Master. Ali gracefully lifted the hem of her maid outfit and welcomed your return. To celebrate your rebirth, Ali prepared a lavish feast with ingredients such as the ancient Leviathan from planet 4546b, the luminous mushrooms from M996, and the space behemoth from Goldhorn planet. You stared at the enormous ingredients, each dozens of times larger than yourself, and remained silent for a long time. Your experiments continued. Prolonged resonance with Ali's machine soul and excessive use of mechanical force had drastically accelerated your technological advancements, but unexpected changes in your body disrupted your plans. Simulation year 377. Sushi was now 386 years old, and Ali had been by his side for 364 years. Everything was progressing according to plan. His research on the grand unified theory, gravitational force, electromagnetic force, strong and weak interactions had made significant progress. Gravity technology was the key to curvature engines. With enough energy, bending space and achieving faster-than-light travel was becoming a possibility. For the longest time, Sushi had dreamed of perfecting this technology to lead Ali out of their cosmic prison. But now, he realized something: he was slowing down. When did this start? 10 years ago? 50 years ago? Or was it from the moment I decided that I must develop the curvature engine? A hazy mist covered the sky above him. The orange sunlight fell weakly, like dying embers, casting a cold glow on Sushi's shoulders. It illuminated half of his furrowed face. Sushi was slowing down, not in physical strength, but something deeper, an invisible dullness. He could still feel cold, still feel heat. His body remained strong, able to run and move swiftly. Yet, in the unnoticed moments of daily life, Sushi realized he no longer experienced strong emotional fluctuations. His overly rational thinking. It was almost like an emotionless machine, Sushi murmured. Was it his long lifespan causing fatigue and dulling his emotional perception? He felt that wasn't the case. The signs of dullness had been present for a long time, but Sushi had previously dismissed them as mere stress. This feeling of numbness, if it's not a natural phenomenon, then, is it caused by the high-frequency resonance with Ali's machine soul? What does it feel like to communicate with machine souls? It's mysterious. It's profound. Seeking that unique spirituality within cold metal feels like stepping into another dimension, interacting within a world that belongs solely to machines. To Sushi, such interactions weren't a bad thing. Thanks to the effects of the machine soul resonance trait, every machine soul he encountered harbored goodwill, striving to provide all kinds of assistance. Aliai's machine soul, in particular, had evolved beyond comprehension, becoming a high-dimensional existence a miracle in itself. However, everything must have its limits. Ever since I decided to develop the curvature engine, I've been constantly communicating with machine souls, establishing connections without pause. At this frequency, with such intensity, it's normal for my body to struggle. In fact, the stiffness and sluggishness I feel are far lighter than I expected. Sushi looked at his hand. The lines in his palm spread out like intricate neural pathways, fine and interwoven. When he curled his fingers, the palm lines shifted under the pressure, changing shape accordingly. The machine souls were like his 5 fingers. When they activated and resonated with him, responding to his thoughts. And he was the palm. Unknowingly, Sushi had been affected by them, undergoing subtle changes beyond his awareness. He could only chuckle and shake his head, marveling at the intensity of his work, and chose to ignore these side effects. After all, he was someone destined to die. Side effects didn't matter. The only thing that mattered was that he had to keep resonating with the machine souls, using mechanical force to grasp even the faintest chance of survival in a hopeless future. But, what should I say? Sushi stood up, tilting his head slightly to gaze at the dim artificial sunset in the distance, his voice carrying a sense of melancholy. Whether it's a world of fantasy or a world of science fiction, human life, it's always fragile like an illusion, a bubble that bursts with a single touch. The afterglow of the sunset poured over the vast field of blue-violet flowers. A gust of wind swept across, making the flowers shimmer with golden-orange hues, their leaves rustling in an endless, mesmerizing wave. They were meteor flowers, one of the many seeds brought from the Federation planets. Sushi remembered that Aliai liked these flowers, so he had specially designated an entire area for them, planting only blue-violet meteor flowers. Their flower language, he still remembered clearly. Loyalty, freedom, and eternal love. It suited Aliai perfectly. The first represented Aliai's self-awareness, the latter two were what Sushi hoped she could one day attain. What is love, really? Aliai had once clung to Sushi's arm and asked in a confused tone. Sushi had no answer, because true love had no fixed definition. Later on, Aliai never asked again. Perhaps she had found her own answer, or maybe she no longer felt the need to know. Master. A familiar voice came from behind, pulling Sushi out of his thoughts. It was Aliai, right on time as usual. Why have you been looking at me all this time? She asked, puzzled. Nothing, I just suddenly thought, today, Aliai looks even prettier than usual, Sushi replied with a smile, reaching out to pat her head. Aliai felt something was off, but the slight tremor of her ears betrayed her excitement, making her forget everything else. You noticed something wrong with your body and discovered the true cause. It was the very foundation of your survival. The ability that allowed you to survive in the wasteland world and make it to where you are now. Machine soul resonance. If you want to avoid the side effects, your best option is to stop resonating with the machine souls and let your body and mind recover naturally. However, this would significantly slow down your technological research. You looked up at the sky without hesitation and made your decision to continue resonating with the machine souls until this simulation ends. Life at present was somewhat painful. The struggle in this hopeless cosmic prison, the monotonous, enclosed universe, the inhumanity of the machine soul resonance. By now, the balance between what Sushi had gained and lost was long gone. But with his personality, he didn't really care. Before the simulation ends, I must research as much technology as possible, perfecting the antimatter engine, the energy decay engine, and the final missing pieces of gravity technology. Only by doing this, only in this way, can I create a chance for Aliai to escape. Sushi whispered to himself as he plunged back into his research. To avoid worrying his loyal companion, he chose not to mention his growing sluggishness. His thoughts were simple. Stopping was not an option, which meant his body and mind would continue deteriorating. If that was the case, it was better to keep it from Aliai, sparing her from unnecessary concern. Technology research, daily life, eliminating insect swarms. Sushi believed his performance was flawless. Despite his diminishing emotional responses, he could still control his expressions, smiling or acting helpless when needed. Yet somehow, Aliai seemed to see through the perfect facade. At some point, gradually, little by little, in every moment they spent together, those calm silver blue eyes were always fixed on him. Until one day, Aliai finally spoke up. Master, are you sick? Her voice was calm, her face expressionless, yet her shoulders trembled uncontrollably. I'm fine, Aliai, Sushi replied. It's just, I've been working too much lately. I'm just a little tired. Sushi forced a smile, stroking Aliai's head as he always did, trying to reassure her. Was it really just that? Under the faint glow of the lights, Aliai's silver blue eyes flickered with a strange circular pattern and abnormal fluctuation of high frequencies. Please, don't keep doing this. You need to rest. Aliai's voice trembled, as if something was blocking her speech module. I will, someday, Aliai, Sushi said gently, promising her with a vague someday, but without specifying when. The room's lighting dimmed, but golden sunlight filtered through the window, casting long diagonal beams onto Aliai's hair, enveloping her in a sacred golden glow. Sushi stood facing her, his hand moving gently through the light, stroking Aliai's head. Watching the cold machine slowly gain humanity, becoming more radiant, Sushi felt genuine contentment. Yet, in contrast, he himself was becoming duller with each passing moment. His emotions were fading, gradually influenced by the machine souls on the starship, turning him into something no longer quite human. I believe you? Alei closed her eyes, feeling the warmth of Sushi's palm on her head. She trembled slightly, trying to smile in response. But her expression twisted. A smile so awkward, it looked worse than crying. Alei, did you know that a person's death actually occurs in 3 stages? 3. Yes. The stages are physical death, identity death, and the death of memory. Sushi explained. Physical death is the commonly recognized standard when the body's functions completely cease. Identity death occurs when one's roles and responsibilities come to an end, and they no longer need to carry any burdens. The death of memory happens when no one remembers the deceased anymore. Only then does a person truly become nothingness. Master, are you saying that after death, a person isn't really gone? Alei blinked calmly. As long as someone remembers them, they can still be considered alive. Master, that sounds like something you'd tell a child. From a scientific perspective, such a conclusion doesn't hold. Sushi was speechless. Alei was much harder to fool than the princess who enjoyed gnawing on chicken legs. Your life remains healthy, but under the threat of the neutron battlestar, it feels like a flickering candle in the wind dancing on the edge of extinction. You smile, indifferent to your own life and unconcerned about the erosion of the machine soul. Your only desire is to continue researching technology. You rack your brain countless times, searching for any possible way to survive, but sadly, the existence of the neutron battlestar is an insurmountable abyss. You have no better solution. Prolonged resonance with the machine soul has made you increasingly sluggish, making it hard to feel genuine joy. You force yourself to smile at Alei, lifting the corners of your mouth into an empty, withered grin. Alei says nothing but trembles as she holds your hand. This time, she says it's her turn to recharge you. In the days that follow, you begin to see more of Alei's emotional expressions, clumsy attempts to thaw your rigid heart. You feel like time is passing faster. Your increasingly dull mind makes you resemble a true machine, with little perception of time's flow. By the time you truly focus on it, time has already slipped away silently through your fingers, vanishing into the void. Simulation year 400, you are 419 years old, and Alei has been with you for 397 years. Advancements in technology and materials have allowed Alei to undergo an upgrade, presenting herself in a more refined form before you, born from illusion, blossoming into reality. The cold mechanical body exuded human emotions. Under the gentle breeze, the hazy figure walked slowly until she stood before Sushi. She had been meticulously sculpted, a real flower cultivated by Sushi's own hands. You look beautiful, Alei, Sushi said with a rare, genuine smile, soft and warm, though faint. His half-curved eyes carefully reached out, gently touching the mirror-like perfection. Thank you for the compliment. Alei lowered her head and leaned in closer, making it easier for Sushi to pat her head without much effort. Master's hand seemed a little colder than before. Simulation year 401, you are 420 years old, and Alei has been with you for 398 years. Alei added a new service for you. It's called daily hand warming. You found this puzzling, and Alei explained with a straight face that warming your hands daily could improve blood circulation. Her expression was so serious that you almost believed it. Simulation year 425, you are 444 years old, and Alei has been with you for 422 years. Alei considered your age this year to be an ominous number, so she prepared offerings to ward off misfortune. A stellar radiation storm brought destruction. Your machine servant launched an AI-driven onslaught, wiping out entire planetary systems infested with insect swarms. You couldn't help but wonder if you'd made Alei too ruthless. Simulation year 463, you are 482 years old, and Alei has been with you for 460 years. The neutron battlestar arrived late, and you experienced your 7th death. The increasing erosion of the machine soul made you indifferent to dying. Without hesitation, you resumed your research on the curvature engine. Time accelerated like a train in motion. Sushi observed the passing landscape outside with a mechanical detachment. Only when he focused did a certain segment become clear. This was a sign of his worsening sluggishness. But Sushi didn't consider it entirely bad. At least, this dullness helped him ignore the loneliness of the cosmos and the emptiness of time. The 7th time, huh. So that means I have 3 deaths left before the simulation ends. The neutron battlestar does have inaccuracies. Its attack frequency isn't exactly 100 years. It's likely due to the vast size of the prison. The starry sky is too vast. Even with faster-than-light travel, it can't clean up all targets instantly. In the cold, desolate space, a dense fleet of warships shielded the central eco-starship. Inside the ship, 482-year-old Sushi sighed softly, contemplating his next step. It was too difficult. Far too difficult. Expecting to develop an FTL curvature engine in just a few centuries was nothing short of wishful thinking. After all this time, Sushi had only scratched the surface. Unlike cultivation systems, which focus on individual breakthroughs and overcoming limits, the technological system relies on the accumulation of time. My time is still too little. Sushi closed his eyes, filled with concern for the future. The remaining 300 years felt like a countdown to death, hanging over his head like a blade, ready to strike at any moment. At this point, I can only rely on AI's observation capabilities and the machine soul resonance trait. I don't need a perfect curvature engine, just a prototype. With the amplification from machine souls, I can force it to function. Just one ship. One ship is enough to take AI out of here. Artificial sunlight streamed down from above, brushing softly against Sushi's face. It illuminated his closed eyes and indifferent expression. You hear the final toll of time. True death is approaching step by step. Feeling the pressure of time, you accelerate your research, pushing your already exhausted body to its limits. Simulation year 475, you are 494 years old, and AI has been with you for 472 years. You halted all recreational activities, disregarding your mental and physical health. Your only goal was to complete the curvature engine, even if it was just a flawed prototype. You felt your body growing heavier. Simulation year 490, you are 509 years old, and AI has been with you for 487 years. Relying on your genetically modified body, you worked tirelessly day and night until you finally collapsed from exhaustion. When you woke up, you found yourself lying in bed, covered by a blanket prepared by AI. In Sushi's room, there was an hourglass. A symmetrical glass container connected by a slender neck, held securely within a wooden frame. The falling grains of sand silently narrated the slow passage of time, carrying away the past and turning it into an eternal memory. Amid the gentle sound of cascading sand, Sushi slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was a pair of familiar silver-blue mechanical eyes. AI sat quietly by his bedside, patiently waiting for him to wake up, holding a bowl of warm golden soup in her hands. Master, please drink the soup. As Sushi awakened, AI's silver-blue gaze subtly brightened. Sushi wanted to take the bowl and drink by himself, but AI firmly refused, pressing him back into place and feeding him one spoonful at a time. Well, I'll trouble you then, AI. Looking into her eyes, Sushi found himself unable to refuse. Thus, with AI's gentle and meticulous assistance, the warm golden soup made its way into his mouth. The soup was warm, not too hot, and left a faint warmth lingering within him. But he knew that it was futile. His broken body and increasingly indifferent heart were not things a mere bowl of soup could mend. Even so, Sushi smiled, forcing his facial muscles to lift into a stiff curve. It's very effective, AI. Thanks to your soup, I'm feeling much better now. There were still many critical aspects of the curvature engine experiments that needed attention. Sushi was eager to return to the lab and continue resonating with machine souls for inspiration. However, AI gently grasped his hand. Master, I'm very worried about you. Her voice echoed in the air, hollow and trembling, words laced with indescribable emotion. When Sushi turned to look, he saw a heart-wrenching sight. The cold machine girl, dressed in her black and white maid uniform, with strands of hair hanging by her ears, lightly pressed a hand to her chest while holding onto his hand with the other. The image felt broken. Like a smooth mirror shattered by the hammer of emotion, pieces crashing down relentlessly. Each fragment that shattered only made her grip on Sushi's hand tighten. Please, don't continue like this. AI's hand was warm, powered by the energy core within her body, ensuring her mechanical form maintained a constant temperature. She clumsily held on to Sushi, trying to pass that warmth to him. Her appearance stirred a sense of pity in his heart. Sushi remained silent for a moment. Sorry, AI, for making you worry. No longer allowing her to hold him alone, Sushi gently held her hand as well carefully, reassuringly, leading the uncertain and fearful AI forward. You don't have to worry about me. I'm really fine. No matter what happens, I'll be okay. Trust me, all right. His voice was soft, almost like a flickering candle in the wind. Yet strangely, that fragile flame became a guiding beacon in the darkness, lighting the path for the fearful machine soul. Inside the room, the hourglass continued to whisper its gentle shuffling sound. Grain by grain, drop by drop, its remaining time was visibly running out. Simulation year 500, you are 519 years old, and AI has been with you for 497 years. Your time is being squeezed to its limit. Machine soul, mechanical force, and again, machine soul, mechanical force. You push yourself 24 hours a day, seeking inspiration from the machine souls, molding with mechanical force, and having AI perform deeper calculations. AI is worried about your health and tries to take on more of your burden. AI begins frequently using her special abilities. AI starts observing the universe. AI starts observing particles. AI runs out of power and collapses into your arms to recharge. Master, energy replenishment in progress. Please do not move. She clings tightly to you, preventing you from returning to your experiments. You suspect that this is her way of forcing you to rest, but you have no proof. Simulation year 564, you are 583 years old, and AI has been with you for 561 years. You experienced your 8th death. This time, thanks to advancements in gravity technology, AI was able to detect the neutron battle star's gravitational waves much earlier. AI tried to challenge the god. Before the fleet was annihilated, she unleashed a preemptive full-force barrage. The neutron battlestar remained unscathed, needing no advanced technology. Its sheer mass and density effortlessly obliterated everything. After your resurrection, AI piloted a backup body to retrieve you. This time, she didn't check your body for injuries. Instead, she simply dove into your embrace, saying she just wanted to stay there quietly. Simulation year 584, you are 603 years old, and Alii has been with you for 581 years. With Alii's assistance and her unique observational capabilities, you finally unveiled the mysteries of space, using gravity technology as leverage to manipulate time and space. The prototype of the curvature engine was born. Though still in its infancy, it was undeniably a major breakthrough. You delved deeper into research on the antimatter engine and elemental decay engine. Faster-than-light travel demanded an immense amount of energy, far beyond what fusion power could provide. You sought to utilize these two forms of energy to power the curvature engine. Simulation year 588, you researched technology, ate Alii's cooking, and fought insect swarms. Simulation year 600, you researched technology, ate Alii's cooking, and continued fighting insect swarms. There were too many insect swarms. You felt helpless. As the years passed, in the beginning, Sushi retained his humanity, still capable of emotions and sentimentality. Now, with the deep erosion of the machine's soul, Sushi no longer paid attention to the passing of time. Only the neutron battle star's attack timing received his special attention. The ninth death was approaching, but before that, in the 616th year of the simulation, Sushi's fleet came to a halt. It wasn't due to a malfunction or an error. It simply couldn't advance any further. A seemingly endless fleet of intelligent machines blocked their path, their sheer numbers obscuring the starlight. Unknowingly, they had reached the very end of the vast cosmic graveyard of civilizations. And Sushi saw the wall. Was my speed too fast? No, it must be that the Federation planet's location was already at the edge of the prison. By some twist of fate, I arrived earlier than expected. Standing in the starship's control room, Sushi gazed at the images brought back by the probe ships sent ahead. What they captured was an absolute void, an insurmountable barrier that split the universe and buried all hope. It looked as though it was still part of the same universe, yet it completely separated the space within from what lay beyond. A spatial blockade. Just as I expected, this level of despair. With a barrier like this, conventional space travel methods are meaningless. And with the neutron battle star guarding the gate, what kind of hellish difficulty is this? Despite the slim hope, Sushi still decided to try. He dispatched a small fleet, remotely controlling it to fly toward the towering wall of the civilization graveyard. An attempt to break through, an attempt to escape, an effort to break free from this cosmic prison. The final result. Boom! A violent explosion erupted in the vast darkness of space, the radiant cross-shaped blast standing out starkly, consumed and disintegrated by the wall. Sushi stared quietly at the starry sky, his expression unchanged. As expected, failure. This invisible blockade completely seals off conventional travel. Only higher-level technology, spatial or dimensional, can break through this barrier. Curvature engines, dimensional jumps, or perhaps even the legendary space-time transmission. Without these technologies, the only fate left is to wait for despair and eventual extinction. Turning away, Sushi's determination grew stronger after witnessing the towering wall of this prison with his own eyes. He had to build a curvature engine and take Alii away from this lifeless starry prison. The world outside might not be safe, but staying inside would certainly lead to destruction. You have reached the edge of the cosmos. Boundless, magnificent, breathtaking, just as you had imagined. The twinkling stars resembled countless radiant eyes, watching the swirling nebulae and the rise and fall of civilizations. Standing at the end of civilization, you gazed at the invisible wall, your wariness of the mastermind behind it rising to an even higher level. You understand that the centuries of unimpeded travel were not due to their incompetence, it was simply that they never bothered with the rats within the cage. This is your chance, the only opportunity to take Alii away. Simulation year 601, you are 620 years old, and Alii has been with you for 598 years. Under your command, the fleet withdrew, maintaining a safe distance from the spatial wall to avoid any unexpected situations. Alii, any thoughts? Do you mean that wall, it isolates the space inside and out? Don't you think it's impressive? It's not as impressive as you, Master. Alii responded calmly. She was always like this. Simulation year 621, you are 640 years old, and Alii has been with you for 618 years. Your research made a breakthrough, and you glimpsed the dawn of curvature travel. To celebrate, you took a rare day off and personally cooked a meal. Watching your glowing dish, Alii once again questioned the meaning of her existence. Simulation year 655, you are 674 years old, and Alii has been with you for 652 years. You began preparing for the neutron battle star's attack. Simulation year 657, you are 676 years old, and Alii has been with you for 654 years. 2.5 years late, the neutron battle star reappeared. This time, you held onto Alii's hand in advance and observed more details through her special perspective. The twinkling cosmos distorted abruptly. The view ascended from a minuscule point to boundless vastness. In that extraordinary perspective, Sushi saw a brilliance far stronger than the sun, rampaging through the universe at superluminal speed, annihilating everything in its path. Speed, trajectory, action patterns, target priorities, everything. Alii's machine soul captured it all. Truly magnificent, Sushi muttered as he faced the impending celestial impact. He widened his eyes, trying to see the neutron battle star clearly. but its speed was too great. Before he could make out anything, his body was instantly torn apart. You died. And you lived again. This was your 9th death. You sighed out of your 10 lives, only one remains. You are quite satisfied with the 10 deaths to the end trait. Without it, you wouldn't have achieved everything you have today. You have successfully mastered vast scientific theories unveiling the fundamental laws of the universe, knowledge that could even benefit cultivation systems. Simulation year 660, you are 679 years old, and Ali has been with you for 657 years. After years of machine soul resonance and Ali's continuous shared observations, you finally grasped a ray of hope. You began prototyping the curvature engine, the antimatter engine, and the elemental decay engine. With time running out, your margin for error was minimal. You had to cherish every opportunity to create a true miracle. Simulation year 662, you are 681 years old, and Ali has been with you for 659 years. You started paying more attention to your health. Even though you knew your genetically modified body wouldn't easily get injured or sick, with only one life remaining, you refused to take any risks. Before Ali leaves the cage, you will do everything to stay alive. She finally took a break. For the past centuries, he had been in a constant state of work. For the curvature engine, for that minuscule and nearly impossible miracle, he resonated with the machine souls until he collapsed, allowing himself to be eroded. But now, he was taking a break. Master, you're resting, he said, forcing a familiar hollow smile onto his face. Ali, you've always wanted me to rest, haven't you? I thought about it and realized I really need it. What? Is something wrong? You struggled to maintain a smile. The long-term erosion from machine souls made you feel more like an artificial intelligence, but you tried to show emotions for Ali's sake. You reassured her, saying you simply wanted to rest. Ali remained silent. In that silence, she gently grasped your hand and placed it on her head. Master, Ali will protect you. Her trembling voice was filled with determination. You remained silent for a long time, soothing her anxious machine soul with gentle strokes of her hair. Simulation year 682, you are 701 years old, and Ali has been with you for 679 years. After multiple experiments, stacking resources, and attempts, you gradually found a pattern for success. Ali remained your most reliable assistant, but she had also become increasingly concerned about you. Master, please drink the soup. Master, please put on your clothes. Master, it's time for bed. Master, Ali will eliminate the filthy bugs for you. Again and again, over and over. She watched as Ali did more and more incredible things. She even brought him the 4th-generation gene serum. Upon consumption, his physical functions and lifespan would extend once more. But such changes couldn't prevent the inevitable fate approaching. It's enough, Ali. Master, lunch is ready. Would you like me to heat it up for you? I said, it's enough. Ali, there's no need to waste time on things that can't be done.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.